Get ready for the world's best surfers, surfing for their nations, for pride, glory, and gold, and the chance to become Olympians. Surfing's last Olympic qualifier will send 12 more athletes to Tokyo 2020, 7 slots for women and 5 for men. Taking place at 2 world-class waves in El Salvador, La Bocana and El Sunzal. Follow the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games live May 29th through June 6th on isasurf.org.
Welcome, surf fans, to beautiful Surf City El Tuco. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We're coming at you live from El Salvador. The waves are pumping. The morning looks incredible. Our surfers are ready. The world has gathered to compete here at what is being called the most important ISA World Surfing Games in history. I'm Chris Cote here, joined by Kale Carranza, and this is where the path to Olympic glory begins and ends. We have 12 tickets to Tokyo on the line. We've got ISA gold medals to award at the end of this event. This is going to be a huge week of surfing, not just for the competitors here, but for the entire planet.
Yeah, arguably maybe the most important surfing event in history. You're talking about 5 Olympic slots for men, 7 for women. So it's going to be incredibly interesting to see who makes it. If you make it to the final, most likely you have a good spot in the Olympics. And that's something that most surfers around the world are looking to do.
And it's not going to be easy for any competitors. As you can see from top to bottom, our draw of surfers is probably the deepest field of talent you'll ever see in an event. We've got surfers as coming in as underdogs from countries that are just beginning their surf journeys all the way up to the world's best. We've got multiple world champions representing themselves here today. The countries you will see, of course, surfing superpowers like Australia, Team USA, Brazil, Japan, France, going up against rising surf nations, Afghanistan, Iran, Senegal. This is truly where surfers of the world come together to unite and, of course, compete. So what you're about to see is going to be foreshadowing of what we will be seeing in the upcoming 2020 Olympic Games and the future of our sport. As we do have a lot of young surfers competing against veterans, there really is something for every type of surf fan this week.
And one of the most interesting things is that we've been here for a few days, Chris, and we've seen incredible surfing in the water to the point where we cannot recognize, was it Michel Perez in the water? Was it Luca Messinas? Oh, it's the new kid from Nicaragua. Oh, it's Brian Perez from El Salvador. There are so many good surfers that the line is clearly, or very blurry, I should say. There are so many great surfers, everyone going to the air 360s, big carves. So things have really changed drastically in the last 20 years in the ISA competition scheme.
Well, the ISA has been supporting the sport since day one. The ISA and our president, Fernando Aguirre, of course, the main driving factor in getting surfing the Olympics. So before we begin here today, let's get a little bit more information about the ISA.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
The ISA, again, since day one, driving force in getting surfing in the Olympics where it belongs. As we all know, surfing, a truly global international sport, will be represented in the Olympics for the first time ever. And the surfers you will see this week will be the surfers representing as we head towards Tokyo. We've got a full day of competition, a full week of competition, and with that, coinciding swell. So no shortage of surf throughout the week. We got to give a huge shout out to our host country, El Salvador. We had the president here yesterday, and it's the perfect spot for an event like this. We have two incredible locations for our surfers, two podiums, so we will have elimination rounds and repecharge rounds all the way from day one to the finals. As you can clearly see, the waves are pumping, and Surfline has told us that throughout the entire week, it's just going to get bigger and better throughout.
Yeah, so everything about this event I feel is on point. You mentioned a little bit about, you mentioned the government helping a lot, the government of El Salvador. President Bukele was in the opening ceremony. Corsatur has done an incredible job at helping as well. Obviously, the Ministry of Tourism was also present. So it's really cool to see how the government is helping. It's really cool to see how we're actually seeing incredible waves in the background. And yeah.
Yeah, incredible support from the local government. And the opening ceremony showed that, hosted by Kale Carranza and Shannon Hughes. It was a great way to kick off this event. A little different than in past years, but still special nonetheless. Here's your opening ceremonies for the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games.
Thank you, Salvador. Thank you, President Bukele and all your team, for inviting us to El Salvador in these very difficult times. Thank you to all the teams. Today we're here proving the resilience and the strength of the human race, the resilience of life and the resilience of nothing less than surfing.
A very short time ago, we decided that El Salvador has to build a new future, to change all of the things that made us suffer in the past, and to build our own destiny. And as strange as it sounds, we decided that surf will be part of it, that destiny.
With the power of love for life and for hope, mankind needs us, and today we're here making history.
And we chose surfing as one of the pillars of our future. So I ask you to please be our ambassadors and spread the good word about our country. When you all become old, far, far from now, you look into the past and remember you were the ones that started it all.
I officially declare the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games open.
And that brings me to remember Catherine Diaz, a great Salvadoran surfer. And that's why I wanted to dedicate this worldwide tournament to her. You will now ride her waves, feel the sun that she felt, walk in the sand that she walked, honor her, and the sport that she loved.
Touching words there from the president of El Salvador. Of course, all of this in memory of Catherine Diaz, her story of glory and then tragedy. She would have been competing for Team El Salvador, her home break, her beloved home country. Unfortunately, we lost Catherine Diaz in a tragic natural disaster before this event. So her spirit will be with us throughout this entire surfing competition. And I can tell you her legacy will live on, a truly incredible surfer and a really special person. So as we look towards competition, of course, the talk is about our tickets to Tokyo. Some of our surfers have pre-qualified either through the WSL Championship Tour, through previous ISA World Surfing Games and Pan Am Games. One of our surfers who we will be watching potentially in the upcoming Olympics, Ramzi Boukiem. This guy is a force to be reckoned with. He could be considered a favorite to win this entire event. Of course, he's got a big ask to get through this incredible field. Let's learn more about Ramzi Boukiem.
I started surfing when I was 9 years old in Agadir, in kilometer 14. It's called the Rocher du Diable. And that's where my dad used to bring us since we were really, really young, because he used to fish. So he would always go there, and he would just go fish all day and leave us at the beach with the guys over there. And yeah, my brother surfed before me, and I was just playing around with the boogie board, standing up on it and stuff. And then my brother told me, Rams, you should try surfing. And I didn't struggle at the start, so I was like, oh, that's nice. I really liked the feeling and stuff. And I went on to do my first competition in 2003 in Mohammedia. I won that comp. It was, I think, only 6 or 8 months after I started surfing. So it was really quick. It was super cool, and I got hooked. And then I said, I want to do this for the rest of my life, you know.
My first sight of the contest area this morning was about 30 feet of spray coming off a wave. And of course, who was it? Ramzi Boukiem. We know that the judges love power surfing, and that's going to be a constant throughout this entire event. This is a wave that will match power for power with the most powerful surfers like Ramzi, like Michel Perez, and the rest of our field that really surfs with a lot behind them.
And it's a wave that when you look at it on screen, everyone watching, it looks rather playful, looks rather fun, but compared to any other wave in the world, most of the best surfers are comparing it to Haleiwa, to Big Sunset. So it is a wave that isn't playful, it's all about power.
Well, here we go. We are on. This is your first heat of the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games, and it is a big one. Dimitri Poulos representing Team USA, Joshua Burke from Barbados, and Ramzi Boukiem. I love that you're seeing veterans against rookies. Dimitri Poulos, our ISA junior champion. He's 18 years old from Ventura, California. We're going to kick this thing off. The first wave of the ISA World Surfing Games is Ramzi Boukiem, and that's not indicative of the surfing we're going to see throughout the week. But I'll tell you, even veterans got to feel the nerves. I mean, you look at the kind of the spectacle, the majesty we have here at this event, and it's got to be a daunting thought process to surf, you know, in front of the world and to be surfing for something that no one's ever surfed for, Olympic glory.
Absolutely, and then you have to consider everyone in Morocco is watching this. He knows he has the pressure not only of his teammates, but of the entire world on his shoulders. That being said, I would attribute that fall more to the difficulty of the wave, Chris. I think the wave, although it is punchy, it has some really flat sections. So Ramzi is very used to that power, that carve, and that wave unfortunately kind of backed off a little bit. In addition to that, he had a surf yesterday, and he jumped off after doing a last turn on a wave and hit his knee, the bone right under his knee, on a rock. So that's something that you have to consider too. He still has a little bit of pain on that knee. He was wobbling back to the hotel, so that could play into it as well.
Yeah, definitely an interesting wave to surf. It has a lot of different kind of looks to it. When it gets big, you know, we've heard references to Haleiwa. At this size, it has kind of a lower trestles feel to it, a little bit more kind of beach breaky because the peak is a little bit less defined at the tide we have today.
But the bottom is rock.
The bottom is rock.
That's why Ramzi actually paddled for that last wave and wasn't able to get it. Some of them swing really far out, and others break so far in that you can't make them. So it is a very tricky wave. You and I experienced that on the first day that we got here. It's not easy to catch a good wave out there.
You know, some of these surfers have been here for weeks, months practicing. We did have some of our teams actually do their kind of self-qualification down here. Ramzi Boukiem on his first turn. So this is more what we're used to seeing from Ramzi. Of course, known for his incredible backhand growing up in the long right-hand point breaks of Morocco. And Ramsey was one of our stars on State of Olympic Surfing, a series we did leading up to the ISA World Surfing Games. So didn't quite get the finish he wanted, but a solid start for Ramsey Bukiem. Out the back, it's going to be our first look at a surfer from Barbados, Josh Burke. This guy has beautiful, clean style, lots of power behind him. And so far, our surfer's looking left. And you see kind of the sections that vary up and down the line of this wave. You could have a good inside section to work with, but you got to be careful because it goes pretty shallow, pretty dry on that inside. So both our surfers having trouble finishing their waves, Kelly.
Yeah, and that's indicative of how difficult that wave is. As we see on screen, Dimitri Poulos from the USA, he is our reigning ISA World Under-18 champion. He's in the water, so many of you that are surprised to see Dimitri representing the USA. He is one of the best up-and-coming surfers in the USA today. And he's obviously has a different strategy to Bukiem and Burke. He's waiting patiently for a wave out the back. The waves are bigger today, Chris, so there are some really big kind of 8-foot waves breaking way out the top. And you can see that he's seen something earlier in the morning. It is already 8 a.m. local time. It gets light around 5. So he's been watching it alongside his teammates and knows that there's some really good waves out the back.
Yeah, and at 5:30, the techno music started blasting. I mean, this really is a festive atmosphere. No fans on the beach. Of course, we're keeping separated in pods. All protocols being followed, but I'll tell you, the excitement level, the anticipation has been brewing. And you mentioned that Dimitri Poulos is our ISA reigning junior champ. If you take a look back at Ramsey Bukiem,
Look
solid
at this.
start.
Just incredible surfing. Tail blow to get things started. This is so easy for Ramsey. He's such a strong, powerful unit. Milking this inside section, but somehow creating speed off of that cutback right here, pushing a little bit too hard, looking behind him, so towards the tail of the board, and I think that was a little bit, or the reason why he made that mistake on that wave. But look at the carves on this man. My personal favorite was right here, generating speed through the carve, bouncing off the whitewater, and just a small mistake with just looking too long behind him. Joshua, on the other hand, a much flatter wave, so he had a really hard time kind of connecting with the lip. He just nurses those outside waves. First connection with the lip. That was the strongest and most powerful maneuver of that wave. And like you mentioned it before, just pushing a little bit too hard, going for that reverse and going down. So I think he actually did the right thing. He tried to push the board, tried to get big scores, because he knows that this isn't an easy heat. You can't win this heat by just kind of nursing the wave. You have to do very dynamic, very strong maneuvers.
We got 14 minutes and 50 seconds to go. You might be wondering, well, Dimitri Poulos coming through as our 18 under world junior champion. Well, why aren't we seeing John Florence? Why aren't we seeing, the CT Americans? Well, there has been some injuries, and so full credit to Brett Simpson and Team USA making their decision to go with the juniors, because as we know, these juniors can be giant killers on their day. There's so many moving pieces around the world for these teams to kind of decipher. So I like the decision to go with Dimitri Poulos. I wasn't super familiar with the surfing. I knew he was a ripper. And of course, if you win the ISA World Juniors, you've done something huge right there.
He's incredible.
But in watching his footage, I'm fully backing the decision to put Dimitri in. And you might be on that train as well. Here we go, our first look. Dimitri Poulos, 18 years old, out of Ventura, California. There you see that clean style, a lot of power. I mean, it's almost like he could be the third Coffin brother, how he gets compact and, he doesn't waste a lot of effort trying to push or force airs. I just like that he does nice, clean, power rail surfing, and that's really how he won that ISA World Junior title. Speaking of power, here we go. Ramsey Bukiem about to light this wave up. Nice, clean open face carve, so a better looking wave than his previous effort for Ramsey. A lot of speed down the line. Of course, our judging panel, the best in the business, an international judging field that is basically looking for what we're all looking for: exciting surfing, high speed surfing, power, throwing a lot of spray, mixing up your maneuvers. to look at Dimitri Poulos.
So he waited a good 7 minutes for this wave. Dimitri, 18-year-old from Ventura, California. You mentioned a little bit of Connor Coffin in him. I would say there's a little bit of Dane Reynolds because I saw him surf in Huntington Beach. He was very radical. Smart surfing, though. He didn't push too hard. He knew he had to connect all the way through, and that's his first ride. And compared to the other surfers, he actually ended up on his feet on the last turn. Now, Ramsey, on the other hand, he did very well to catch a medium-sized wave, connects with the lip a couple times, and slows himself down just enough so that he can finish the wave, which is what he wanted. This isn't 110% Ramsey. This is 70%. And he can get 8s, 9s, and, well, obviously excellent scores with him surfing at just 70%. So once he gets a couple waves under his belt, I feel like he wants to show the world what he can do.
Yeah, he has championship tour experience. He's got tons of ISA experience, and this wave, I would put this in that kind of open ocean category. You would from the beach kind of think it's more of a lower trestles type of wave, but with the amount of water moving up and down, you see our surfers have been paddling nonstop since the beginning of this heat. So
yeah,
they're dealing with current. They're going to be dealing with the tide, which swings, heavy swings both ways. So conditions will be changing throughout the day.
And it's so unfortunate that when you see it on video, it seems so playful and fun, because when you get out there, it really is strong. Wade, the coach from Team Japan, was telling us that it gets a little bit bigger. It seriously feels like Haleiwa, like Sunset. Now, I like how these surfers are actually trying to get a few more waves on the inside, as we see Red Dimitri paddling for this one.
Dimitri's up. See the solid fundamentals there. It goes above and beyond vertical on that opening snap. I love the whip in this guy's surfing. You saw that back leg when he went up into those two, big backside turns. Anytime you can kick that back leg out, you're just making that turn more dynamic, and he did 2 of them.
Exactly. He has that element of surprise. We knew he was going to connect with the lip on that first turn, but he went up and beyond vertical. I'm sure Coach Mike Lamb is very excited to see this 18-year-old surfing this well here in El Salvador. You see that bottom turn and how well he connected with that lip? That Roberts surfboard working really well under his feet. Such a well-ridden wave. 3 connections with the lip, totally different. I'm sure from the back you could actually see the tail and the fins of that board. And there, it connects. So only 2 waves caught so far, but I think he's building confidence. He hasn't fallen once, and that's very dangerous.
Yeah, when you put a junior surfer, 18 and under surfer, up against veterans like Ramsey, and I would put Joshua Burke kind of in the veteran category. He's definitely been around. He's still a young surfer. But it's almost like you have nothing to lose, because Dimitri's going to be right at the prime time age going into the next Olympics in Paris. So this could be a huge statement by Dimitri if he can get his way through some of these heats. He'll be proving some of the potential naysayers wrong. When you look at the team, it's not global superstars like some of the other teams we have, but do not discount the junior surfers that will be competing in this event, because they're hungry, Calais.
It's not an easy thing to do, to be an 18-year-old surfer and going up against Joshua Burke and Ramsey Bouhiam and to surf that well. Usually you get the nerves, you start feeling kind of noodle legs, you don't connect with the lip that well, you tend to do shorter turns. He's not. He's doing really, really well, surfing really well compared to all the other surfers we've seen around here. He is in that category of being able to make it into the final, as we see a good set rolling through. Looks like priorities with White.
So we do have our priority system in play as Josh Burke now. Good snap to start us off. Josh Burke, no stranger to wild waves. As you see the boils coming up the face, that shows us with this changing tide, there are rocks to be dealt with that can pop up out of nowhere. Ramsey knows full well what can happen there. So Josh Burke kind of cruising on that wave, but putting together a solid combination. The speed power flow equation, of course, always in play when we come to a surf event. Here we go.
It's lovely to see Joshua on his backhand. We know that he's an incredible surfer over Sioux Falls. Quite a few similarities between this wave and Sioux Falls in regards to the power, but nice connection there with the lip. You can see that is going to be potentially his best ride so far. A little bit more lip. I think the wave that he chose was the right one. Sometimes it's not the bigger waves out here, Chris, that give you those scoring opportunities. It's more those middle kind of inside waves as you see Red paddling through this one.
So he has a look, and I think with a three-man heat out there, priority's not going to be a kind of a huge factor up until the end of these heats. We always see, you know, to go priority coming into play. Oh. So Ramzi Bukiem currently in the lead, sitting on a 10.40. There are so many storylines coming into this year's ISA World Surfing Games. For Ramzi, it's a story of tragedy, and right now he's trying to add some triumph to that story. Just recently lost his father. He has been surfing inspired, and of course doing it for his dad. He was very close to his father, so you know, add the pressure of trying to qualify for the Olympics, add the pressure of trying to win the ISA World Surfing Games. For Ramzi, he knows his father is with him, and he has said in the previous interviews that you know, his dream, his goal is right there. It's all laid out for you, and let's get it from Ramzi himself. Here's a look at Ramzi Bukiem.
The World Games are super special, you know, for a surfer. You want to take your country the furthest you can, you know. And you meet a lot of countries, you know. There's countries I didn't even know they were surfing there, honestly. For me in Japan, unfortunately, we were only two, me and my coach. So that was the Moroccan team. I was really in a great mindset, you know, in my head. I was feeling good. I didn't want, you know, to perform. I just wanted to surf, you know. I just wanted to show my surfing and show the world that I deserve to good result and to be where I am today. And that's what I did. Heat after heat, kept improving, kept feeling better, and I came out with the qualification. I was like, wow, it's big, you know. First Moroccan, first Arabic athlete to qualify, first time of surf, you know, first time in history for surfing. It touched me a lot.
Yeah, I dare you not to get emotional in watching some of these pieces. Ramzi Bukiem right there, you know, fulfilling a lifelong dream that he didn't even know existed until just a few years ago. To have Morocco represented in the first ever surfing event in the Olympics is huge and well-deserved. We all know the wave quality in Morocco. So with Ramzi qualifying for the Olympics, you know that's going to spread the word. That is going to rise the level of Moroccan surfing in the future. And, you know, don't doubt that we're going to have multiple champions coming from Morocco very soon. Here's one of them, Ramzi Bukiem now on a nice looking wave from the sky, cutting back, setting things up, and he's out. So 10.40, the total currently for Ramzi. And now we're going to take a look at Dimitri Poulios. Nice setup turn there, and that wave just closes out around him. So the first error we've seen from Dimitri, wave selection there. You know, I think he was possibly looking for a big end section. We haven't seen that one huge maneuver to kind of crack into that excellent range yet. All three surfers definitely capable of that.
100%. As we see Joshua Burke having a look at this left-hander, it looks like a good one, but late.
Josh Burke. Like he went for the grab rail bottom turn there. This wave kind of fighting against him, but gets up into the lip. One big maneuver for Joshua Burke. His teammates going wild. You know, one thing I love about the ISA World Surfing Games is the camaraderie. A little different this year. We're not able to have the full beach scene happening, but the teams are able to cheer on their team member in the water, masked up in their pods on the beach. But, you know, their energy is bigger than the number that they have on the sand, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the wave actually breaks relatively close to shore, so you can actually hear those screams, you can hear those whistles, and that obviously adds to the excitement, adds to the nervousness as a competitor in the water. You see the flags waving, you understand the importance of this event. You try to do your best to kind of tune it out. You may listen to music before you head out, but you can hear everything and you can see everything while you're out there. So it's a really exciting event for these guys. As you see a replay of Ramzi's last ride, you can see how this wave was rather flat, so he was forced to do a nice big cutty. And once again, the wave flattens out, so he decides to not even tag that inside section. Dimitri, on the other hand, I think he was looking for something really big on this inside, but it has a little bit of wonk. He wasn't able to connect with the lip, and Joshua unfortunately gets a little bit of a bobble on the inside. He does connect with the lip a second time though, but that bottom turn is so important. You can actually see the size of the wave as he was dropping in. So right here you think, oh, he'll connect with the lip easily, but watch as this wave lifts up and kind of goes really vertical on that section maneuver, airdrop, and manages to ride on clean. So one maneuver wave basically. We'll see what the judges and how the judges score that.
There's Dimitri Poulos on his backhand. Yet to see a right surfed this morning. What we do see, though, is conditions already have changed. Since the beginning of this heat, I believe the tide is sucking out quickly, so the surfer's going to have to adapt to that. Ramsey, nice setup there to get himself onto the open face. Big rail carve. Ramsey, one of the few surfers that truly uses 100% of the rail of his surfboard. And he goes into those big extended turns, throwing the tail there. So again, the judges are looking for a combination of major maneuvers. They don't want to see the same turn over and over down the line. So what Ramsey did right there is going to capture the attention of the judges and show them that he's definitely trying to mix things up. He's trying to give them exactly what they're asking for. That's going to make them think about the score they're about to drop, because he really did mix it up from beginning to end.
Yeah, and actually you could see him go from 70% to more like at 80, 90% on that turn. He was tired of doing those kind of softer turns. He pushed the rail a little bit harder, and he almost did a little bit of a claim looking towards the tower going, okay, here, I have the power. I can do this. And his confidence obviously building. Remember, wave one kind of fell on that first turn, and then after that, he just started building. So I think this is going to be most likely his strongest score, as we see the scores there on screen. Let's have a look at this from the drone angle, Chris. This was wave 2, I believe. He connected with the lip very nicely. Very dynamic.
Heat recap right here. This is how we're potentially going to get our finishes.
Joshua Burke, this was one of his best rides, and Dimitri, of course, really solid, really clean surfing. But Ramsey, just power rails. This man boxes for fun. He's just such a unit.
You're not going to find a more fit or focused surfer. I'll tell you that much with Ramsey Bukiam.
It'd be a good heat, right? Him with Michel Bourez.
We could see it. We've got the world's best surfers here. And don't worry if your favorite surfer loses in an early round. There is a repecharge round happening after every heat, so it is double elimination. If you lose early, you can fight your way back onto the main stage. It's not going to be easy because everyone's that much hungrier in the repecharge rounds.
You could lose once.
You can lose once, but if you lose twice, you just become a spectator and a fan from the privacy of your own area. We're going to take a quick break. Heat 1 in the books for the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games. We're live from El Salvador. The waves are pumping. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games, live from Surf City, El Salvador. So far, so good. Waves pumping early morning here. The sun has come up and it is shining on our competitors. We're trying to get our 12 final slots, the upcoming Olympics, filled. 5 men, 7 women will be punching their tickets to Tokyo by the time this event is done. Every heat in this first round absolutely stacked, as evident by our first heat. Dimitri Polos, Team USA, Joshua Burke from Barbados, and Ramzi Boukiem from Morocco. That heat is in the books. Unofficially, Ramzi with the win. Heat 2 features a stellar lineup, an international field. Your favorite surfer could very well be in this heat. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. So far, the surfers have been decoding this tricky wave. We saw some pretty decent scores, nothing in the excellent range yet. But as we know, if the tide drops, conditions are going to hang around with us today, we could see some incredible high-performance surfing, especially in the end section of that left. Are you expecting some big airs today?
Yeah, 100%. I think we're going to see some really strong maneuvers on the inside section. And I like how the judges are being rather conservative with the scores, because you know how good these guys are. Someone does a big turn on the outside, finishes it off with an air 360 on the inside, you're going to have to go excellent. And we haven't seen that yet. So I think it's very smart for the judges to kind of let the entire field know what it is they're looking for.
Keep that scale wide open, because these surfers, well, they warrant it. Your first surfer up and riding, representing Team Canada, Cody Young. This guy is a powerhouse. He is a perennial QS contender. He'll be going up against Dylan Southworth, Manny Valentin, and Ika Wilmot. Canada, Mexico, Peru, Jamaica being represented here in heat number 2. Here's your surfer in yellow, Manny Valentin from Peru.
This young man, he's actually from Puerto Rico, I believe.
Puerto Rico, excuse me.
He comes from Inches Patillas, the southeast corner of the island, riding Chile surfboards. He's got a backup as a Cronin. He says he loves Italo Ferreira and Ethan Ewing surfing. So that's a pretty...
As do I.
As do we
Good
all.
picks.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see this young man, 19 years old, going up against Dylan, who's 30 years old, Cody Young, 22, Ika Wilmot, who's 34. Will experience get the best of him, or will he be able to bring it with the world's best?
Well, as we know from past ISA World Surfing Games, Dylan Southworth and Cody Young have the most experience. But Ika's been with us, in these events for a long time as well, so do not discount the Jamaican. But here we go, Dylan Southworth. Interesting story from Team Mexico. They actually had their own kind of personal trials to create their team. They've been in El Salvador for a month getting their team situated.
Absolutely, as we see Red up and riding again.
Cody Young. Canada always comes through with a strong team. You know, Canada's not the first kind of name that comes to your mind when you think of a surfing superpower, but every year they come through and they surprise the world by fielding such a solid team, men and women. We know what they're capable of. I would not be surprised at a top 10, maybe even a top 5 finish for Team Canada.
As we see Cody here, I believe this is his first ride connecting with the lip beautifully. This young man has been here for a couple weeks already. You can see low center of gravity, a little bit of Dusty Payne in his surfing for sure, hailing from Maui. Connects with the lip really strong. And our young man, 19-year-old Manny Valentin from Puerto Rico, unfortunately a little bit frothy. That wave didn't really allow him to connect with the lip that well. Cody busy and smart, catching wave number 2 without priority. Just a couple tags on the outside. But you can see how when that board connects with the lip, a lot of water being pushed by his surfboard. I'm sure Cody and his family are very excited to have him potentially be the first Canadian in the Olympics. As we see Ika.
Ika, Team Jamaica. Big turn there to start. Ika, you know what? You have to push it. There's no safe surfing will not get you through these heats. You've got to push it.
Absolutely.
I respect that effort right there from Ika Wilmot. His family, of course, I would say they are kind of Jamaica's ultimate ambassadors for surfing. And from what I've seen, the youth movement coming out of Jamaica is huge. Again, one of those countries that has consistent waves. The quality of waves might not be on par with El Salvador, but on their day, Jamaica can pump. Here we go up and down. So that would be, I would say, a rare mistake for Dylan Southworth, usually so consistent. But he'll get back out there. He's got time. And now you see the consistency of the surf we have here in El Salvador. Representing Puerto Rico, Manny Valentin. Gets a turn there. So this is our youngest competitor in this heat. And right there, you know, reacting to some kind of bumps and jumps coming up that wave and pulling through. So he finishes his first wave of this heat. He's got a score on the board.
It was a very difficult wave, especially doing that bottom turn when you hit those bumps, that backwash. Remember, it is high tide, so there is a little bit of a backwash going into the wave. That only gets worse as the tide drops and the wind gets on it. So Manny doing really well to kind of keep his board on the water. We're going to have another look at this one. It has a little bit of froth on the outside, but thankfully right there cleans up, gets a little bit caught, manages to stay on, which was very key because this section right here allows him to tag it a couple of times. A little bit soft on that last maneuver, but he does finish it off, and it is going to be his best ride. I'd like to add a little bit onto what you were saying about Ike Wilmot, who was in the water, who actually caught the wave earlier. This young man has been pivotal in the movement in Jamaica, especially during COVID when kids weren't allowed to go to school. They were actually surfing a lot in Jamnesia, which is their surf camp, and they have a really, really good coach by the name of Ben Bourgeois. But we'll get back to that in a second. Dylan up and riding.
Dylan Southworth, huge backside snap to start this wave off. It gets caught behind. So he's going to settle for that one turn. Cody Young currently in the lead. And we've got intent from Ike Wilmot, representing Team Jamaica. Flying down the line. That's the finish he was going for. Again, throwing the tail out there. Can't hang on, but he's got 13 minutes to clean things up. Remember, double elimination here at ISA World Surfing Games. So Ike Wilmot will have some room to grow. Currently sitting on just a 3.54 total. Cody Young well into the lead with an 11.34 total. Set out the back, Halle.
Here we go. We were seeing how a lot of surfers were favoring that left. I think it has more to do with the fact that the current actually pulls you out and to the left of your screen as we see Manny up and riding.
Manny Valentin representing Puerto Rico. If you don't know, Puerto Rico is holding. Kind of considered the North Shore of the Caribbean. So you could bet Manny Valentin, no stranger to open ocean conditions.
And a lot of great surfers, so I'm sure he has seen and grown up watching, you know, Otto Flores, Carlos Cabrero, Magnum Martinez lives there now. Obviously the Graves brothers, Brian Toth. I mean, the list just goes on. And when you have that caliber of surfing when you're growing up, that is your standard. That is what you're going to be surfing like at least by the time you're 15, you know? And it's incredible to see so many good surfers hailing from Puerto Rico.
So with 11 minutes and 55 seconds to go, Cody Young in the lead, the 7.17. Standing strong as his high score. Here's a look back at Dylan Southworth.
Dylan unlucky with his wave choice there. But Ika, this wave was really interesting. Nice little carve, as Ben Bourgeois would say. Good technique. Deems great scores, and that was incredible. Unfortunately, the board kind of just got away from him a little bit. This, on the other hand, was a nice tag from Manny Valentin. A lot of water, clean carve. So as far as wave selection goes, that was his best wave choice thus far. Milks it all the way to the inside. So although there weren't really big maneuvers on the inside, he finishes it off on his feet. And wave selection is crucial. Now, we're not surfing in a pool. Every single wave is different. You got to make sure that in 20 minutes you can catch 2 good-looking waves and get big scores.
Absolutely. Team Canada represented by a stellar group of surfers. Paige Alms, Shane Campbell, Bethany Zelasco, Cody Young, who's in the lineup right now, Callum Temple, and Mathea Temple Olin. So they've got surfers, yeah, veterans, rookies, grommets, Mathea.
Cody saying that maybe his younger brother Levi, who's probably watching this, will most likely be surfing for Team Canada soon.
Here we go, Cody Young, textbook, backside flow tail there.
Wow.
Huge spray on every turn. This guy is packed with power. So he's already sitting on a 7.17. And right there, reason to wave that flag. Cody Young has just backed up that score, if not more. with a huge 3-turn combination. Callie, the judges, when they see spray like that, when they see you put together a combination of maneuvers like that, what does it tell them? What number are they going to be throwing out for surfing like that?
Well, they're going to start maybe considering that excellent score. Now, we haven't seen excellent score yet as we see Dylan up and riding.
Set up floater to start it. Good bottom turn around into that section. There we go. That's the surfing that we know and love from Dylan Southworth. This guy is a multi-time national champion out of Mexico. And you could see he was feeling it on that last turn.
Was good.
That's kind of like the no claim, knowing that's going to be a big score, but not needing to show his emotions just yet because he still has some catching up to do. But that was a great way to get yourself through the midway point of your heat. Here's a look at the replays.
This turn right here, look at how vertical he goes and then blows the tail out, gets stuck a little bit on that white water, but connects again, pushes a lot of water, creates more speed off of those turns. So that's very difficult to do. You have to have perfect timing. Right there, nice little climb. So Cody Young, great surfing on that Sharp Eye 77 model. As we see Dylan connecting with the lip, and here he decides to push it a little bit harder. Way more water, way more confidence. Wave backs off, is smart to stay with it, connects with the lip, and then right here you can see how his confidence grows because he went beyond vertical on that last turn. So great surfing from the surfer from Sayulita, Mexico. I'm sure everyone down in Sayulita is watching. This guy catches so many waves every time he goes out there, so I'm not surprised to see him be busy in this heat. He's not one of those guys that sits out the back and waits for the set. He just builds and builds on every wave.
Could we be witnessing the beginning of a Cinderella story for Dylan Southworth? He's a veteran. You know, I'm not saying this is his last ISA World Surfing Games by any means. He's still in the prime of his surfing. But what do you think Dylan Southworth's chances of qualifying for the Olympics could be right now? I'm just throwing it right out there.
Well, I'll tell you what. He came down here a few weeks ago with Team Mexico, and he got chosen among the Mexico's best surfers. Sebastian Williams didn't make the cut. Luis Rey did not make the cut. It was Dylan, Johnny Corzo, and Alan Cleland who were deemed to be the best surfers in Mexico at the moment. And we have Javier Swain, who is from Peru. He is Mexico's team coach, and he's the one that said, well, these three guys, their boards are working well. They're really confident. They had mock heats. They're surfing really well. So his chances are very, very good. Now, in addition to all of this, he has the experience.
Yeah.
Right? He has that air game as well. He's comfortable surfing bigger size surf, really small waves from Sayulita. He has the whole package. Now, it's all up to him. Can he put it together in 20-minute heats?
Well, we've got just a few minutes left in this heat as we see Manny Valentin, Puerto Rico represent, and catches the nose there. Goes down. He did have a pretty decent score in his previous effort. See right now sitting in third place. Ika Wilmot in fourth. Cody Young still well into the lead at 13.67. Dylan Southworth 9.34 total. Ika's out the back with priority. So not only do we have our international judging panel watching each and every detail that's happening on the wave, but also we have priority judges that their entire job is to just make sure these surfers are in that right priority order. If you're in top priority, that means you have your pick of waves, which can come into a crucial decision towards the end of these heats especially. You know, we've seen wins with surfers in and out of priority, so it really is how you use that priority in the end of these heats.
And it's also important to consider that both Cody Young and Dylan Southworth have been here before. Cody came down here in March and stayed here for almost a month and prioritized surfing this wave and the right-hander that we have on the other side of the podium. So his emphasis was always, from the beginning, to make it to the Olympics. Sure, he's got Punta Rocas and a bunch of other world-class waves here in El Salvador. He only went there a couple of times. You know, as a surfer, how hard it is to say no to a perfect reeling right-hander and go surf another great wave. I'm not saying it's a bad wave here at La Bocana, but his emphasis, his focus is here. That is super important in regards to wave choice, the moods that a wave has, high tide, low tide, how does the wind affect it? So we are seeing a little bit of that experience coming from both Cody and Dylan Southworth as we see those big rogue sets out the back.
Yeah, again, it's a tricky lineup. especially with the tide fluctuation that we're going to have today. Everything is going to be changing, I mean, throughout these heats. So whatever strategy you had going out there, well, 15 minutes into your heat, everything could be totally different. This wave is so rippable on its day. I mean, as you can clearly see, plenty of opportunity for these surfers. But, you know, when you're looking at a 4, 5, 6 wave set, now it comes up to the coaches who hopefully have been studying the lineup throughout the morning, and they, you would think, would be telling their team members as they go out there, hey, watch out for the first wave of the set. It's going to be a dud, the third wave of the set. And so with the strategies going out there, I mean, it is a true team effort to get your surfers through these heats. Usually in surf events, it's individual goals, but now you have individual goals which become team goals. So add a little bit of pressure to an already intense competition, Kelly. Your heat recap.
Manny Valentin from Puerto Rico, connecting nicely. He had a couple of falls towards the beginning, but now building his confidence. And Cody Young just connecting with the lips so well. A very powerful surfing. As we see the Canadian flag waving there. So it has been the Cody Young and Dylan Southworth show so far. They've connected and got the best waves of the heat, pushed a lot of water. Their board's working really well as well, which is something very important. Ika, unfortunately, just hasn't been able to find that right wave to allow him to connect with the lip with the way he does. You know, he's got a great coach, but look at this. Cody, just beyond vertical, releasing the tail. And then when they get to that open face, not only do they push hard, but they generate more speed off of that turn. And that looks really good, and the judges appreciate that, as do we.
I'm already blown away by the sheer level that we're seeing in these. I mean, this is the second heat of this entire event, and you've got Cody Young, Dylan Southworth going up against Manny Valentin and Ika Wilmot. So again, something for everyone. Every type of surf fan will be provided with the show they want to see. Cody Young with a 717 and a 650, well into the lead. Dylan Southworth still trying to crack above that 6-point mark. We'll see what this wave can do for Dylan. Love his style. You see, so precise in where he puts his board in the turns, and that equates to huge spray. Big finish there for Dylan Southworth. It wasn't a big or long wave, but he surfed it pretty much as good as that wave would have allowed him. Here goes Ika Wilmot. This guy is a bona fide positive vibe warrior and a great representative, not only for Jamaican surfing, but for surfing in general. You know, Jamaica doesn't have a super long history of surfing, but within the past 10, 15 years, they've really come a long way. Here goes Manny, the effort there, good finish, gets out of that wave. So a good exchange for our surfers in second, third, and fourth place, but that leaves your current leader out the back with his choice of waves, and I think he's going to be in for a treat here with this set.
And seeing those scores from the surfers, we could really see that wave selection is crucial. I mean, the better waves were caught by Cody Young and Dylan Southworth. Manny and Ika kind of staying more on the inside, catching those smaller waves, probably a good foot or two smaller than the outside waves. And obviously not able to connect with the lip as many times or as well as our surfers in white and red. So it is going to be very important for Manny, who now looks to be in position to get second priority, to really choose his waves wisely. Now Dylan Southworth always with that really flowy, clean style. What he's improved is he's added aggressiveness to the surfing. So he's always been able to push a lot of water, but kind of do it in a softer way. Now he's pushing harder, he's making it more aggressive, he's making it more radical. As we see Ika Wilmot this time connecting with the lip, just so unfortunate for him that the wave kind of doubled up, and it didn't allow him to generate speed when he got to that last section. So he was pretty much going at 5 miles an hour. That lip coming at him at 20, wasn't able to control it. Manny, nice smaller wave. Difficult though, bit of bump, connects with the lip 3 times, but I think we want to see a little bit more. We want to see a little bit more speed, a little bit more power in his surfing, and he has it. He just has to have the wave that will allow him to do that.
We got 38 seconds to go. Last chance here for Dylan Southworth. He is in an advancing position in second place, so this is kind of a defense wave. 2 big pocket tight snaps there. Goes for the third. Strong finish for Dylan Southworth, representing Team Mexico. in a big way. So 15 seconds left as it stands now. Cody Young and Dylan Southworth potentially making through in first and second place. Here goes Cody Young. This is just in time.
Oh,
Beautiful
boy.
looking set wave. This is a victory lap. 2 good turns out the back. Fits in a solid. I mean, that's just poise, and that shows you his competitive history. He has competed in, the Advanced Triple Crown of Surfing on the QS. He is an elite level surfer, and he showed us why right there. Big scores.
And he's really comfortable in stronger, more powerful waves. And a lot of people came down to El Salvador thinking, oh, it's going to be playful, it's going to be fun. You're wrong. You might want to actually have a step up. You might want to have a little bit more thickness in your surfboard. But he is used to that power, not only Maui, but also Oahu, like you were saying. He competes in different events. So obviously, maybe he has that edge over other competitors.
Well, we'll see what happens. Cody Young will be moving through. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action from the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned. And we're back. You're watching the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City here in El Salvador. The waves are pumping. So far, it's been all about the veterans making it through these early heats. This is a double elimination event, so you will see your favorite surfers get a second opportunity. You got to keep winning if you find yourself in the repecharge round. Federico Moraes, Angelo Bonameli, Porfirio Miranda, and John Ghazi. An international field hitting the water. And I'll tell you, you wanted power surfing, you're about to get it. Federico Moraes, this guy is a championship tour heavyweight, and he's going to be throwing a lot of water around. As we've already seen so far, it's been power that has been getting these surfers through their heats. We saw Ramsey Bukiem, Cody Young get big wins in their previous 2 heats. So if you're a power surfer, this could be your day. Here we go. This was the start of this heat right off the buzzer.
Angelo Bonomelli, representing Italy. Grew up surfing in Costa Rica. Incredible surfer. Great on his backhand. Really low center of gravity. Look at that. You can see that. Just unfortunately, that bobble, doing that bottom turn, that catches so many people off guard. And it caught him as well. So a missed opportunity for him. That being said, 20-minute heats with plenty of waves. That gives you time for at least, what, Chris, 6, 7 waves to be caught?
Yeah, I would say the average is probably, between 4 and 8 waves for some of our surfers. We are going to have some younger surfers out there, some under 18 juniors that will be getting out there and trying to take it to our vets. So here's your first look at John Ghazi. I mean, this guy is a power of positivity. I mean, he travels the world with all his music equipment, always representing the Virgin Islands. And that guy represents well. Usually he's alone on his team, but this year he will be competing with one other surfer from the British Virgin Islands, or for the U.S. Virgin Islands, excuse me, as we see now our first look at surfer in yellow, Porfirio Miranda.
There he goes, the local from La Bocana. This man is one of the best surfers from El Salvador. I'm sure his family, Porfirio Miranda, Maria Gloria Miranda, are watching. He's put a lot of emphasis into this event. He's surfing, obviously, alongside Brian Perez, competing alongside his teammate, working a lot with the El Salvador team, Marcelo Castellanos and Puro Surf. As we see, it seems to be
Ghazi
up and riding. This was his best ride thus far. The wave you can see a little bit flat, but he does well to connect with the lip a few times. Right here, got a little bit tricky for him, and unfortunately his front foot became unstuck, as we see Porfirio. Clean surfing from him. He's used to this power. He surfs this wave a lot. I mean, he surfs Punta Rocas, obviously Sunsal, but he's a local from this wave. So if anyone in this field knows the wave well, it is him. You can see that connecting with the lip. He loves airs, but he saw that inside rock and probably thought, if I land this air, I'm going to leave a fin. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, the one thing that you're going to be battling against, if you do have a fin breakout, if you break your leash, this is no easy wave to get in and out of. This is like
because of the rocks.
Yeah, if you've ever walked out at lower trestles or a cobblestone point, it takes a minute. The rocks are slippery, and we've already had I saw Mahina Maeda with a bandage on her leg from these rocks. Ramsey Bukian with a bandage on his leg from these rocks. So no easy task getting in and out. So not that that's something you're worried about, but Video, he's probably done an air on that section 1,000 times. So he'll be looking potentially to finish strong through that inside. Got a 4.50 on his first ride. So a good start for Porfirio. We're representing El Salvador. Here's another look at John Ghazi. John is the president of the Virgin Islands Surfing Federation. His son, Brixton, 7 months old. So multi-talented. Not just a great surfer, an incredible musician. I've actually had the chance to play a few shows with John Ghazi. He plays drums, guitar, keyboard, bass, and more all at once. The ultimate one-man band right there.
He can play the surfboard really well, too. That
Exactly.
was a nice ride from him.
Great wave for John Ghazi there. He is from St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands, so no stranger to paradise.
And no stranger to these ISA events. He's
Exactly.
been at these events for quite a few years now, and I feel like he's getting more comfortable with the format. He's getting more comfortable with seeing some of the world's best surfers. I remember the first time I ever saw some professional surfers, I was taken aback.
Intimidated, right?
Intimidated, for sure. He's seen Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, and here we see Angelo Bonovelli.
Powerhouse representing Italy. I tell you, the Italian team, don't sleep on the talent that they've got. Of course, led by Leonardo Fioravanti, but Angelo Bonomelli right there with a big, strong finish. This guy put on quite a performance at the last ISA World Surfing Games in Japan.
He got that incredible barrel.
Yes,
he got like a
yes.
9-something on that barrel.
If not a highlight reel from
Yeah,
Japan.
absolutely. I'm sure his wife and kid are watching at home. This young man opted to surf today with a rookie Merrick surfboard made in Costa Rica. Now that's something that is slowly starting to happen. We're used to hearing of Merricks made in the U.S. Certain shapers like Tokoro making their boards in Hawaii, but slowly they're branching out and making their own surfboards, whether it be Costa Rica, Brazil. The technology is there now, allowing these different shapers to kind of fly in and shape 15, 20 boards in a week. As we see John Ghazi, I think the wave selection was on point right here. Connects with the lip, pushes a lot of water. I like his style, being really smart about wave selection. He knows how important it is to do a big turn on the outside and finish strong on the inside. So that is why you see most of these surfers kind of going all the way in as far as they can, hanging on, because length of ride, not specifically garnering you points, but how many turns you do on a wave will. As we see red, this seems to be Frederico Moraes.
Our first look at the powerhouse Team Portugal, Frederico Moraes. Big finish there. Can he hang on? Cannot. We'll have to go back to the replay to see what happened there. Meanwhile, Angelo Bonomelli. Big snap there. Good, clean waves coming through on the right now. So this is the first heat where we've seen our surfers stick to the right. So that was a replay from those last two waves. Strong surfing.
As we see Porfirio, beautiful connection with the lip. Look how low he gets to his board and generates so much speed. That was incredible surfing from the young El Salvadorian surfer. Very smart. You can see he surfs this wave a lot. You can see how he doesn't, do two-pump bottom turn. He actually just stays low, and the wave just pushes him and allows him to get that speed off the bottom. As we see Kikas Moraes up and riding.
Big speed snap there. Little bump coming up the face there. So he is way down the point. And that was almost the finish he wanted. So unforced error there for Federico Moraes. A little bit surprising with how consistent he usually serves.
And it's a different strategy. It took surfers 45 minutes to go and surf that right. So all the other surfers were really focusing on going left. Federico Moraes has seen these perfect right-handers out the back and went, well, I'm going to go out there and surf by myself, catching almost every wave. But Angelo Bonomelli saw that first ride and goes, I think I'm going to stick to you like glue. So it seems like Angelo and Federico Moraes are surfing the right, and John Ghazi and Porfirio Miranda opting for the left. Live action.
John Ghazi going left, representing the U.S. Virgin Islands. Surfing for his son Brixton, no doubt, for inspiration, but also we know how proud he is to represent his island
10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. The second wave
and his home country. He's joined by Tommy Gibney on the U.S. Virgin Islands surf team. Federico Moraes in the lead as of now. 10 minutes remaining. He's got a 6.5 and a 3.93. Porfirio a 4.5 and a 3.67. Angelo Bonomelli from Team Italy with a 5.83 and a 2.33. John Ghazi with a 2.77 and a 2.47. A little under 10 minutes to go. Federico Moraes, Praia do Uncho is his favorite surf break. He is born in Cascais, Portugal.
Yeah, Guinchos is such an incredible wave. Portugal is much like El Salvador when you think of it. There's so much emphasis by the Portuguese government that goes into surfing, much like the government of El Salvador. They really know the value that waves bring to an area. Everyone wants to have a house or a place, a hotel in front of the wave. And when you have so many waves and so much consistency, why not just kind of push tourism towards that venue? And I think that Kikas, as they call him in Portugal, Federico, I think he kind of feels at home here. There is a little bit of difference, obviously, as far as temperature goes. The water isn't as warm
here, yeah.
in Portugal, but there is power. And if you put a wetsuit, if you would put a wetsuit on, you would think that that was somewhere in Portugal, that ride that he just got.
Yeah, I would say, however good you think the waves are in Portugal, they're better than that. And it's, I mean, I would even say it's an underrated surf destination, because if you go there, I mean, you can get in a car and you can drive from point break to point break to point break, come around the corner, there's 8 beach breaks lined up.
Yeah.
Truly one of the great surf destinations on the planet, and they won't mind me saying so, because there's so many waves there that you can find your own peak no matter what. It's got a huge coastline, any time of year, any swell. In Portugal is holding, and the talent we see out of there is, that tells the story.
And I do believe that that is what's going to happen here in El Salvador. I mean, consider that in the opening ceremony, President Bukele was there, physically present, and telling the world that he wants us to be ambassadors and the athletes to be ambassadors and let the world know how good the waves are here in El Salvador, how friendly the people are, how good the food is. Have you checked out the site? If you guys haven't checked out elsalvador.travel, please go ahead and look. You're going to find a sub-menu that says Surf City, and on that sub-menu you will see, if you're a goofy footer, click on lefts. It'll tell you where all the perfect lefts are.
Oh, really? Hold on. I'm taking a note here. Yes. All right. Well, going right. Federico Moraes has dropped to second place, but most likely, just judging on the first turn alone, will drop a huge score there. That is his moneymaker, that layback jam. We've seen him do that at J-Bay to get a runner-up finish on the WSL Championship Tour. In 2018, he won the entire qualification series tour for the WSL. So this guy's trophy room is filled to the max. Let's take a look back now. Porfirio representing El Salvador.
Look at how well he connects with the lip, and low to the bottom, low to his surfboard, and jams it again a second time. So I like how he goes out way into the flats as he does his bottom turn and generates speed off the top. A lot of surfers really loving his really crouched low style. As we see Kikas up and riding, this was not his previous wave, but the second to last, clean carve all the way around. Watch how clean that surface of the right is compared to the left, Chris. That left has a little bit more bump, but the right just allowing these surfers to connect with the lip. Kind of a similar mistake to what Ramsey did, kind of looked a little bit too long at his tail of his surfboard, but look at this. Kind of looks like a Karama's Canggu wave right here. Beautiful, clean wrap all the way around. Not a lot of movement. Less is more. Connects with the lip a second time. This one right away looks towards the beach and rides out clean. So that's going to be a big, big score. Good sized wave. Only 2 connections with the lip. But you don't need more than that if you can do them the way that Federico does them.
Yeah, Federico, I mean, a giant killer, and he's a giant himself, above 6 feet, strong surfer, and can do it really in any conditions. We just saw him surfing in a qualifying series event in Portugal, and you know the waves were kind of not at this level, but can succeed in any type of surf.
Obviously, yeah, all these surfers can surf pretty much all conditions, but you mentioned it, he has a tall frame, so with that, the compression and extension that he creates with his legs really allows him to fit long, drawn-out turns, and for that, he needs the canvas, and these waves, La Bocana, are allowing him to do that. It's not a 2-foot inside feeler, it's actually a really big 6-foot open face that allows him to hold that rail for longer, and it is a point of difference when you see a lot of surfers, you know, do a lot of little turns and connect with the lip a few times. That's different to seeing a Federico Moraes do a big round cutback, hold it for about 3-4 seconds. It's kind of like a breath of fresh air, Chris.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, and you know I think we can all take notes from Federico's technique. As we're rolling through heat number 3 here, opening rounds of the ISA World Surfing Games. Huge heat coming up next.
Oh goodness, Luca Messina, Fantan Habashi, Isauro Elizondo, and Matisse Verhorst. It is going to be another international affair, and I like how, thankfully, we're getting these heats where you have a surfer from Europe, a surfer from Asia, a surfer from Latin America. It brings to the variety, and it adds that much more allure for us watching from the beach. It would be fun to see, you know, 3 French surfers in the same heat, but it would be a bit of a bummer. You want to see them make it all the way through.
Yeah, this is the only event that you will see, you know, a surfer from Senegal going up against Gabriel Medina, for now. Of course, the reason we're all here to grow and progress the sport, to make the world better through surfing. I mean, that's really the goal. As see Federico Moraes there, wrapping up, sets pulsing through, plenty of waves coming through here. Angelo Bonamelli representing Team Italy. And his backhand has been strong.
He went left on this one, as we see John Ghazi up and riding now. It looks like he's also preferring these left-handers. He hasn't changed his strategy much at all, Chris.
Ooh, almost.
I'll tell you what, though. I have a feeling that if other competitors are watching this heat, like Luca Messina, they might favor the rights, because Federico Moraes, again, got a beautiful right-hander on his last ride, and I believe he's going to improve on his situation right now, getting close to that excellent range.
Yeah, we've yet to crack up into the 8 or 9s, but there's still time in this heat, 3 minutes to go. Let's take a look at some of the replays that have gotten us where we're at now. Federico Moraes in the lead, but Team El Salvador being represented well.
Absolutely, Porfirio, really good read on this wave. It was a tricky section. If he would have bottom turned too much, he would have missed that second section, but you can see his read on this wave is exceptional. Nice float. You can see the rocks there already protruding through the lip line, and he rides all the way through cleanly. So important wave for him. As we see Kikas up and riding. I'm sure all of Portugal is watching this. Beautiful clean float, doesn't really push it too hard. The wave grows, and here connects beautifully. He almost could have gotten a little bit of a barrel there, but opts to go around the section. That's the turn. A little bit more oomph to it, a little bit more juice, a little bit more power, and the judges are going to have to compensate him.
And if you're wondering, what is the buoy doing in his way? That's because Federico is way on the edge of the competitive area. If you surf past the buoy, you're still going to be scored, but that's just to help mark the competition zone. One last look at Angelo's last wave.
So that wave kind of ran away from him, but he was really smart in the way he surfed it, you know, connected with the lip and always kind of generated speed forward towards the shoulder of the wave. John Ghazi just a hair late on that one. And that really shows you how powerful this wave is as it goes rather quiet. And that is something that we've seen here at La Bocana. You'll see a lot of big waves and all of a sudden it goes flat. Do we know when the next wave is going to come in? No. You just have to patiently wait and hopefully get one before the heat is over.
1 minute, 10 seconds to go. Federico Moraes in the lead. You would have probably expected Federico to come through this victorious, and that's just due to the competitive history, the results leading up to this event. But Porfirio Miranda, I mean, no surprise that he's got a 6.37 and a 5.77. The local standout here, Angelo Bonamelli with a 5.83 and a 4.43. This guy's going to be a force to be reckoned with if he does wind up in the repecharge round. And of course, we'll be giving you updates throughout the day. The repecharge round starts as soon as, you know, the first heat is over. We have 2 areas, both world class. The second area, we're looking at El Sunzal as a right-hand point break. So
World class.
World class, and you know what? And that's kind of your parting gift. If you do lose out, you get to go surf another world-class wave.
And that's where the ladies are surfing currently. Is that correct?
I believe so. We have 2 areas running congruently, and we'll be bringing you updates from both contest zones, both podiums as we call them. Federico Moraes there giving way to Angelo, who did have a priority. And there's your horn. So Angelo Bonamelli right there with last-ditch effort. And he's probably looking, inside right now, hoping that one of these boils doesn't pop up and blast his fins out.
He was actually hoping for that inside section to line up to allow him to connect
section
with the lip, but unfortunately isn't able to do it. It looks like it's not going to be enough for the surfer from Italy, who's had an exceptional performance in the last ISA events, unfortunately going down to a really good surfing on behalf of the local Porfirio and Portuguese surfer Federico Moraes.
Well, he will have another opportunity, as will John Ghazi. Check out John Ghazi's Instagram and celebrate the craft that he has. His musicianship is awesome, and he's a rad guy, and I just want you all to know more about him. He'll be in our repecharge round, so we potentially will see more John Ghazi in competition. That's it for heat number 3 as we head into heat number 4. Another deep international field. I would say if you're looking on paper, you know, your top seeds, your surfer in red, more often than not will be the favorites going into this. I think this heat has a similar story. Luca Messinas, this guy is an elite surfer.
A giant killer.
This guy could be on the WSL Championship Tour. He could be an ISA gold medalist. He is a guy that could shine in any conditions. I've seen him absolutely powering through heats on the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. So Luca Messinas, a threat to be reckoned with, and you know, we'll see what he provides for us here at heat number 4. Your surfer in white, Fantine. We move on. Here's sets we wanted to see right from the jump. Luca Messinas. Backhand, forehand. There are no weaknesses in Luca Messinas' surfing.
You'd have to say that if you could pick a direction of the way that he would like to go, I would almost say that he wants to go left. He grew up in Máncora, which is the northern part of Peru. Incredible left-handers. As you see him having a look at this one, I'm sure his family is watching for sure. Bruno, Veronica, Brunella, and as well his girlfriend Bailey, who's most likely in Hawaii. This young man was actually one of the few lucky humans to be stuck in a place where surfing was allowed during COVID.
Right.
He got stuck in California, then he got stuck in Hawaii. Well, stuck being luckily stuck.
But here's a look at a replay of Fantine Habashi.
See Fantin. He got here on the 24th of the month, so he's had a few days to practice here at La Bocana. It's a very, very tricky wave. He's representing Switzerland.
Switzerland has fielded some great teams in past ISA World Surfing Games. Another one of those kind of low-key stories that comes through, but they've got powerful surfers. Kale, when we talk about, representation, right? A lot of these surfers can live in different countries than the flag they're surfing for. So, for example, Costa Rica seems to be home to a huge portion of our competitive field, and those surfers either have parents from the area, they were born in Sweden, moved to Costa Rica to get more surf time. So, the story is just like all other Olympic sports. Your mother is Swedish, so you can say, okay, I'm going to go and try out and hope to represent Team Sweden. And that goes down the line. With 51 countries being represented, you'll have surfers living in or living in a surf-rich area. I wouldn't be surprised if, some surfers from countries that could potentially be landlocked moving to El Salvador, because as we clearly see, plenty of waves on offer here.
Absolutely, and then add to the mix the fact that there's more and more emphasis on wave pools. You could actually see great surfers come from landlocked countries while still living there. Because as we know, repetition and perfect repetition is what makes you get better at surfing, and with every wave being different, and maybe some places around the world not having that consistency, you're not allowed to try that one turn, that one air 360 over and over again. But you go to a wave pool and you got that thing 100, 200 times a day. And I feel like with the inclusion of surfing in the Olympics, with the emphasis that the world and the different federations around the world are putting on surfing, we will see more and more wave pools pop up, and with that, more and more surfers from different places around the world, like you said, maybe even places from landlocked countries.
Well, a good example of a surfer representing Belgium. So you wouldn't think Belgium as a surfing superpower, but for Matisse Verhoost, he currently lives in Peniche, Portugal. So gets plenty of reps. It's like living in one of the world's greatest wave pools. It just happens to be powered by nature. So Matisse, you see his name, you see the flag. You might not be familiar with him yet, but trust us when we say, if you make it this far and you're surfing in the ISA World Surfing Games, you are at a high level. You see the overview of La Bocana.
You can actually see how close this wave is to El Sunsal, which is just on that upper left-hand corner. And it doesn't end there. There's another point right after that. There's another beach break after that. It's waves everywhere. And even during the days of previous to the competition days, where you have 200 of the world's best surfers surfing these waves, you can still find a little left-hander, right-hander. I know Ben Bourgeois from Team Jamaica, he's found his fair share of uncrowded waves. Not going to say where they're at, but look at this. This is high quality at Insulsan.
Yeah, the women are currently surfing just to the north of us. And this wave is super fun, rippable, really long, so you're going to get waves offering 8, 9, 10 turn opportunities.
But what does it do when it gets big?
It holds. I mean, this if it gets 15 feet, if the swell really starts to pulse like we think it might, we could move the main podium up to the point break, because if it's 15, 20 foot on the face, this wave will hold.
They're calling it, and some people that I really respect in surfing are calling it like Latin American sunset. And you wouldn't think to bring your 7-foot board to El Salvador. But let me tell you, if you're considering a trip down here, you might have a look at the swell forecast. And if it looks like there's an 18, 20, 22 second period, bring some of those big boats down.
I was going to say, we know El Salvador is holding. So if you do come down here, bring multiple boards. We've already seen broken surfboards just in training sessions. You're looking right here. All of our surfers getting cleaned up, out of position. So even for competitive veterans like Luca Messina, El Salvador can humble you in many ways. And right here, there was a lot of opportunity in that set. Unfortunately for our surfers in the lineup, they missed the majority of it. We could see a paddle here. I believe it's Asaro, Team Panama.
Powerful surfer.
Okay, so great statement turn right there. It's not going to be a huge score, but that one turn alone shows us what he's capable of. And here goes Fantine, Team Sweden. Switzerland, excuse me. So he's sitting on a 217. So Switzerland has come through with some powerful teams in the past as well. It seems like every team has been growing. With the more knowledge they have, with the more competitive history they had. Thankful to the ISA for providing that. Every team that we've seen, including Team Switzerland, has just improved that much more from year to year.
Yeah, and I think that the ISA, these events especially, really allow us to see where surfing's at on a global scale. Obviously, we're very used to seeing WSL transmissions where you see the world's best, the world's 32 best surfers, but you see them, over and over again throughout the course of the year. These events happen once a year, so you might see something in 2019, and a year later, you're going to see them surf not a level or two higher, but way above what they've been doing because they have the equipment, they have the waves, they have the push now from the federations, and it's really fun to see how countries like Nicaragua, like El Salvador, it's not taking them 10, 20 years to get to the level where Australia's at. They're doing it in a much quicker way because of social media, because of the waves, because of everything evolving so quickly.
Yeah, so for example, Fantine Habashi, he was born in Geneva, Switzerland. His favorite break is Hossiger. He's a junior national champion. 3-time junior Swiss champion. He lives in Hossiger. So you think of Hossiger, it's big, heavy beach breaks. But again, a very powerful wave. So if you grow up, if you learn to surf, if you hone your skills in powerful waves, when you come to compete at a place like this, you're going to have, an edge up over some of the surfers that may have learned to surf in less than stellar waves.
Absolutely. And I think that one of the things that's really interesting about his profile is that he says he loves to play poker. Now that it's not.
He's playing a game of poker.
He's playing a game of poker in the ocean. So it is about reading waves, but also keeping that cool face of like you may be burning up inside, you may be actually very nervous, but you're not letting the other competitors know, and that gets to you as a competitor. You look at someone that's just got it dialed or looks like they have it dialed in their head. It's intimidating.
So we see Isaro on his backhand. I like the looks of that board. Although a black surfboard in the heat of El Salvador. Although I did bring my Heisel Dark Arts board, which that could possibly be a Dark Arts technology, which is a kind of a new breed of surfboard. We'll have to see if hopefully he'll show us his fins doing a big air or something on his next wave. 10 minutes to go.
But that's interesting to see a surfer from Panama, and I'd like to say that Isaro's surfing so much better than the last time I saw him.
Yeah.
He looks so much more solid. His style has improved. He's got a lot of flow in his surfing, so I'm sure everyone watching in Panama, good friends like Gary Saavedra, are very stoked to see this young man surfing so well. Now, usually you see surfers bring down black surfboards if they're from California when it gets cold, Ireland, places where your wax won't melt in 2 seconds. Let's go back to live action.
No, I'm with you. I'm surprised the wax is still on his board, but it looks like it's working magically. Sometimes you see a surfer so connected to their board that it looks like they can do no wrong.
It's just an extension of his body, and that's what that board looks like. There was a little bit of a stumble there, I believe, on the second turn, but as we see here, nice turn right there, clean carve. So it kind of backed off a little bit, and with the low tide, Chris, the playing field is much broader. We were actually focused on basically one peak early in the morning when we showed up, and now you can actually see that rock on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen kind of pop up. The waves are not only breaking further out, but they're actually splitting, so the right-hander to the left of your screen is much farther, a good 100 feet or so, 100 yards to your left, and to your right, the lefts are actually splitting into two. So it's going to be interesting to see where it is they decide to sit.
Luca Messina having a look here. And luckily for us, we get to see Luca on his backhand, which is just so sharp. Fits 2 turns in there. And as you said, Calais, the left right there kind of closing in on him. So is able to fit in 3 turns. Here's a Fantine Habashi, Team Switzerland. And Calais, you talked about intimidation in the lineup. Team Switzerland has brought 2 of the most intimidating surfers of the entire field, the Zog brothers, Michael Zog and Sven Zog. These 2 guys, absolute powerhouses. They look like they could be linebackers on an American football team. So they'll be backing up Fantine Habashi, currently sitting in 4th place. Saw a quick look there from Isato, who's in the lead. 6.5 total. So not only are we going to see, you know, conditions changing throughout the day, but also the score is going to be up and down throughout the day. The judges reset for each and every heat. We're looking for a score in the excellent range. Right now, we're just seeing kind of some small mid-range scores coming through, but with 7.5 minutes to go, pretty sure we're going to see something above a 6 within the next few minutes. We know how good Luca Messina is. Does he belong in third place? Kale, do you think that, well, there you go. He answered my question for me. No, he doesn't. 6.5. So just like that, Luca Messina flips the heat and is now in the lead.
That's courtesy of one turn.
Yeah.
One big, beautiful, drawn-out bottom turn connecting with the lip, blowing the tail out. We talked about him and how comfortable he is surfing perfect left-handers in northern Peru. Well, there you have it. All he needs is about 10 feet of wave lengthwise, and he will connect with the lip in an incredible way. As we see, Isauro Elizondo from Panama on the magic black bullet. Look at that style. Lotus surfboard, clean surfing, Chris.
Beautifully placed turn right there. Can he get around this section? He does. Nice compact bottom turn. Solid fundamentals with Isauro. Looking for a big finish. Blast the reverse. Fins free. One of the best closing maneuvers we've seen of the entire morning so far.
And unexpected as well.
Yeah, that and again, that the judges like to be surprised. If you can throw a move like that at the end of your wave, you're really going to perk them up in their seats. Of course, they're looking at every detail of each and every turn. But when you have a big, strong finish like that, I'm going to say Isauro is going to be looking good for a solid score.
Yeah, there's a bit more spark in his surfing, creativity as well on that inside section. Look at those rocks. Now, you actually have to be very careful as you're paddling back out to not actually land on them. Some surfers actually opt to turn their board upside down and paddle fins up so that their fins don't blow out. But Isauro Elizondo, I really liked his attack. I like how he's feeling a little bit more confident. That extra bit of spice that he added to that last maneuver, not a crazy difficult maneuver in regards of like maneuvers that you could do above the lip, but it was dynamic, it was unique, and it shows confidence. And with that, you will see better and bigger scores as we see one wave way out the back.
Heads up. Yep.
Duck diving those waves, Chris, sometimes can be really difficult. On those bigger days, you actually do what a lot of people call the gator wrestle, but we'll get back to that in a second. This is live action.
Matisse Verwerst representing Belgium. Nice snap to finish in the critical section of that wave.
Bonus section.
Another big turn there. Good solid surfing from Matisse. Waiting for scores for Isauro. If you're wondering, what is the magic board he's riding? Well, it's a BOA surfboards. BOA surfboard. So you can check out all the bios of our surfers on the isasurf.org site. Every surfer has a great story coming into this event.
Absolutely. That was Oli John Gonzalez. As we see Luca Messinas up and running. Big blow out the back.
Hello. Luca Messinas now turning things on. But just like that, he goes down.
We could have seen an excellent score had he continued on that ride. He's pushing a little bit harder. You can see the surfers that are in a heat that have caught at least 2 good rides. They start getting a little bit more cheeky, a little bit more confident. They start hitting the lip a little bit harder. And that is the case with Luca Messinas. He's winning the heat. He knows how to surf really well. So why not push it a little bit harder, as is the case with this young man, Isauro, who's currently in second position, but just such clean style. I love the way that he connects with the lip. You said that a surfboard that's magic feels like an extension of your body, and I believe that is what is happening with this young man. As we see, beautiful ride there for our surfer in white. Nice, clean surfing. A little bit more tentative hitting the lip. Compare that to this right there. That is Luca Messinas from northern Peru, provisionally qualified already for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics that are going to happen in 2021 in only a couple months' time. Nice pivot there from Isauro. So it has been a better wave selection on behalf of the Panamanian and the Peruvian surfer. Would you agree, Chris?
Yeah, and interestingly enough, in the previous heat, we saw all the big scores on rights. And just like that, things have switched up, and now all of our surfers are looking left. So the conditions are going to change, not just throughout the day, but throughout each heat. 20 minutes does not seem like a long time on the clock, but as these surfers have shown you, getting between, 5 to 7, 8 waves each, plenty of opportunity. Luca Messina, he's got a 6.5 and a 3.8. Isato with a 3.9 and a 3.67. Fantine in third, Matisse in fourth.
And you can see the difference in scores right there. Luca Messina's on that one wave, pushes really hard, gets that 6.5. Some other surfers were a little bit more tentative, I would say. They're also being smart. They don't want to push too hard on a good wave and fall. They want to get that 3, that 4 to build their momentum. And now that's exactly what they need. Matisse, Fantin, and Isauro, they need a wave that allows them, that gives them that canvas to push harder, and they can't hold back now. You don't want to fall into the rep recharge heats on day one of competition. You want to go as far as you can, if possibly all the way to the final, through the main rounds, so that you start feeling that bit of confidence. You fall into the rep recharge, you cannot make any mistakes. Some people thrive on that. I don't. I'd much rather make it to the main rounds. But we have seen some surfers like Carissa Moore in Japan make it through like 7 rep recharge heats all the way into the final. So it can be done, but it requires a little bit more. There's a little bit more of physical capability that you need to make it through, and consider it's hot down here. Surfing 7 times a day, it'll take it out of you.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, that is arguably a tougher road if you have to fight your way through the rapid charge rounds. Quick up and down for Matisse, representing Belgium. We got a minute to go here. Luca Messina in the lead, Isato in second. Fantine Habashi, Team Switzerland in third, but doesn't need much. A 3.24 Matisse. Needs a 4.17, so this thing's still wide open. As far as advancement goes, out the back, we're looking at surfer in white with priority. Fantine Habashi, representing Team Switzerland, waiting for this wave to peak up. Nice vertical snap right there in the critical zone, but does not ride out. The judges are going to be really focused on you completing those maneuvers and riding out clean in the white water. As we see surfer in yellow, Isato. Big finish there. He's going to have a lot of people trying to grab his board and see what's up with that thing. The BOA surfboard looking nice. Team Panama representing well on the beach.
Salvador Tao on the left-hand side. Oli on the right, holding the flag. Incredible surfer in his own right, Santa Catalina. There's a lot of good surfers, a lot of great waves in Panama.
Oh, yes. Well, with that, heat number 4 in the books. Luca Messina unofficially gets the win. And advancing through, Isato, Team Panama.
Congratulations, Peru. I'm sure everyone, Bruno, Veronica, Brunella, La Familia, Luca Messina's family is celebrating this win. Closer and closer to having your son in the Olympics.
I love it. I love it. And for all of you watching, welcome to the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City, El Salvador. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Stay tuned.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And a big hello. Welcome everybody out here. What an amazing day here in El Salvador. Surf City, your Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, day number 1 of all the action for you. La Bocana, the beach that we are covering today. We're also having competitions over at El Sunzal as well. My name is Brad J, joined by Shannon Hughes in the booth out here, and we've seen some good action so far, Shannon. I think we're going to see a heck of a lot more coming up.
Oh, it's so exciting just to be out here in El Salvador, to have such amazing waves on offer, and I just can't believe the quality of surf that we've been able to witness this morning already, Brad.
I mean, the quality of surf out here, one thing I've learned since I've been out here for about 3 or 4 weeks now is when the locals tell you it's getting smaller, that's usually it's going from like 14 feet to 13. Although this has been the smallest surf that I have seen out here for the last 4 weeks, and still good size and a lot of fun.
Well, it's amazing. We got glassy conditions on offer as well. Amazing peaks coming through here at La Bocana. Of course, we know the women are surfing as well today down at El Suzal, and so we won't be able to see too much of that action, but hopefully we'll get some good replays thrown in when some solid scores drop in.
Amazing webcast crew. They're handling all the sights and sounds for today. And, yeah, when we can check in with the other venue in El Suzal, we will do just that. So as we get set to get going here with heat number 5 now in the water, I want to thank Chris Cote and Kali Carranza covering the first 4 heats. They'll be back. We're doing the switch around. And here's what you're looking at. The first heat, you're going to see Ryan Huckabee from the USA in there. Bruce Mackey from Barbados in there as well. And then Sergei Rashivev from Russia. So it's a 3-man heat. And you really want to start out, what I heard from, listening to Chris and listening to Kelly on that is having to fight through the repecharge is not what you want to do. You really want to come out strong, and you really want to try and get that win.
Absolutely. It's amazing to know that there is that second opportunity, that if you lose out today, if you can't find the waves that will give you those scores required, you'll have that opportunity to get back in the mix. But the major focus for today is going to be getting those first heat wins and keep yourself in those top rounds, especially because we have Olympic qualification on the line.
Well, yeah, there's that. We can always mention that little thing about the Olympics.
Big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. That puts no pressure on you whatsoever. But, you're looking at how many spots are available. Now, only 5 spots are remaining for the men to be able to punch a ticket to Tokyo. And on the women's side of things, you have 7 slots available for them. So you get a field of 20 men representing and a field of 20 women. When it's all said and done, that's going to represent there at the beach. The Surigasaki Beach is about 100 kilometers from Tokyo, and that's where Olympic surfing will take place come those Olympic Games between July 25th and August 1st.
Oh, so exciting. I mean, it's an incredible feat that surfing is now in the Olympics. The Duke Kahanamoku dream has become a reality, and these 3 surfers out in the lineup are going to be fighting for it. It looks, Brad, like we've got some slow conditions to start ourselves off. We haven't seen one of those great sets roll through. A lot of patience in the lineup, and hopefully we'll see some action coming soon as we can see that little peak starting to shift through and hit the reef.
Shannon, I like the way you bring up Duke's dream. And, yeah, Duke Kahanamoku on a podium after winning gold. He did this in swimming back in 1912 at the Stockholm Games. And at those Stockholm Games, the Duke, after getting his gold medal, told King Gustavo of Sweden and the IOC of his wish to see surfing in the Olympics. And here we go. It's a truth. It's going to happen. So it's a reality.
It's a reality, and the ISA has been fighting for that for a long time with Fernando Aguirre behind the reins here for the International Surfing Association. We're so thankful for the efforts that he's put into getting Olympics there. The support from the global surf community, from nations representing, and everything moving forward for it. So we're in a really incredible time in history to witness something like this coming true.
So you got Bruce Mackey. He's going to be in the white, and Ryan Huckabee in the red, and in yellow, Sergei Rashivev from Russia in yellow, and from the Russian Surfing Federation, we will call them. And a little bit slow. Now, you look at what the tide issue right now is 11:45. We look for the low tide today, and that is a 0.07. So it really bottoms out right there, and that's still just about 2 hours away from now. But then that tide moves very quickly, and it comes up 7 feet, and it comes up to about 5:53 when we'll be done with the surfing today. So you're going to see that tide and all those rocks you see here on the inside. Those are going to get covered up as low tide, and the break will be different as the tide changes too and where the surfers line up at.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how everyone makes those adjustments, especially in day 1 of competition. A lot of surfers have arrived here early. Some have just flown in over the last couple of days. They've had other events like, say, the championship tour running in Australia that they've had to make their way here from just a few days ago, finishing up at Rottnest Island.
Exactly.
But you also have a lot of competitors from nations maybe less represented on the WSL side of things that were able to get here early, that have been spending a week to 2 weeks to 3 weeks in the water out here at La Bocana, out at Sunzal, and they'll know this wave better than anyone.
I love the way you bring that up because I got here on May 3rd and I've been here ever since. And I saw teams which I wouldn't even think would have been here, but Team Mexico was here at the same time, and also Team Canada was here too as well, very early in the program. And you look at what Cody Young today for Team Canada, he advanced out of his heat. But he's been here a lot, and he was also here in March, so he really spent a lot of time coming out here and just honing his skills on these waves because it takes a while to kind of get it wired when you've surfed out here for a little while for El Sunzal and for La Bocana. It's like, what do you surf more? You don't know what the conditions are going to do and what spot's going to be in the forefront that particular day, depending on the swell.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. A little bit of a line rolling through. And no one is going to get a piece of that one. So once again, surfers just sorting themselves out in the lineup.
Yeah.
And
let me break this down too, because what's been happening too is you kind of paddle in, you start getting a little frustrated, and then comes the bombs. The bombs will get you right on top of the head. Even days where it was like 2 feet at 16 seconds, we're out surfing, and you're thinking it's fine, and all of a sudden here comes 4 bombs out of nowhere. And that's kind of the way it happens. There's not a lot of obstruction the way El Salvador faces to the south direction, so they get a lot of swell action from so many different directions.
Well, my roommate Ixa is one of the female commentators on the beach announcing side. She's from Chile. She said it has been firing in Chile, and that swell is bound to hit us here in El Salvador. And so we know it's going to be working its way up from the south, and we have a decent sized forecast in the lineup coming into next week, which is really great and maybe a little bit scary.
Well, you look at it, I'm glad you bring that up because it looks like Tuesday, Wednesday is when we're going to see a dramatic increase. And when it gets to be on the big side, La Bocana kind of gets too big to be able to surf and surf the way you want to surf and be able to have that left work. It tends to close out the bigger it gets. So then that really makes El Sunzal the spot that we'll have to go in. So if it does get big and does get kind of unrideable conditions, then things will be at El Sunzal, and that's where we'll be broadcasting from there too as well.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of surfing. We got so many heats to get through. It's always the case here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We have so many nations represented. Brad, 51 national teams here, 256 athletes, a record number of women, and a set rolling through the lineup.
That's El Sunzal right there. We're taking a look. The women are competing over on this wave. So this is the wave we're not featuring today, but we will go back there. You can see there's a different section. That's kind of the little hook area you can see our competitor taking off on. Gets a good slash off the top, works it to the inside, and this is where it starts to get just a little fat right inside here, and you really got to cut back and really try and stay in there. That's Melissa Spencer right there.
Great backhand attack coming into those first few turns. Huge snap under the lip. And
you see the surfer out back making a charge to make the section. Now that shows the difference, El Sunzal. There's a section to the far back that you stay deep that you can make. It doesn't necessarily break that way all the time, so you really got to pick and choose your waves correctly when you're out there at El Sunzal.
Well, this is making me really excited, Brad. We haven't seen any waves surfed yet in our heat. We have got a 1.77 on the board for first wave, but to be able to see some action out in the lineup, it's really exciting to know that the women have some great waves on offer as well today.
Yeah, indeed. And here, take a look at this setup that we have out here. This is how beautiful it is out here. If you get a chance to be out here, this is looking now. There's the El Tunco rock to the right there. And El Tunco, that rock is shaped similar to a pig on its back. That's where it gets its name. And then now you go past that, and that's El Sunzal that we're looking at as we kind of go creep in there. And if you see the white tents on the beach, that's where the opening ceremonies took place yesterday. As we go back to El Sunzal to take a look at one of our other competitors here.
Chelsea Rote from Barbados. So we've got 3 women in the lineup for this current heat. Alyssa Spencer, Vea Australedo, and Chelsea Rote from USA, Philippines, and Barbados out in the lineup.
And if you look at it too, looking at El Sunzal at the top of it, you can see some rights way off to the backside of that. Now, you don't want to get caught over there because you can really kind of get swept across that reef and really make your day a lot longer. So the surfers will be able to go left, but if you're at El Sunzal and you do go left, the farther you go left out of the picture kind of takes you away from the judges, and it's really hard to stay in their visual. So you really want to keep it in the sweet spot, the primary takeoff zone.
Absolutely, and I'm thinking as a competitor, the only reason they would possibly go left is for something really critical. If they can see a great section where they can maybe get a 2-turn combo or potentially hit to the air, go off the lip, do something progressive. Otherwise, that right is the money for El Sunzal. We know
Definitely.
that it's got some good sections. We know there's some good turns on offer.
Yep.
And it's got that wide open face where you can really get some good combination surfing.
I swear, I was surfing it every day out here because that was my favorite place. We were staying over in that same area where the Swiss team is at the place I was staying now. And you can walk right to it. But sometimes you look at that left and think, I could paddle out on that left, and then the sets come in, the bombs that we talk about, and they'll catch you by surprise. But you're right. If you take that immediate left off the top, there's a chance for a couple big turns, a couple big hits right there.
Yeah, really exciting for what we have on offer. So many big names in the draw, as well as so many unknown names. That's the story of the ISA World Surfing Games. We're so thankful for the effort the ISA has put into just growing surfing globally. And here represented 51 nations, 256 athletes, a record number of women. We've got 121 women present, 47% of the athletes, which for me is such an incredible thing to see, to know that they've offered equal numbers leading up into the Olympics, 3 men, 3 women per team if they can fill out a full team. And to know that there are so many women around the world being given an opportunity to compete at such a high level.
And it is amazing. I mean, I've been part of a few different Olympic Games and the side of things with snowboarding, and just seeing that surfing needed to be the next, needed to get in there, because you look at the Olympic movement, and the Olympic movement, you're trying to get younger eyes on it. You're trying to get more people involved with it. And you really want to put surfing on the center stage. It deserves to be there. It's finally getting its just deserved. And here we go. Let's take a look. Ryan Huckabee on this one. He's going to be on the backhand. Off the bottom right there. Nice little cutty right underneath that lip. He's going to try to work at the inside, get as many turns as he can. That'll be probably the last one he throws on that. So not much offering from the waves, but for Ryan Huckabee, that's going to help his cause right there.
Well, Ryan Huckabee is a young competitor coming out of Florida. He got the last second call up when Seth Muniz from Team USA pulled out, and he boarded a flight and got here as quickly as he could. So it's great to have him in lineup getting a couple waves.
Here's Sergey now from the Russian Surfing Federation off the bottom here. Keeping that speed flow. He's trying to make that section. A little bit of an open face to work with. He's going to cut that back and just kind of digs in right there. So not going to be a high scoring wave. Didn't get a lot of maneuvers in what he's wanted to, but hey, you got 6 minutes and 27 seconds. Try to get another good wave there.
Absolutely. He's got plenty of time on the clock still to get another 1 or 2. Again, there's no big scores on the board, so as a competitor, you got to keep that in your mind. Keep that in focus, that it's not out of reach at the moment.
And we talk about the bombs coming in. They're lulls. And when it's, the size that it is, say, what is it, 4 feet at 15 seconds is the predominantly swell period. With that, you have 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you might not see a lot of waves. So you really got to act. And right now they're starting to get a little bit of a flurry. So Huckabee taking a look at that. He's going to pass on that and just trying to hopefully get one in there. So a couple scores in there. You got Bruce Mackey needing a 1.74 to take that top spot. Sergey just needing a .08 to get into that second spot to knock Mackey out of the number 2 spot.
So close to that 5-minute buzzer. The pressure's on for these surfers. We've got that youngster, Ryan Huckabee, in the lineup, a fresh call-up. Bruce Mackey and Sergey Rashaviv would have been planning for this event for a long time. They're both also new fathers. Sergey, back in Russia, has got twin daughters that are just infants still, and Bruce Mackey's got about a 1-year-old little girl. And so we got the 2 dads in the lineup, but both rippers. I mean, outstanding surfers, can charge big waves, small waves. They've got a great bit of maneuvers underneath their belt.
Look at this, right? It looks like Huckabee taking a look at a right-hander on this one. So Huckabee off the bottom, setting it up. Nice cutback. Puts both those hands, like a full layback, both hands in the water cutback. Now, a 1-maneuver wave as we go to Bruce Mackey now on the backhand. Bruce Mackey with a 1.77 on his first wave score. He's going to work this one to the inside. Nice little turn there. He's getting whatever he can on this wave. Just a little bit more face height to work with here to maybe get one more in here at the end. Save it for the exclamation point. Boom. There you go. Bruce Mackey right there. That's going to be a good wave for him.
All right, great to see that combination surfing to kind of connect the dots all the way through. Nice top to bottom surfing, nice and smooth. Nothing very explosive out of that, but it's certainly a wave that at this stage of competition could get the job done.
And not trying to do too much because, look, there has not been a lot of sets in this heat as we approach the 4-minute mark. So you don't want to make a mistake when you do get one because, look, they were quiet for like the first, 8 minutes. I don't think there was one wave caught.
As we take another look at last, Bruce Mackey So comes in off the top. Not a critical section to start off, though, as this wave starts to bowl up in front of him. So that second turn, much more critical than the first one. He's doing a really good job to just use that rail, gain some speed out of those turns, stay close to the pocket. Again, that wave not intensely critical, but offering him some opportunity as he comes through to the inside.
You know, I tell you what, too, you know, another replay here.
And on his forehand from Ryan Huckabee goes for the layback. Loving it.
Double hand slap layback.
That was great.
You know, you used to seeing him throw one in there, but he slapped two in there. Well, I mean, it was a one maneuver away, but you don't want to try and do too much. You just want to get a good score in. You want to not have to battle through the repecharge, which we talked about before. You know, Dimitri Polos, who was competing in the first heat today, he had to do that before too. Had to do that with the U18s and the juniors, and he came back to actually win it. There we go. Nice turn out of Huckabee right there. Back off the top, smacks it off the top with vengeance. Nice little mini turn to kind of let that thing build up a little bit more, give him a little bit more face to work with. Cuts it back into the inside section, and that's going to do it for Huckabee on that one right there.
Well, exciting stuff from the Floridian coming out of the United States of America, and he seems to be keeping his cool. That last-minute call-up can put those nerves on trial, really.
Yeah, right.
But he's doing a great job. He's put himself in a solid lead, so he's got that 4.3 as his high score, and Bruce Mackey's got that 4.33 as his high score, so nothing explosive out there at the moment, but enough to set them above where Sergey is currently sitting.
Well, and Sergey right now was taking a look at this one. He's looking at the right. No, looking back to the left. He's going to take the late drop. Can he get around this thing? Trying to work it in that section, doing everything he can to get it open face high. Good turn right there, back down to the bottom section. That's all it's going to be. So needing a 4.4, that's not going to get him the 4.4. I doubt it. As we look at Mackey here on the backhand, lets that thing build. Nice little slap off the top. Cuts it back, lets it build a little bit more for one more good hit there. So Mackey making that happen with 1 minute and 39 seconds to go. Huckabee taking a look, not able to get in that one. I don't think that would have done much, and he's already in the lead right now.
Well, what a flurry of action. I mean, 5 minutes on the clock, and we finally see some waves. These men sat in the lineup without a wave for about 10 minutes. We had that one, the 1.33 on the scoreboard, or the 1.77, I think, was for Bruce Mackey straight at the start. And then it was just patience game, patience, and now it's getting underway. So some scores to come through. Bruce Mackey had a nice finish off on his wave. We'll have to see what the judges deem as that next set rolls through as well. I think, like you mentioned, though, for Sergey, I don't think it's going to be enough for him to move into that advancing position.
Yeah, he needs a little more something to work with when you got Huckabee here. Nice draw off the bottom. That looked nice and clean. Good fluid line off the top. There was a nice big fan off that one. Floats that section backside. Drops in. That's another good way for Ryan Huckabee. He's doing his best there. He knows time's running out, and he's going to come in happy with his performance in that first heat.
That was beautiful surfing from Ryan Huckabee. So excited as we see Bruce Mackey come in under the lip. Goes in for that combination surfing to finish off on the inside. And he'll be looking to increase his scores as we're coming into the final few seconds. That last wave of Ryan Huckabee, though, that was dynamic. That was great extension surfing on his backhand. Great timing. Hit the lip super solid, and I'm sure he'll be expecting the best score.
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to get it. We just taking a look at the next heat. We're going to see Jonathan Gonzalez from Spain. We got Johnny Corzo coming up, Ricardo Delgado, and Lishama Beckford from Jamaica. They're all coming up. That's going to be heat number 6. Stay with us. More action at your 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Heat number 6 coming up.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And a big welcome back to everybody joining us here at home or wherever you may be watching all the action. Your 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. It's been a long time in the coming, but we are officially underway and happy to bring this to you. Here's the next heat you're going to see. Jonathan Gonzalez from Spain representing Johnny Corzo from Mexico, Ricardo Delgado from Puerto Rico, and Lishama Beckford from Jamaica, the brother-sister combo in Jamaica competing in this event. That's got to be pretty cool.
Oh, it's so exciting to see that Aleem on the women's side is in as well. She is not a huge fan of competition from what I hear, but she lives for surfing, so she's here to represent.
So soul surfer?
Soul surfer.
Okay.
The last time she competed in the World Surfing Games was in 2009, so it's been quite a while since she's been represented at this level. But standing alongside of her brother to cheer him on, but she'll also be competing down at El Sunzal today.
Shannon Hughes with the knowledge. Brad J here too, hanging with you as we see a little set out the back. And we'll see who's going to start this party off here in heat number 6. And this one's already starting off better than heat number 5. A lot more wave action to start. And it looks like we got Red taking a look at this one, going to paddle into this.
Jonathan Gonzalez up and riding.
So Gonzalez, a little bit of face to work with here. Nice, good cut back. He's going to redirect that back, try and get in front of that section again. Floats that section, but not able to put it down. He just got on that lip just a little too late and not able to land flat.
Solid bit of commitment on that in section. I mean, you can see those rocks kind of bubbling up underneath the surface, and he put it all on the line. But like you said, that timing just slightly off as we see Shama up and riding.
That's Beckford now. Here we go. Beckford, nice, good second turn. Going to come to this inside. One more to go. Nice aggressive hit right there. Going to press the eject button and get back out the back. Shama Beckford from Jamaica. So Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Mexico, and Spain all representing out here today in this heat.
Great to see so many amazing countries represented, and the level of surfing I'm expecting in this heat, we're going to see some fantastic surfing. Johnny Corzo is the 2017 World Surfing Games champion. He took away the gold medal back in 2017, had a great result in 2018 as well, as we take another replay now from Jonathan Gonzalez. So again, just that little kind of transitional maneuver to start off with. Goes solid on that last turn, and then this is where things go wrong. He goes for the full commitment, but just mistimes that lip line float and doesn't quite finish it off. Ellie Shaman from Jamaica, great, solid two-turn combo to start off with. Gets a little stuck on that second turn and just unable to complete the maneuver on the finish.
And here we go, Delgado with a big hit off the top. He's going to set back up. Nice cutty right there. Let that wall kind of build for you. Get a little bit more to work with. Remember, the tide is still dropping. He's going to hit one more. That's a nice aggressive hit there at the end for Ricardo Delgado from Puerto Rico. That's going to be his first wave.
So great to get the wax under the feet, get a couple turns in. Seems to be that that left is going to have a really solid finishing section. With kind of a softer takeoff, and then it will start to bowl up as that wave gets into shallower water and get really solid at the finish.
And keep in mind, it's still 2 hours from low tide right now, from a 0.07. So I feel like this wave at La Bocana is a better wave with a little bit more of a tide push on it. I feel like it covers some of the rocks up, makes it a little bit more wedgy, if you will. So we'll see if that changes things. But, you know, we're going to be here all day calling action, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we got a huge day of surfing ahead of us. We're going to be running 24 heats for the men and the women today. We're in round 1, heat number 6. Jonathan Gonzalez. Well, we've actually got scores to drop in across the board.
Yeah, I think everybody's had a wave so far. Here we go. The scores starting to drop. Looks like priority is belonging to Corzo. We'll see what these do. There's a couple more waves coming in. Much better waves in this heat than we saw in heat number 5. So more consistent off the back. And I think when you start getting that tide push, you're going to see a little bit more of that action. Now, it might come down just a little bit tomorrow, but it's going to come back up. That's one thing about El Salvador. Usually always have solid waves. And we look at Corzo right now on the backhand from the drone footage. Here goes Corzo off the bottom. Nice big late turn, but come unhitched, not able to keep that together. Just kind of a late hit to that thing.
Yeah, that was an interesting first wave for Johnny Corzo. I was definitely expecting something just a little bit more composed maybe. 15 down under the 15-minute mark on the clock, and we've got some scores that have trickled through. So now this game is underway.
There you go. You got Beckford on the top for Jamaica. Gonzalez in that number 2 spot. And you can see a 4.5 and a 4.3. And then you got Delgado with that 4.2 in that 3rd spot, needing a 1.4 to get up into the top 2. And Corzo needing a 3.47 to get up into the top 2 for Corzo with 13 minutes, 50 some odd seconds to go. So plenty of time, and I see some corduroy out back.
Oh, so exciting. We've got so many waves on offer today. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Ellie Shama Beckford goes by Shama the Superman, known in his local community and among his friends. He is a fantastic surfer. So, of course, today we're mostly seeing a lot of turns on offer, but Shama is an excellent aerialist. I think if we can see him find something that takes him into that progressive state, that's what we'll be expecting him to pull out. He's had some showings in the stab high conversation, which is always really exciting.
Here we go, Gonzalez now. Nice, good under the lip turn. Still not a very big face to work with. Another good aggressive turn, just kind of letting it build. We need the best face. This is going to give him the best turn right there. Hacks it off the top, and that's going to do it. So 2 good cutties and a nice big smack off there on that 3rd hit. So 3 maneuver away for him.
Yeah, great to see him get that underway. Connect all the dots together, stay in that critical section. That's definitely be one of the better waves that we see come through for the morning so far. Jonathan Gonzalez from Spain. One of the older competitors in the draw, but still getting some great results on the WQS. Walked away with a 13th at the 2021 Santa Cruz Pro, which was just recently underway.
And we're 40 years young, so 40 years young. Here's the replay right here.
Love that bottom turn to top turn combination. Great extension out of the back leg. Comes in for a nice 2nd wrap. And just look at him eyeing up that section. Goes nice and vertical. Gets a lot more difficult on that last maneuver. So some great surfing as we take one more look at that angle. You can see a really slopey face at the start of that wave, Brad, and then this is where it starts to stand up. So we know that slope is going to be on the outside, and then we get to that critical pocket section on the inside.
Almost seemed like you could have squeezed one in on that closeout section.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, well, you know, when you're in the booth, you're looking at going, well, maybe you get one more out of that.
It's always easier to surf from here, isn't it?
Much, much easier to be the armchair surfer.
So let's have another look at that. Yeah, there we go. So he had that last turn. He could have maybe just done not a full bottom turn, but that kind of mid-face wave check, driven straight up into the lip once again.
And I feel like that's a wave knowledge from surfing this place too as well. You know that. Here we go. Is this Beckford? Yeah, Beckford with a late drop on this one. Got that surf skate style. Look how he just smacks it off the top, kind of almost like a frontside lip slide. Skate style. He's going to work out of the inside, and you can see he's got some skating ability. He's a big-time skateboarder as well, and you can tell the way he surfs. Nice good turn there off the top. Throws another one, little frontside lay back there. So that's going to be a good wave for Beckford, who's already in that number 2 spot.
All right. Scores to come through for Beckford. So much style in his surfing, and like you mentioned, that skate style coming through as well.
You see it, yeah, you see it right there. And looking at the bio saying he's one of the first Jamaican pro surfers, but loves to skate. Take a look here.
Throws the fins out the back. Slightly more dynamic than what we've seen from some of those other turns. Goes for that skate style, grabs that rail, cuts back into the foam. Continues to wait for this wave to open up as he gets a little bit more of a solid wall coming through to the inside. And some nice transition maneuvers. He'll finish off clean and make his way back out to the lineup.
Another replay, another look at it from the drone angle.
Once again, lets that tail release for just a moment. So it was slightly critical enough for him to do that, where then the wave went a little bit soft. Went back to that real slopey style.
Well, in that first turn, though, you know, the skate style we call it almost like a frontside disaster, where you go up and you land on the lip in the middle of your board. Frontside, that's how he did it. And that's a very, very skatey maneuver right there for Beckford. And now we look at Corzo. Now Corzo here with 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Just kind of nice turn under the lip. He's going to set back up. Good aggressive hit off the top on that one. Comes back to the inside. Another cutty right there. Going to let that thing build. Boom! Straight up and down on that one. That was solid. And then he ejects out of that. Corzo needing a good wave, because all he's got is a .87, so this is going to help his cause with 9 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, we know he's got so much potential. He's already tasted gold here at the World Surfing Games in the past. He's been on that podium, and he would be so hungry for that win again, but also to keep himself in that mix for Olympic qualification.
And basically, he's got to get rid of the .87. We know that. So that wave that he just got is definitely going to do that. So he's going to still need another wave. Look, it's coming in. So Corzo with a 5.5. So he moves into that third spot, only needing a 3.5 now to get up in the top two.
Well, that's a really good position to put himself into. That 5.5 is the second highest wave in the score. Jonathan Gonzalez got that 6.67 on that nice solid left that came through. With those 3 turns, didn't get that 4th turn, but really read that wave well. So if Johnny Corzo has another wave like that on offer, he could be looking to put himself into the lead. As we take another look at this replay, so nice big carve to start off with. Goes up into that little critical lip section. Again, a nice big wrap. He's got really smooth style. He's drawing a really nice line throughout. Judges well rewarded, given that the wave didn't have too many critical sections on it. So there you can see that style and speed coming through. He's got a good bit of length on that board, it looks like, as well. Ready for some of those more sizey waves. Connects well on the finish, and that dropped through at that 5.5.
And you talked about it, Corzo, of course, being a winner. He run him to Ritz, you know, so he knows what it's like and what it takes to actually win with the you know, competition he's going up against.
He certainly has what it takes to get there again. And it's a lot of heats to get through at the ISA World Surfing Games. We've been talking about that potential for rapid charge round. We've just seen Johnny Corzo wave his hand as well. For those of you listening in that are maybe unaware of exactly what happens out in the lineup, he would be waving to the beach announcer.
Not his friends that are watching at home?
Not to his friends,
okay,
not to mom and dad, not to his coach on the beach, but actually to the beach announcer to try and get some information out there. So he clearly needs to know what his requirement is. Sitting in 3rd position right now, he's wanting to know what that requirement is to move himself up into 2nd. He's chasing a 3.5. That beach announcer needs to get him that, as well as the priority situation. He would be sitting under 4th priority when that comes through, because he was the last surfer to take a wave.
Indeed. And so that could, you know, with the time winding down, if you get a bunch of waves in the last 7 minutes, and that's not such a factor, but if you don't get a bunch of waves and you get maybe 2 in the last 6 minutes, you got to pick it right.
Jonathan Gonzalez having another look at that last replay. And Elishama Beckford from Jamaica, solid backhand attack, looking really comfortable on the backhand coming up under the lip. And another big drive under the pocket from our surfer in yellow, Ricardo Delgado. Comes through clean on the inside, nice big wrap back into the pocket, getting lots of speed as he goes in for the finish. It's been a great exchange of waves. This heat has been absolutely pumping as we take another look at that last one from, sorry, that second to last one and the highest score from Jonathan. And a great recap.
Oh, that was a little rail grab on that.
Just so many waves, so much action in this heat compared to what we saw in the last one, Brad.
And that's, you know, that's the thing about, you know, when you're surfing a competition, you might get that heat that doesn't have anything and you got to adjust your plan. That's what's so great about competitive surfing, because it's never going to be the same. So you always have to adjust your game plan on what's going on. And who do we got here? Looks like dropping in for us next. Ricardo Delgado on this one. Now, once again, slopey face height that you were talking about, Shannon. You want to let that thing build. Still not getting the lip that he wants there. He's in that 4th spot. This is going to be a good one. Nails that one off the top. Can he pull through? Not able to complete that one. Oh, unfortunate situation. But Beckford, a late drop onto this one. In that 2nd spot, going to press the eject button, paddle back out.
Well, coming down to it, so Jonathan Gonzalez sitting out the back with that lead, the high score of that 6.67 on that great 3-turn combination, really critical in that finishing maneuver. Shama is doing such a good job to keep himself in second at the moment, with Johnny Corzo chasing just that 3.5 to take an advancing position.
Very interesting play out here, and you see there's still a couple little lines that could give him something to work with now. But Delgado is really needing something here to get out of there. Corzo is needing to get up in those top 2 positions.
Ricardo Delgado, big wave charger from Puerto Rico. If it was big barrels on offer right now, this guy would be sitting right in the front.
And see, that's the thing. Like, it's going to get big throughout the week. So you don't want to have to face rapid charge. You want to keep advancing on the small days. So when it is big and that's your cup of tea, then you can throw down.
And you just have that opportunity to thrive. Thankfully, though, it's not elimination today for those surfers that get 3rd or 4th position. They'll still have that second chance, that second opportunity. But staying in the top round is always the sweet spot to be in.
Well, just like, you know, what Kelly Carranza was saying too as well, like, you're not out having to go through the rapid charge, but the thing is, you can't have a mistake. Every single heat that you compete in, when you have to battle back the rapid charge, you need to be on point to continue to do it. One of the guys, Dimitri Pols, we saw do it at the U18 Juniors in Huntington Beach a couple years ago. He lost his first heat and he had to battle back, but he battled all the way back. You can't get frustrated. You can't let it affect you. You got to just say, hey, it's a task at hand. I have a job to do, and this is what I'm here to do, and I need to take care of it.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of great surfers battle through those rapid charge rounds in previous World Surfing Games. And it's always an exciting thing to see them make it back through into that main podium.
So right now, Delgado searching for a 4.8 to get up in the top 2. Corzo needing a 3.5 to get up in the top 2. Gonzalez, he's got a 6.6 and a 4.3. Solid stuff out of him. And Beckford's done a very good job, too, holding on to that number 2 spot.
Solid bit of surfing. I'm really excited to see that pulse in action. I was a little worried after that last heat, just knowing that our 3 competitors in the lineup had to wait so long, like at least 10 minutes before even being able to catch a wave, kind of move themselves more to the inside. They really had to readjust, where for this heat, they would have seen that happening and watched that unfolding, partly from the beach, partly from the lineup when they got out there. And then
what we saw with the first heat we did, it was heat number 5, where there was no waves till the end. Then heat number 6 gave you all the waves at the beginning, which now we see a little something working here towards the back. Now, could this be an opportunity for our 3rd and 4th place surfer right now to try and get up into that top 2? So it looks like Gonzalez is taking a look here. The guy who's already in the top. A nice drawn off the bottom, straight into it. Good fan off that thing. Rail grab, bottom turn off that. Another good turn there. Really keeping that board tight, staying low. Rebounds off the whitewater here onto the inside section. Another good turn. Pouring salt in the wound to the rest of the competitors, because he is having himself a day in this heat, and he's got to be happy with that.
Oh, that was solid surfing. He also had priority going into that set, so having the pick of the lineup, being able to take his time with it, already having the confidence of being in the lead, now just looking to build that score line and find your feet in a heat out at a brand new lineup.
And you got to think the other competitors like Delgado and Corzo at that point, they're watching. They need to get up in there, and then you got Jonathan Gonzalez, who's already in the lead, had the priority. But look at this, with 1 minute and 40 seconds, there's going to be another opportunity. Corzo right now is in priority right now, number 1, Beckford number 2 priority, and Delgado number 3. So it looks like we got Corzo's going to have the shot at this.
Corzo's in the position he needs to be in right now.
Yeah.
He really needs priority, which he has. He's situated himself like that. He really doesn't need a big score. He only needs a 3.5. So he's going to let that first wave go through. Ricardo Delgado has a little paddle underneath, looking at it. We've got Eli Shama that's sitting more towards the middle of the peak, and Johnny Corzo.
Oh, look at this. So Beckford's going to go on this one. Look at that big frontside slash. The fins, breaks the fins loose. A little too much mustard on the hot dog on that one, but man, you got to like what he went for right there. It was going to be a 1 maneuver wave, but he threw all of it at it.
Well, good decision for Johnny not to go on that one. He's going to take a look at this inside one, decides not to go. So much, like all of it thrown out there for Eli Shama on that last one. That was an amazing bit of effort, but like you said, single maneuver, bigger closeout. That also gives us a slight taste of what we might be seeing here at La Bocona when that swell builds.
True.
Those sets unable to handle and keep an open face.
So there we go. I think time is going to wind down. I don't think we're going to get another one, but look at this. Delgado's trying to take a look and see if he can get something.
Johnny Corzo, he's moved himself all the way to the inside. He needs just that 3.5. He's already got a 5.5, one of the highest scores on the board. And taking off after the buzzer will be Johnny Corzo.
Oh boy, you don't want to, yes. And you know, that wave was not good. Remember, double elimination, so repecharge is what you end up facing. So just because you didn't make it out the first heat, you're still alive. It's not over yet. But this heat is definitely over. And I'll tell you what, Jonathan Gonzalez, 40 years young, ripping out there today.
Absolutely ripping.
Look, still, even with no time left. And remember, that tide still is not bottomed out yet. You still got another about an hour and a half before that tide hits full low. All right, well, there you go. Heat number 5, heat number 6 in the books. We got heat number 7 stacked and racked, ready to do battle out here. It's your 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. More surfing action, day 1 coming up. Stay with us, huh?
Música pop 98.9. Compartir pop. 98.9. Pop. Eres ama compartir impresionante. Pop 98.9.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
When I heard surfing was in the Olympics, it was kind of like, wow, it's crazy because I always loved watching the Olympics. But I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport. It's a really proud moment to be qualified for the Olympic because it's like everything you've done in your life, the sacrifice your family did. It's more of a proud moment for my whole community than myself. Of course, I'm proud to be an Olympic, but it's kind of like I represent like a whole community being an Olympian. It is the biggest sport event in the world, so being part of that, no matter what happens, you know, I feel like I'm part of history.
An absolute beautiful day here for all the surfing action for your 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. 2 epic world-class surf spots, La Bocana, El Sunzal, all taking center stage here, day number 1. Shannon Hughes, Brad J with the call, and we got a whole group, another group of surfers in the water, and we are ready to battle this thing out right now. So a little exchange here. We kind of missed that from our view. But you can see some waves starting to come in.
Look at how solid that is. Wow.
And look at that late drop on yellow, just digging in, not able to get that one around.
Solid bit of commitment from Carlos Escobar. And flurry of waves coming through in the start of this heat, Brad, but no one able to capitalize on that set. Just caught him off guard.
There you go. So Eitan Osborne is going to be in the white, Carlos Escobar in the yellow, Jeremy Flores, who's already qualified for the Olympic Games, he's in red, and Tom Resvin will be in the blue on this one.
Well, talking about Olympics, it's so exciting to see that we have an actual Olympian in the lineup right now. Jeremy Flores from France, born and raised Reunion Island, representing France for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, and it's going to be such an exciting to see thing to see him take off and catch a few waves as well.
And we got red up and riding here on this one.
Jeremy Flores driving into that first couple of turns. Nice, smooth style coming through to the inside. And rebounds off the foam, kicks off on the inside, and he is here to fight fresh off the plane from Australia, competing on the championship tour. And he is ready to go for some ISA World Surfing action. He'll be hungry to get a win out here and to just keep himself in the mix in that Olympic conversation as he's already qualified.
So a little pressure is off him, you're thinking, right?
Yeah, you think so.
Yeah.
It's kind of a nice thing coming into an event this big.
There's Aton on here, Osborne, off the bottom, straight up into that white water, kind of like again, a little bit of slopey face. He's going to stay back as he can to get as much face height. Kind of gets hung up a little bit on that. He's going to come back, and hopefully this corner kind of builds for him. Yeah, you get a little bit more of a section out of it. Nice, big, aggressive off the top of that. How about another? Sure, why not? Good landing on that one. He hits another one. Look at the fan off that one. Aton, oh, it goes over the rock. The wherewithal to see that at the last second. Check the fins.
Wow.
Yep, check the fins.
Okay.
Count them. 1, 2, 3. There you go.
Board looks okay.
Oh, my goodness.
He looks okay. No scratches, no marks, but some insane surfing to start off from Aton Osborne. Representing Israel, born and raised in Ventura, California, and just coming out the gates firing. He wants a spot in the Olympics.
Yeah, I would say so. Looking the way he came out there. And you know what? It's kind of one of his waves that he surfs at home is a place called Emmawood, where it's kind of the air zone. And a lot of guys like him surf that. Dimitri Paulos, they surf that a lot. So, you know, that wave looked similar to some of the waves he surfs back home in Ventura, although the water's a little warmer at 87 degrees.
Yeah, slightly different temperatures that we're dealing with here in El Salvador. It's unbelievably hot here. For those of you listening in, we are sitting in a wonderful air-conditioned booth right now. Our lovely sideline reporter, Jody Nelson, is just baking away in the heat, as are all of our competitors, but there's some great shade on offer. Everyone's wearing heaps of sunscreen. We've got hats. There has been every bit of sun protection provided, aside from when you're out actually in the water. Hopefully we'll see some shade maybe coming through with some barrels later today.
And being out here for like the month that I've been here, it's like you want to surf as early as you can. Like you want to surf before that sun even comes up. And then the evening time, you want to get back out there when that sun just starts to dip down there. All right, well, let's check in with the third member of our team. We got Jody Nelson standing by with the Jamaican surfer from the last heat. Jody, take it away.
Thank you, guys. I'm down here with Team Jamaica Elim and Shama, the Superman, who we just saw in that last heat. And you're going to have to tell us your Instagram because it's too amazing. But Shama and his sister are both surfing in this event. We'll see Elim surfing coming up in some upcoming heats. But Shama, representing Team Jamaica here with your sister, you know, describe what it's like being here in El Salvador.
First of all, wagwan to everybody that's tuning in, all of the folks from Jamaica and worldwide. Just want to say wagwan and big bless up to the whole JSA for bringing the team out here. We have Ellen Beckford, we have Ika Wilmot, Garen Price, who have been pushing the envelope of Jamaican surfing for many years. It's great to be on the world stage right now representing my country. Big shout out again, it's truly an honor.
Definitely. And Elim, first, you just got to tell us your Instagram handle.
My Instagram handle is Wildchild Barefoot Queen.
I love that. And Shama the Superman is his Instagram handle. If you guys aren't plugging that into your phone right now, you should. But Elim, what are your thoughts on your first heat coming up?
Well, I'm really looking forward to it. Definitely, it's gonna be great. I'll be surfing in the 12th heat later on today, and really looking forward.
And I ran into you earlier. You told me a little backstory. When's the last time you surfed in a competition?
My last international contest was in Costa Rica in 2009, so that's like 10 years or more ago.
And for people at home, can you just quickly describe, I know we have a heat in the water, but this is important. Like, some people, competition is not what surfing is all about always, but describe competition for you and what surfing means to you.
Well, for me, surfing is really just about enjoyment and making the most of each moment, you know, going out and enjoying the surf and the people you meet, the opportunities that it brings for you as well.
All right, and any parting words you guys want to say to people watching at home?
Right now, make sure you keep it locked. We're there on spot. The sun well hot, but we're not going to drop. Bang
One love.
Jamaica to the world. Bless.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, guys, we're cheering Team Jamaica down here. Back to you guys in the booth.
Much respect. Yes, yes, I right there, Jamaica, big time, man. And I saw them when they got into town in El Tunco not that long ago, and they were actually doing yoga at a place that I was staying at. I saw them, so they're keeping it limber, they're keeping it fun, and you can see they're enjoying it right there. Because look, competition isn't for everyone. Not everybody wants to compete in a surf contest, but when you have that kind of an attitude, I think it's all about having fun.
Oh, it's so exciting. It's great to see that we've got some real great spirit represented here from Jamaica, that brother-sister duo. It's just amazing.
Well, let's see what we've missed here in the last bit. So this is white right here. This is Aton. Aton's first wave.
Couple of great turns. This was from the break. And he's going to come unstuck at the finish there. So not quite as good as his first one, but huge opening turn from Jeremy Flores. Brad, that was amazing.
That's power surfing at its finest right there from Jeremy Flores.
Let's see what else he has on offer as he comes through to the inside.
Chris Brown wraparound style on that. And that is what, that blue, yeah.
Surfer in blue, Tom Resvan, representing Iran, Huntington Beach local from California. Puts on the power for that finish. Some great surfing. I mean, man, what a flurry of action we had during that last interview.
So here's the one that the rock comes into play here with Aton.
All right, so that first wave, nice. Turn gets slightly stuck on that last one, and then big wrap back in the pocket. This is where it gets super critical. Wow. So drives into that turn, throws that tail.
Bam.
So much commitment, goes for a finishing maneuver.
Sees the rock right here. Sees the rock.
You can see
that. I'm going to clear that. How do you even have time to react to that coming off that big hack like that? That's ridiculous.
That was so impressive. You could see like the moment on his face when he realized there's a rock in front of him that's actually fully just sticking out, sunbathing in the lineup there.
So sick. So Aton, top spot right now. Jeremy Flores needing a 2.6 to take over that top spot. Resvin needing a 2.84 to get up in the top two. And Escobar has a lot of work ahead of him. He doesn't have anything over that 0.93 is his best wave. He needs a 5.41 to get up into that top two. So that's how it's breaking down. But no pressure on Jeremy Flores, man. You're doing your thing. You're already qualified. You're going to the Olympics, but you still want to put on a good show, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what we saw out of that first turn. How amazing was that? Aton Osborne sitting in the lead, but Jeremy Flores, like you said, into the Olympics. Carlos Escobar up and riding.
Yeah, and he really needs one now. Looking for a 5.41. So let's see what this wave can do. There's a second turn, but that's just not going to be able to get back into it. Trying to break the fins loose. Looks like they didn't come loose on it for it. And you got 8 minutes to go out the back. Looks like, is Red taking a look here? No. They're going to hit pass on that. Once again, that tide getting lower and lower and lower. About another hour and a half till this thing completely bottoms out.
We may see a few more waves like Aton's on that last one. Starts to get real shallow down the inside.
Going to start ollieing over the rocks on the inside. And that's going to start getting you points at some point.
I love that we've got this like skate combination in the commentary booth coming through from you, and I'm sure Cote's going to be throwing in his 540 conversation. Callie and I are just going to be in here like, what are you guys talking about?
Well, I mean, nowadays you just see so much likeness, and like Cote told me earlier, like a trick is a trick. And so if a trick's being done in skateboarding and a trick's being done in snowboarding and you're calling it that trick and the same trick's being done in surfing, can't you call it the same thing? So I get the argument.
Yeah, okay, we'll see how we go.
I get the argument on full rotations over 540s. So I definitely get that argument.
We'll see how much we can influence the two of you throughout the rest of the
Let's look at this fun one again.
Oh man, so Aton again climbs into the foam on that first wave, goes into, gets a little bit stuck there, but he really redeems himself as he comes through to the inside. I think that would be the only thing hindering a giant score out of this wave. Huge turn in the critical section. Third huge turn going totally vertical, and another one, and then the rocks show up. But those three critical turns on the inside section, that is what we're here to see. Jeremy Flores. Oh my goodness. I mean.
And the rail grab in there too. You see that? He grabs rail on that turn.
That's what we're looking for off that right. That right super critical to start off with for Jeremy. He's looking really on fire. He's looking like he's adjusted to the time zone change. and he is ready to go here in Australia, ready to take home a World Surfing Games title as well.
Well, and you made a point, you know, but you think about some of these people have had their travel stories just to get here and to be part of it. And it's like, you know, you read some of the Russian Surfing Federation, like taking almost 2 days to get here. That's like, you're without a bed for like 48 hours, and then you get here and you're supposed to perform and then learn a wave. It takes a couple days just to even get used to what's going on.
Absolutely. Well, I've arrived from Australia a couple of days ago, and I am so jet lagged. It's the middle of the night right now. When I woke up, I should have been going to bed. So it's just a bit of an adjustment for so many surfers as well from around the world, which is just the name of the game. And it's so exciting that this last year has been so traumatic for so many people around the world. There's been so much to struggle with in the pandemic, and we're so thankful that we've got this opportunity to run a COVID-safe event here in El Salvador and to give these surfers that taste of being back on the road. So many of them that have traveled for so many years, this has been just the rhythm, now readjusting to that style once again.
And you got to give, hats off to Fernando Aguirre and president of ISA, working so hard to make this event possible, because look, we were going to postpone for over a year when we originally had this thing scheduled, and you know what, keeping the faith and having the protocol set in place, Fernando knew exactly what to do, and here we are, we're running a contest. It's great to see. Here we go. Looks like Resvin getting caught by that one, set kind of coming in, and this is what happens. You sit on the inside, you're catching all these fun little ones, getting snaps off the top, then you get something out back that catches you by surprise.
Well, here we go with another beauty rolling through, and we've got to paddle in.
Yep, there we go. On this one, that's going to be Resvin on this, it looks like. He's going to cut back and try and let it build, see if he can turn something in out of this one. Here's our drone shot from above. He cuts back, rebounds off that white water, still kind of setting it up, let that face build. Here's a little hack right there. And almost board slides the top of that thing, hits it again in the white water. Not much to hit there, but doing whatever he can to try and get out of that third spot, and he needs a 2.84. Is that enough to get up in the top two? Does that beat a 2.84? Not in our hands. We're not judges.
We are not the judges. Thankfully, we got an amazing ISA judge panel present here today. We'll get more into that conversation as the event goes on. Tom Resvin, so connects a couple turns together, nothing super dynamic, but getting some of the job done. So we're going to take another look at this one. Solid size left opening up in front of him. Nice little rail grab to start off with into the foam. So one cut back, nothing very critical. Second big wrap back into the pocket. Really patiently reading this, goes for a nice big finish. He'll definitely get the score that he needs to advance. He's going to ride out of that one. So Tom from Huntington Beach, California, representing Iran, has spent so much of his life dedicated to being his father's caretaker. Unfortunately lost his father recently, but what an amazing, just a legacy that he's carried through as far as that family aspect, caring for your family, taking care of them, and now having the opportunity to represent Iran at the World Surfing Games. He's moved up to the second.
There you go. Just, it was enough. The judges liked what they saw. He's been bumped into that number 2 spot. So Flores, he's bumped to number 3, but don't feel so sad for Jeremy Flores. He's already qualified for the Olympics, but he still wants to put on a good show out here with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Carlos Escobar looking for a 2.7 to get up into that top 2.
So
2.7 where he is at right now in that 4th spot. So he's going to need a good wave here with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, what I'm noticing, Brad, is that it's hard for our competitors this morning to break out of that single-digit heat total to get into that 10-plus point range. We're going to see that change drastically as we move through the rounds, where we're going to see probably 12 points total is going to be about the requirement for a heat total, a couple of 6s, a 5 and a 7, something to be advancing through those farther rounds. But at the moment, we're seeing a lot of those, maybe a 5 and a 6 in someone's score line, but scratching to get that second decent score.
Yeah, because you look at Flores, a 5.83, and he's got that comboed up with a 0.5. So, yeah, bigness, you get big with the 5.83, but then the 0.5 hasn't been that third spot. So he needs a 1.57 to get up in the top 2, which is very easily done for him. Escobar needing a pretty big score of a 5.63. Flores on this one right now, looking for a 1.57 to get back up in there. Nice good turn, smashes it back off the white water. Nice little rebound there. Another good turn, doing whatever he can on this wave. It's not a big scoring wave, but he's going to do his best. Out the back, that's Escobar, and he's looking for a 5.63. I don't know if this wave will do it for him. Doesn't look like it has much of a shoulder after this section, but he's going to let it try and build up and see what else he can get out of it. See how it stays a little slopey. Maybe one more right down here. You're just going to rebound off the white water on that. So that's not going to be something that's going to get you a 6 to get you up in that top 2.
Exactly. I mean, he did well. He stayed low. He stuck himself in the pocket, but that wave never opened up for him. So it was really just the wave that let him down, I think, for Carlos Escobar on that one, not his actual surfing.
I think Flores, though, with his last wave, is going to get him out of that 3rd spot. And he's going to bump Resvin down. And there you go, Flores, bada boom, all the way to the top spot now. And that's going to put Eitan in 2nd, and Resvin now has been bumped into 3rd, and Escobar still in that number 4 spot.
Eitan Osborne up and riding on the inside, goes for that lip line. Check to start off with. Drives into it, and now it starts to bull up on the inside. Exactly what we're looking for.
Good turn for Eitan there. Another good turn for Eitan. He's looking for a 4.87 to take the lead. So no matter what, he's going to be advancing on in either that number 2 spot or the number 1 spot. But Jeremy Flores doing his thing. So Eitan and Jeremy looks like they're going to be advancing on.
What an exciting heat. We've already got one Olympian advancing through into round 2, staying in that top seed, Jeremy Flores. We got Eitan Osborne also will be advancing through into the next round with Olympic dreams on the horizon.
Well, and another heat coming up with another gentleman already pre-qualified for Tokyo. We'll be seeing Julian Wilson from Australia. He's going to be competing in this next heat, and we'll see how that's going to all play out because they are stacked and racked. Heat number 8 is coming up. Welcome all, day number 1, 2021, Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. Stay with us. More surfing action to come. Sounds good. Yeah. And then you go to Casper during the actual heat mode.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Beautiful, beautiful La Bocana here at El Salvador here at El Tunco. We're getting into heat number 8 now. 2021 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Game. That was Julian Wilson, who we just saw, and he's already pre-qualified for Tokyo, so he's out here just having fun.
Wow, so exciting to see the world's best in the lineup here at La Bocana in El Tunco in El Salvador. We've got so many L's and La's. We're going to try and get them all correct, and it's going to be an amazing week of surfing when we've got a forecast like this on the horizon and surfing like we saw from Jeremy Flores in that last heat. Surfing like we're seeing from fellow Olympian Julian Wilson. As we take a last look at his opening ride. Great opening turn right under the lip. And he'll go down. So single maneuver, read it really well, took off with heaps of speed. That's the one thing I think that we're going to see as the difference in our skill of surfing is that speed. Speed from the takeoff. We're going to notice that in our top surfers, and we're going to see a lot of those other surfers training from all around the world doing their best to keep up with that.
And it looks like Casper Haminga here on this one on the backhand. So going to come off the bottom here. Let that thing build. Nice little cutback to get a little spray. And get the punchy inside. There's another little turn. Just kind of getting hung up just a bit. Letting for that face to kind of build. Another turn right there. Not really the turns you're looking for Casper, but really trying to do his best here early in the heat. Why not? Get a wave, get one under your belt, and try to improve on each wave you catch after that. Julian Wilson in red, Casper Heiminga from the Netherlands in white, Giorgio Gomez from Colombia in the yellow, and Vasil Kordish from the Ukraine in blue.
So many nations represented. I mean, we have such an incredible run of countries. 51 represented, one of those being brand new, Ukraine, as we see Julian Wilson up and riding.
Julian Wilson wasting no time to get back to work. I mean, if you're Julian Wilson, you're already pre-qualified. What's your game plan out here? Is it just to come and smash heats and win, or is it just feel confident about your surfing?
Well, it's feel confident about surfing, get some practice in, spend some time with competitors maybe that you've never met, as well as trying to get yourself another ISA title. He already is a World Junior Champion. Julian Wilson was the 2006 ISA World Junior Champion. Now he's looking for a World Surfing Games Championship.
And this could be the time to do it, because when the pressure, I feel like the pressure is completely off his back because of the fact where he is at right now, because he's already pre-qualified. So you don't have that same pressure that some of these other competitors are really trying to get in there.
Absolutely. Well, all the pressure for our championship tour competitors that are already qualified for the Olympics came from 2019.
Yes.
From the WSL Championship Tour in 2019, we saw the top 10 men and the top 8 women qualified for that.
And of course, we qualified through your 2019 ISA World Surfing Game and Pan American Games. Actually, Lucas Messinas from Peru qualified from that experience in 2019. So here we go now. And actually, speaking of which, the Pan American Games, Giorgio Gomez, who is in the seat, his sister is also competing, Izzy Gomez. Giorgio was the stand-up SUP winner out there. So the guy he's good on a surfboard, he's good on a SUP. He can basically do it all. The brother-sister combo, another brother-sister combo competing out here.
So many well-rounded athletes, surfers.
I think we have Jody standing by with the Aton down below. Let's send it downstairs to Jody Nelson, third member of our team. Jody, take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Aton, your first heat is out of the way. Team Israel, how does it feel to be here in El Salvador for the World Surfing Games?
It feels good. It's been a long time since I did a contest, so I mean the first heat always a little nerve-wracking, but we're the good team and in a sick place with some fun waves.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I mean, Ramsey was talking to us about competition nerves and putting that jersey on. Can you describe, like, when you're not in a regular rhythm of surfing heats, like, what do you lose? Like,
well, I don't know. I've never been the best at contests, even when there were, but that was actually the calmest I felt in a heat in a long time, like even before COVID. So yeah, feeling good.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance.
Talk to us about your team. We have a package. If people at home are watching, they haven't seen Anat's package, her feature that's on ISA. Talk to us about home and how much more this week means to you and your country.
Yeah, I mean, Anat, the last time we had it in Japan, she's an incredible surfer. And then we have an excellent surfers, great coach, great support. I mean, with everything going on, it'd mean a lot to do really well for the country and, all the love and nothing but positivity.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure you have family watching. I don't know if you want to say hi to anybody.
Hi, everyone that's watching. Yeah, thanks for watching. Mom, Jadem, and yeah. Thanks, everyone.
All right, well, you're not a dark horse, so don't tell yourself you're a dark horse. We're looking forward to watching you win this event. Guys, back to you in the booth.
Thank you.
I would say one thing I take away from that is he's very humble. Okay, he's a very humble guy right there, because he was surfing quite well.
He was on fire. I mean, Aton Osborne, we know that he is so explosive. He's got great rail game, got great power. He's got great air game as well. And so to just see him out there just linking things together, attacking that inside bowling section. But like you said, humility is what comes across within his surfing as well as within his speech, and it's great to see him.
You know what else I got out of that? His stoke level. I mean, how stoked was Aton? Just like happy, just saying hello to everybody, just having a good time. I like to see that. You like to see the surfers being serious too, but having fun and just knowing, look, we're out here. There's been no guarantees. And COVID shut down a lot of events, and here we are having an event is just awesome opportunity to even see it happening. And can almost bring tears to your eyes, being able to get back to work for us too as well, and all the surfers.
Oh, absolutely. As we see our surfer in yellow now up and riding.
That's Giorgio Gomez right there trying to do that big front side layback slash. Kind of getting away from him on that. And he won out there in the Pan American game, but that in sub wasn't able to earn a spot in surfing, so that's why he's out here today. So
racing down the line from Giorgio Gomez, flies into the air, took off on the inside. I like that. You know, fell on the first one, go for the second one.
His board almost did a 720 on that thing right there. So, you know, and he knows, look, you know who you're competing against. You're competing against, you know, a guy like Julian Wilson, who definitely, you know, you're playing for maybe that second spot, you know, with Julian if you're Giorgio, but you never know. You can put it together at the right time in the right place because he's definitely got the skills to get up in the top spot. And you can see where he's at right now with a 4.5 and a 0.93.
And I like that he's considered a different approach. At least in the heats that we've called now, these last three, we haven't seen anyone take to the air. Everyone's going power game, good big front side carves into that critical inside section to get a little bit more vertical, but to see him go above the lip is really great, even though it was just kind of a Hail Mary chuck out there.
Yeah, that was definitely a Hail Mary chuck right there. Like, hope that board stays under my feet, whack side up. So, you know, and a good story about Giorgio was competing in the Pan American Games, and he had let his sister Izzy use his board because she had problems with her board, right?
Oh, no.
And she broke his board, and he still had to compete. So he had to use her other board to be able to compete. So it was kind of crazy to see that go down. And she didn't even know how to tell him. So like, how do I tell my brother I broke his board? Here's a look at Gomez here on the inside.
Oh my goodness. Giorgio drives back into that pocket. Love that big wrap. And goes for a little bit of variety on that second turn and then hits the foam coming through to the inside. So some great surfing from our Colombian. And great to see the brother-sister combinations coming through from quite a few teams.
Here we go. This is blue right now. Vasil Kordish. So he's going to work his way down the line. A little cutback for him there. You can see him kind of directing it with that front shoulder on what he wants to do here. Another good turn. You know, good to see Ukraine being represented out here. Welcome Ukraine to the big party here at ISA. Good to see him out there.
Wow, it's so good to have him here. I mean, it's so amazing to have another new nation represented at the ISA World Surfing Games, another new nation represented on the, you know, that kind of national level of surfing.
Better world through surfing.
Better world through surfing. That is what the ISA is all about. And there we have it. Love that surfing from Vasil. I mean, nice and composed. Read that wave well, stayed right in the pocket on it all the way through, and made sure to hang on until the end. So safe surfing, but trying to get the job done. For a surfer like Vasil, flies in from Ukraine. He's never competed at the World Surfing Games before. First time that his nation's been represented, and he's the one here. Like, he is Ukraine surfing. That is Vasil. He paddles out against the Olympian, Julian Wilson. What do you think? Where do you think his nerves are at right now?
I'd be freaking out. If I was him, I'd be freaking out. But you know what? That's probably like, pinch me. This is reality right now. I'm out here competing against some of the best in the world, and Ukraine is now part of the ISA family, and that just makes it so amazing all the way around.
Wow, it's just amazing.
Because he runs the federation too. I
mean, Vasil Kordish is Ukraine surfing.
He is.
That's it. We're so excited to have him here, and he's shredding. I mean, he's got a 917 on the scoreboard. He's looking for another score to take an advancing position. He's got some work to do as we take a look at this beautiful lineup here at La Bocona.
This is like we were talking about the low tide. This is what you will not see when that tide comes up to a 7 foot later on today. All this gets covered up, comes a little bit more in. You get a little bit more A-frame peaks. I think it stands up a little better. I don't think some of the low tide is the best. So Julian Wilson on this one. He's got a 3.5 and a 1.0. He's just trying to stay busy out there, and he's going to kick out of that one.
Yeah, that score, well, at the moment he just has a 3.5 and a 1 on the scoreboard. So
I think he got rid of the 1.
That'll get rid of the 1. Yeah.
That
So he'll do something. He'll improve the score line, but it's not what we want to see from someone like Julian Wilson. He's taking his pick of the lineup, and yeah, like you said, we'll see those conditions change quite a lot. It's crazy the amount of rocks that are now exposed. I mean, for surfers having to get themselves out into the lineup, just navigating, making sure they don't cut their feet open on the rocks, let alone taking care of their fins when they're in the shallow water.
There's the famous ollie rock right here on the inside.
A-10 ollie rock.
That's the A-10 rock right there. We're going to call that A-10's rock, which you will only see at low tide. So now taking a look out back. Julian Wilson put in the 3.27, so he did get rid of the 1. So it gives him a total 6.77. You got Giorgio Gomez in the number 2 spot. Needs a 2.27 to take over number 1. Casper Haminga from the Netherlands looking for a 3.11 to get up in the top. Not talking about the band. And then you got Vasil Kordish from the Ukraine looking for a 3.47 to get up in the top 2. That was my first band quote for Chris Cote.
How many more will we see throughout the week?
You never know, man.
Casper Haminga representing the Netherlands. It's great to see some of those. I mean, there's some good waves in the Netherlands when they get a little bit of wind swell. It's that north coast.
And then you look at Vasil, what he's surfing. He's surfing like the Black Sea. They need huge wind swells for that to happen. I've seen it. I've been there and I've seen waves.
You were sharing that with me earlier.
Yeah, when we flew in to do the Olympics in 2014, the Winter Olympics in Sochi, I got into my place at night. It had views of the Black Sea, so I didn't see anything. And I woke up the next day, and I saw probably 3 to 4 foot waves coming in at the Black Sea. It was like almost like a point. And I'm like, does it break like this all the time? I took pictures of it. People responding, going, there's waves in the Black Sea. And then I never saw any waves like that anymore the whole time. So it was a huge wind swell that developed, and that's how they get a lot of their waves is wind swells because the Black Sea is massive.
Well, I mean, there's so many surfers around the globe now, surfing spots that are unexpected, surfing lakes in different countries, and waiting for those big storms that will generate wind swell. Of course, as surfers in the ocean, we hope for a big ground swell that's created by a storm way off the coast and just rolls into us, rather than that kind of short period wind swell that sometimes gets kicked up. But as a surfer without that on offer, I mean, find anything you can get.
And even I was in, Dubai. We're doing an event in Dubai, and there was wind swell in Dubai, and there was probably about 8 guys surfing, and it looked like about, waist to chest high, and probably similar water temperature. Maybe it was 90 over there, but they were getting waves. So there's waves everywhere.
Absolutely. There's a good longboard community in Dubai. A couple really fun little waves that come through
perfect.
there.
Perfect for longboarding there,
perfect.
too. Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. Unlike this out here, a little dicey on the inside, giving some great critical sections for our surfers to attack.
So 5 minutes and 14 seconds to go. Looks like we got Giorgio Gomez, who's in second, trying to get rid of that .93, and breaks the fins loose on that one. So that's a nice turn for him. Rebounds it back off the white water. Is he going to get one more? Little floater here on the inside, and then kind of slaps it off the white water and doing what he can. And that's going to get rid of his that score. He's looking to get rid of that .93 for sure.
Well, he's definitely going to jump into the lead with that one. Looking for just a 0.93. He's got that 4.5 on the scoreboard. We'll have to have a look at the replay to really see what went down on the last one. But like you said, he was able to drift that tail a little bit.
Yeah, if he beats Julian Wilson, I think that's a feather in your cap if you're, Giorgio Gomez. I mean, he's a great sup surfer for sure. And he's got surfing skills to boot too. Look at that. Breaks that fin loose, just completely brings down. One of the most aggressive moves we've seen in this heat.
That was such a great opening turn. Absolutely love it. A couple phone climbs to finish off with, but he'll be moving himself into the lead without a doubt.
And that is white right there. Casper. Casper not really getting much out of that one. And then it looks like we got Julian now. Julian Wilson is going to turn away from that one. Not going to offer him time winding downhill here in heat number 8.
So Julian Wilson already into the Olympics, qualified through the 2019 World Surf League Championship Tour. We know that we had the top 10 eligible men and the top 8 eligible women that qualified out of 2019. That was a really exciting time to experience between the ISA World Surfing Games and the WSL Championship Tour. And to see those two coming together to build surfing for a better future, to get those Olympians crowned and give them that opportunity to start training years ahead of time.
And I'll tell you, we just were waiting for it to happen, and we thought it was going to happen a year ago, and we just been put off and put off. And you're like, when is it going to happen? As we see Gomez back on it, he's been on fire. But finally, the reality is setting in. The last Olympic qualifier for surfing, like you said, 7 women, 5 men will be picked to join the field of 20 men and 20 women. So that's just exciting things being part of it. Look at, there's your time winding down.
Giorgio into the lead.
Yeah.
A 4.73 and a 4.5. So he knew he would get the score. Takes the lead over the Olympian Julian Wilson. bumped down into second, chasing a 5.73 to take the advancing position. Casper and Vasil, that's the tricky one. Can they get those fours?
With 2 minutes and 30 some odd seconds, you don't see a lot, but you never know. Something could happen and give him something. But a 4.27, that's what Casper's going to need, and a 4.8, Vasil will need that. But Julian Wilson in second, and Giorgio Gomez, who's been having his way with it today. And now we see a little something. Maybe this will provide a right, and it looks like Julian was looking at it. No, this is going to. This is definitely when you see the tide drop out like this. Yeah, this low. This is what you start seeing. Casper is going to get in one. Here's the drone shot from this. One good turn there for Casper, needing a 4.27. A little unhinged, but pull it together. A little rail grab. Nice, good aggressive. Last hit on that one for Casper. Don't know if that's enough to get past that, the 4.27 he was looking for.
But positioned himself down on the inside. Like you said, that tide's really starting to drain out now. That wave didn't go super critical for him, which was a little bit unfortunate. I think that's most likely what he would have been needing as we take another look at it from Casper. From the Netherlands, representing, nice big wrap back into the pocket. And goes slightly more vertical on that second turn, and he'll finish off on the inside. So 3-turn combination. We'll leave that in the hands of the judges. And a strong paddle from our heat leader, Giorgio Gomez.
Giorgio Gomez, what can't he do today? He's had, look at that frontside layback slash, so sick. Another good turn right there from second good turn. So Nate works it back on there and kind of breaks the fins loose on the whitewater on that one. So Giorgio looking solid, and he's been solid start to finish. I mean, he was the first one with one of the better waves, and he's continuing to do that. He means business. He's trying to get up there. He wants to represent Colombia.
Absolutely. I think from this surfing, we can see his hunger in it. I mean, he's taken off on a lot of waves. Julian Wilson now with a paddle. He's chasing a 5.73 to take the lead.
Good first turn for Julian Wilson. Now he's going to let this thing kind of build up, see if he gives him a little something more, but that's not going to do it. 30 seconds remain. That could be doing it for him, but he's already in that second spot. Casper or Vasil will not be challenging that second spot.
Giorgio Gomez in rhythm, super hungry, chasing that Olympic position. Can Colombia get an Olympic surfer in the mix?
And you know that with, when Izzy is competing too, she's going to be gunning for that same thing, and they get a sister-brother combo to make it and represent Colombia. That would be things that dreams are made of right there, Shannon.
So exciting. So much to discuss this week here in El Salvador and El Tunco. Great waves on offer and some amazing stories we're picking up from the athletes.
You got to feel pretty good if you're Giorgio Gomez right now. You came out there, you kept Julian Wilson at bay, you kept him in that second spot, you advanced in the number one spot. Julian Wilson needed to do what he needed to do and just continue bouncing out. Already he's qualified for the game, so he's done well, and big props to Giorgio for some great surfing out here in that heat.
Yeah, really sharp, really dynamic. Picked some excellent waves. Julian Wilson goes flying past the screen. That'll be after the buzzer.
Well, that's going to do it for us. We're going to switch things out here. Chris Cote, Kyle Carranza going to step back in the booth and handle things for the next 4 heats. Thanks for joining us out. More surfing action coming up at your 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Don't go anywhere. You'd be blowing it if you did.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
surf fans. You are watching the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza, and we're in the thick of it. Heat 9. We've already seen some global superstars do their duty for love of country and love of surfing. Of course, we just saw Julian Wilson competing in heat number 8, and now we move on to heat number 9. Another absolutely stacked international heat. Shun Murakami, Jonathan Zombrano, and Ming Jing Liu. So we have surfers representing Japan, Ecuador, Taipei.
So interesting. I'm really excited to see. Obviously, we talk about how countries have developed, China being and Chinese Taipei being the few countries that really haven't had surfing for that long. And every month, every year we see them compete, they're surfing better and better. So it'll be interesting to see what this young surfer brings. That being said, Shun Murakami already provisionally qualified for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, which will be held in 2021 in a couple months' time. And Jonathan Zambrano, El Gato Chila, very, very powerful backside surfer. Well, he's a goofy footer. He comes from the land of rights in Ecuador, so his backside is really on point. Unfortunately, the last ISA event that we saw him compete in, he was a little bit hurt, his ankle. I do believe he's at 100% now, so it'll be really cool to see him basically show the world what he can do.
Very excited. You know, I love the underdog story, and that goes through the ISA World Surfing Games all the way to the Olympics. I tend to find myself cheering for the lesser-known surfers, and I think that's a testament to the field we have. I am Chris Cote. This is Kale Carranza. We're proud to be bringing you the ISA World Surfing Games live here from Surf City, El Salvador. We want to thank the El Salvadorian government for the warm welcome and, of course, the hospitality that we've all been feeling. I know the surfers have been feeling it, and, you know, what you see right here in front of you is there has been surfing and a surf scene in El Salvador for decades, but it's really coming to its own, especially this zone right here. There's a reason they're calling it Surf City.
Yeah, and I think this is the event that will actually show the world the type of waves that El Salvador has, which really wasn't, if you're a surfer, you know that there's waves down here. The consistency, though, that's at a whole different level, as we see yellow up and riding.
Yeah, this is Ming Jing Liu, Chinese Taipei. To your point, as you were saying earlier, you know, with China entering the surf scene, they have definitely been putting a lot of effort behind, you know, getting their surfers up. Chinese Taipei is a great example of a country that has really embraced the surf lifestyle and competitive surfing itself. It's pretty cool that, you know, since we are one world and everybody's tethered so closely just via your phone, via the internet, a lot of these surfers that might not have had the opportunity 10, 20 years ago to get coaching from, you know, Peter Townend, former world champion, is a great example of someone who's helped a lot in their region. So, you know, now we have the ability to reach out, and, you know, you mentioned Jamaica reaching out to Ben Bourgeois to get his coaching help. So it goes across the entire field. You know, you have international coaches coming through to help some of these growing nations get just a leg up on the competition.
Yeah, and it's usually coaches that they themselves have competed on the international scale, so they know what it means. They know what it feels like to be in a heat and feel the pressure, feel the nerves, see the country flags waving in the wind as we see there on screen. You're looking in, you spot your flag, you see your crew underneath that flag, and for some, it creates added nerves. For others, it just catapults them, boosts them, and makes them want to compete and perform at a higher level. So that is really cool to see here.
Use that pride to, you know, inspire your surfing, and, you know, we've definitely noticed an international fan base watching. So, you know, usually when there's surf events on, you can count on Australia, America, Japan to be tuning in. But right now, I mean, with over 51 nations competing, we have a huge global audience, and I know they're enjoying the show now. Shun Murakami currently in the lead, just a .83. We know how good Shun is. I mean, he is an elite surfer, but even elite surfers can get caught off guard by this wave. A tricky lineup.
He was in position to catch it, though, but he didn't want to. You can see that the low tide making the wave really soft, really flat on the inside. This young man, he knows the wave really well.
Right.
He's been here for quite a bit. We spoke with his coach, Wade, from South Africa. he knows how important it is to sit in the correct position depending on the tide. So Shun, you can see him, he's not really right away gunning to be on the outside. He's in that midsection where he could potentially get those double ups. He's focusing on the lefts, and judging from what he's seen in previous events, his Instagram and the way he's surfing right now, he could very well be another surfer to make it into the final.
Absolutely. Even, you know, as you see the lineup right now, so much white water. For as perfect and fun this wave is, still pretty unpredictable. So a lot of times you go out there with strategy, where you want to sit, which wave you want to catch. This wave has kind of a way of shaking things up for you. As we see now through this inside section, it looks like we could see a good run from Shun Murakami. And here you're going to see solid fundamentals, beautiful carving turn there for Shun.
The style.
Such a good style. You know, Team Japan always comes correct. And with them being the host nation of the upcoming Olympic Games, you know, there's just that kind of added swagger that they're coming through with.
And swagger he has. If you see him dress in and out of the water, he's got a very particular style of dressing. He is a very beloved Japanese surfer. Everyone that I spoke to in Japan regarding Shun, everyone just kind of takes their hat off and goes, this guy is incredible. He's super funny. He's quirky. He's got an incredible style. He's good in the air. He charges pipeline. I mean, this guy surfs really, really big waves. And when I asked Shun yesterday, I said, hey, we're going to be commentating your heat. You know, would you like to say anything back to anyone back home? He's a very shy, introverted individual. He didn't want to say anything. He just said the word "sate," and that Kanoe Igarashi translated into kind of a will to win. As we see Shun up and riding, you talked about fundamentals. Such clean, strong, beautiful, stylish surfing. The bottom turn, the extension of his legs when he does that turn. We talk about creating and generating more speed halfway through the turn, and that is something that's not easy to do because you have to trust that rail. You have to trust that inside rail to generate speed. You can't have it wobble out of the water. So a surfer that can do that on their front hand on these lefts is going to be a surfer that's going to get big scores. Ramzi Boucham was another one that did just that. So it's going to be cool to see frontside surfers versus backside surfers and how the attack kind of varies a little bit.
Well, we saw earlier, at least in one of the heats this morning, it was all right that got the big scores. Things have switched over again to the left. So with our tide situation, it looks pretty dead low tide right now. Anytime you can see sand out beyond these rocks, you know it's a low tide situation. So as we wait for our surfers in the lineup to get involved, we're going to go down to the beach. We got Jody Nelson with surfer in yellow, Giorgio Gomez.
Thank you very much, Chris Cote, and Gio is his nickname. Gio, he's wearing a mask. I mean, he's following protocol. But Gio, I'm used to getting, like, I hear people say you're pretty good for a girl. People say, oh, Gio's pretty good for a stand-up paddle surfer. What do you have to say about that? You can take your mask off, as long as you have your real mask on underneath.
Sorry, William Schaffner. I'd say, like, I don't know, I feel like those guys don't get enough respect, you know? Like, you look at us as like a bunch of kooks and stuff, but like, we're doing the same stuff, pretty much almost the same stuff as like guys on shortboards. So like, you know, you can make fun of them, but they're doing airs, they're doing literally the same stuff, and almost probably cooler stuff sometimes, you know? So shout out to those guys. You know, I'm not really doing it anymore. I'm kind of like stepped away from it. Okay, I wanna surf, you know? You know, Kai and like Luis Denise and all those guys, like, I mean, those guys are gnarly. You know, they're really good shortboarders too. So give those guys credit. You know, don't call them kooks.
Well, you just took down Julian Wilson, so I'm pretty sure nobody's going to be calling you a kook any day soon. But tell us a little bit about your board. Your sister says she's at the other venue. She didn't get to watch your heat just now. That's Izzy Gomez, you guys are representing Team Columbia. She said to have me ask you about your magic board.
So this is, it's funny enough, this is actually, we went to Indo last year, and this is actually her step up.
Izzy's step up?
Yeah, it's her board. And it's my dims, so my dimensions. So I was sitting in the garage, and I was kind of in between boards, and I was like, well, Izzy's like, why don't you try it out? And I tried it out, and ended up being the best board I've ridden in a really long time. I mean, shout out to my Shaper Ruminator surfboards in San Clemente, California. I mean, every board he's made me literally hasn't been a dud. It's been really good, but we just found something that like 10% more that was like better, you know. But it's like just a regular, you know, straight outline. Call it the Banshee. Yeah, it's 6.0, 19 1/4, 2.5, 31 liters. So, but it's an epoxy too, and yeah, it's my magic stick. So I really like it, and yeah.
One more question for people at home watching that don't surf. What role do shapers play in the sport of surfing?
I think they're probably the most they're the most underrated and like overlooked people in the world in surfing. I feel like the real heroes are the shapers. Those guys put so much time into boards. Literally the artistry and like what it takes to make a surfboard is really unbelievable. And for those guys, shout out to all the shapers. Seriously, like those guys don't get enough credit.
And the sanders.
And the sanders and the glassers, and the cutmen. The cutman, Joe, that cuts all the boards on the CNC machine. Those guys are wizards too behind it all. I just want to say shout out to all of my Florida family, 941, Bradenton, 561, Jupiter, Florida. Yeah, so like, you know.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Gio. Thank you for sharing. And we'll be cheering you and your sister Izzy on, and hopefully see you guys on the podium.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thanks,
right
Joe.
on. Gio representing well right there. Definitely a force on the paddle scene, and obviously an incredible surfer. You know, it's all surfing, so the conversation of whatever board you're riding, you know, when you come in the competitive landscape, of course. But pretty rad to see a multi-talented athlete like that, Gio, coming through with a win, taking a top spot over Julian Wilson. That must feel great. You can feel the confidence coming from him from that interview, and I fully agree. Shapers make the world go round, so support your local surfboard shaper.
Yeah, and it was really cool that they mentioned also the people that are involved in the shaping process. It's not only the person that, you know, makes and gives the board a shape, it's also the people that glass them, put fins on them, sand them. There's very unique qualities to a surfboard, and sometimes one thing is off and the surfboard won't work that well. And a piece I saw not too long ago talking about John Florence, who unfortunately isn't in this event, but he spoke about his surfboards, and there's one guy that sands his boards. There's one person that puts the fins on. You know, no one else can do that. Although there's a lot of people that are qualified, everyone has their own little tweak to the system, and that might make the board a little bit lighter, a little bit faster, a little bit slower, and they like them just as is.
Yeah, it's a very particular, you know, the subtle details of these boards. These are basically, you know, F1 cars. So much science, so much technology going into the surfboards. You know, that's why when you know, I hear them called equipment every once in a while, and that's totally fair.
You don't like it?
I like it. I see them as art. You know, rideable, usable art. But they are quote unquote sports equipment as well. But you know, if you've ever spent time in the shaping room, as I know you have, Kale, I mean, you see the love and artistry that goes into every board. And you know, if you're thinking about a field this big, hundreds of surfers, that means 300 surfboards. So a lot of boards down here right now. And you know, another pretty
and
cool,
everyone has, I doubt.
Everyone's unique.
Yeah, and I doubt they came down with one surfboard.
Exactly.
Most of these surfers came down with at least 3. I would dare say at least 5, as we see a big set rolling out the back with only 5 minutes left. Cote, it's been a very sleepy heat. We were expecting big scores. We know the name Murakami. We know Zambrano. They haven't really caught a second wave. Now, that doesn't mean they haven't been out there, but I think they're having a really hard time positioning themselves.
You know, I feel like position-wise, all 3 of them have really not been in that sweet spot just yet. You see, they've been kind of paddling around in circles. We've been saying it all morning. Conditions are going to be changing, not just throughout the day, but throughout every heat.
And for those of you watching out there thinking that, why don't they just sit out the back and wait? Well, the current is so strong that at this particular tide, I would be lying if I told you exactly where it's pulling. But when we surfed at low tide, it was pulling out towards the horizon on your screen and to the left. So a lot of these surfers are usually paddling against that current to regain positioning, as we see someone having a look at that one, not going. A lot of flat waves, Cote, so I feel like these surfers know that they have to catch a wave that allows them to get those big scores. They can't just take off on a little corner and expect to get a 5 or a 6.
Well, this area is filled with world-class surf spots. Just to the right of where you see our main competitive area, our other main competitive area is El Sunzal. This is where the women are competing right now. We've got a net on this first wave right here. I believe Izzy Gomez on the second wave.
That looks like Sofia Mulanovic in the back.
That's Sophia. Oh, wow. So, yeah, we have huge surfing superstars on the women's side of the draw as well, and we will be switching back and forth, men and women, on both peaks. This will also be our repecharge peak throughout the week. Unless it gets in that 10-foot range, everything will move over to the right-hand point break at El Sunzal, which is, I mean, in itself, you can see any surfer out there would love to ride that wave. It's kind of the perfect blend. A beginner could get out there and catch the longest wave of their life. An expert, a professional could get out there and tear this wave to pieces. So, you know, unlike a lot of venues around the world, we have 2 world-class options for us, right?
And the consistency, I can't, well, I'll talk about that in a second as we see live action.
Yeah, this is your surfer. That was Ming Jiang Liu, up and down real quick. So that wave just kind of ran off. First right we've seen in a while. Still waiting for surfers in this heat to kind of catch their bearings. I'm a little surprised that Shun hasn't caught more waves. We know how well coached Team Japan is and well prepared.
Absolutely.
So it would be interesting to speak to him after this and kind of just see what changed as he paddled out.
As we see someone paddling out the back, it does seem to be Shun eyeing this left-hander. He's paddling. It looks like he's going.
I just got to keep saying that more often. Maybe that will be the switch that needs to go. Shun Murakami now. Beautiful opening turn. Solid snap there. Can he get one final maneuver? He does. He kind of tries to force it upside down. Would have been an incredible turn had he made it. Did get 2 solid turns out the back. We'll see. That'll probably be a mid-range score, but he is throwing away a very low score for his second wave, so he'll be welcoming that score.
Yeah, he is going to replace his backup score, but just a little bit off timing on that wave. As we see El Gato Chila, Jonathan Zambrano paddling frantically for this wave. He doesn't go. He can't catch it. A lot of those inside waves, Cote, kind of feather out the back. It would seem like you'd be able to catch him, but then they back off and then reform on the inside section. So we will be talking about this time and time again throughout the course of the week, I believe, and how different this wave can get. Wind, tide, current, swell direction, swell size, as we see Jonathan paddling for this one.
And just a little out of position. 40 seconds to go. We're going to wait for that last score from Shun Murakami. Most likely will maintain that lead. Jonathan Zambrano, you said it. You know, we expect big things from Jonathan every time he hits the water. As now we see Ming Jiang Liu, 13 years old, one of our youngest competitors.
Incredible.
So already showing a strong work ethic for Ming Jiang. And here we see Jonathan Zambrano pulling out of that wave. Don't think there was any possibilities for him on the inside section, so had to get out of there. Now hoping for a reform, meaning the wave is already broken. When it reforms, as you saw right there, could give him some good opportunity here on the inside section. One crispy turn, goes to the air. Kind of overcooks it. You saw his body momentum going a little too far forward.
Yeah, his board got a little bit stuck underneath him, didn't actually continue the trajectory in the air, so he lands a little bit off the side. But he caught that wave just because he didn't want to paddle in. He knew the heat was over. They're aware of the time. They're aware of what they need. So this is pretty much just a nice warm-up heat for both Shun and Jonathan Zambrano. But incredible. Ming Jiang Liu, 13-year-old from Puntung, surfed really well. These waves are strong. These waves are big. And he surfed with 2 of the world's best.
A big result. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. You're watching the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City in El Salvador. Stay tuned.
música pop. 98.9. Compartir pop. 98.9. Pop. Eres, ama, compartir, impresionante. Escucha. Pop. 98.9.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
ISA with the goal, make a better world through surfing. So far, we're achieving that. This is an incredible event, deep international field, over 51 nations competing. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. You're watching the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City, El Salvador. And we are into heat number 10. Another stacked international field. And this guy right here, Vasco Ribeiro, representing Team Portugal. You could call Vasco one of the best in the world, former world junior champion. That turn right there illustrates how good he is. A completely different start compared to our last heat. Vasco on the board. Now your surfer in blue, Lucas Madrid, representing Uruguay. What kind of waves do they have in Uruguay?
Really fun beach break waves. The ocean floor actually goes from relatively shallow to progressively deeper, so you don't get those big, bowly, kind of Tahitian strong waves, but you get some really fun beach breaks.
Here's your lineup in the international field: Vasco Ribeiro, Max Emiliano Cross, Asen Bengay, and Lucas Madrid. Asen from Senegal, definitely one of the most spirited, a global favorite team. They come down to the beach, they bring their drums. I mean, they are so passionate about surfing and competing. Love having Senegal back in the mix.
And so loved by everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Most teams are always cheering for them. They always have a party, like you were mentioning, the drums. So I'm sure a lot of people are cheering for them on the beach right now. That being said, we do have limits to who can attend this event. There's a very rigorous screening process for everyone, staff, athletes, and we've done an incredible job, so big thumbs up to everyone involved in this process. As we see yellow up and riding, it seems to be Mr. Hassan.
So here we go, nice, solid combo right there, bottom turn straight up into the lip. And I would put Senegal's team as one of the most improved teams over the past 3 years. You can tell they've really been thriving in maximizing the exposure that they get at these contests, but also really soaking in the knowledge. I would venture to say you can't have an ISA World Surfing Games without Team Senegal. They truly embody the spirit of the ISA.
Absolutely, and their coach and fellow countryman, Mr. Omar Seye, a good friend of mine from a long time ago, he was actually in the water telling me how much Senegal has grown in regards to surfing. So many people are actually surfing in Senegal. As we see, that seems to be Magnum Martinez, coach of Team Chile. Obviously, Maximiliano Cross is in the water right now. This young man, Maxi, living in Rapa Nui, one of the most incredible islands in the world. Coached by a Venezuelan legend on screen, Magnum Martinez, cover of Surfer magazine, charger in Hawaii and Mexico, extremely well versed in small waves as well. As we see a quick in and out for Vasco, and another in and out for our surfer in white. Now, take into consideration the fact that Vasco Ribeiro won a QS in Santa Cruz, Portugal, just before he came here.
Yeah,
I'm
what,
sure,
a week ago.
Yeah, I'm sure his parents, Raul and Sofia, are watching, so you guys should be very proud of this young man. He is one of the few surfers that hasn't been able to make the jump onto the CT, but his surfing is there.
I mean, it's so good.
You'd think he had already. We've seen him so much, as we see White up and riding.
Maximiliano Cross, representing Team Chile, always fields a strong team. Big backside whip there to finish that wave. So a good start for Maximiliano, just sitting on a 1.33. No doubt going to erase that score. Meanwhile, Vasco Ibero with a 5.67. Big names coming up next. Lucas Madrid is in second, representing Team Uruguay.
Here's the current situation in the water. Red in the lead. Vasco Rivero.
So it is interesting to see Maxi Cross now currently in third position, arguably one of the most well-prepared surfers in this event. He rides for Climax. Rodolfo, an incredible shaper out of Latin America, out of Peru. He's been shaping his board for quite a while. And Maxi's trained with Israel Rocha in Brazil, biomechanics. He's trained with Jaime Mestre, sports psychology. He's done surfing and mock heats with Magna Martinez. So they are trying to get everything that they can. Good physically, mentally, emotionally, as we see Yellow up and riding.
Asane up and down. Didn't like the looks of that wave. Opts out, so he'll now be in fourth priority. First priority is with Lucas Madrid. Madrid, 28 years old, born in Punta del Este. His favorite break is called El Pepe.
El Pepe. I've never surfed that way. I've never made it to Uruguay yet, but I have great friends over there. Luis Maiturria, obviously fellow surfer with Lucas Madrid here in the team, is Marco Giorgi, another incredible surfer from Uruguay. And, well, Lucas Madrid recently got on Hayden Shapes, and they says that they've been working really well for him. As we see Maxi Cross milking it all the way to the inside. He's got motivation.
Watch your fins.
Yeah, be careful. I'm sure his daughter Ra'anui and wife Anne-Marie are watching. Most likely, all of these surfers have not only their family members, but friends and entire countries seeing if they can make it into the final and potentially get a spot in the Olympics. Some of these guys, it feels so incredible to think that we will see surfing in the Olympics, and 5 of these men that are competing today and tomorrow in these first few heats, we will be lifting their flag, waving it in Japan, competing for their country in the Olympics.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the beginning of someone's Cinderella story. A true underdog tale is underway. We don't know who it is yet. We've got hundreds of surfers in these opening rounds. It's double elimination. If you lose in your first heat, you get another opportunity. You need to keep advancing through those rapid charge rounds in order to get back in the main podium area. But there's a chance. I mean, we've seen it, both the men and women, in previous ISA World Surfing Games. So Lucas Madrid, you know, right now, if this heat ended, he'd be in third place. Well, he would have another opportunity to advance through heats, arguably sometimes even tougher in the rapid charge rounds. But here we go. Vasco Ribeiro, super powerful, always fast, so consistent.
So solid. He just looks so solid on his surfboard. There's no, you know, hiccups where you think, oh, he might fall. No, he just looked like he was going to rip that wave to shreds, which is what he did. We talked about his win in the QS. He really wants to qualify for the CT, but he wants to be in the Olympics. He wants to wave that Portuguese flag, as we see a beautiful drone shot of where we are currently, Cote.
Yeah, we're going to go check in on the women who are currently competing at El Sunzal, just literally up the beach. They are enjoying this beautiful right-hand point break. So much opportunity for our female competitors just to the north.
You could be surfing La Bocana on a free surf and then just paddle over to Sunsal and catch a few waves.
El Salvador's like that. It's like a grocery store of amazing surf breaks. Oh, you know what? I want to pick this one. I'm going to go here today. It's almost, it has like an Indonesian feel, you know, the Mentawai Islands with a break around every corner. Well, that's kind of what we're looking at.
As we're seeing surfers in Sunsal, it looks like Sofia Mulanovic in the pink, rash guard red, ripping that wave. It's a little bit, you can see that the wave is a little bit slopier than La Bocana, but it has its sections right there. Look at that wave. That's the kind of wave you want to surf on a free surf. Imagine having the luxury of surfing it with only 3 other surfers in the water.
And just judging by what Sofia did on that wave, she is really going to be a tough surfer to beat. She's already won herself an ISA World Surfing Games Championship last year. She did not qualify for the Olympics because the Olympic qualification for her region was done through the Pan Am Games. So for her, win it and you're in it, as we're going to start saying, because for some of these surfers, this is their final chance. And a big result here you stamp your ticket to Tokyo.
Yeah, and for those of you listening, there are a few ways or methods that you can qualify to surf in the Olympics. Obviously, the WCT is the first tier. Afterwards, we have this event. And then obviously some surfers provisionally qualified through the Pan Am Games and the 2019 ISA World Games. So it's not as simple as winning one event, Chris, and making it into the Olympics. You have to be consistent. You have to be good in your country to be representing and being a part of that team. And then do well in either the CT or here today.
Yeah. Well, as you're seeing an above shot of El Sunzal, beautiful right-hand point break. The men are competing right now at La Bucana. Tomorrow, we're going to be watching the women on the main broadcast podium. As you see here, we're just checking in with the women's event that's happening just up the beach. And I see this wave, and the one word that comes to my mind is fun. But you look at that inside section, so it kind of has a couple different looks to each wave. Starts off a little bit crumbly, and then you get a real nice racetrack section. Right there, somebody could have been ripping that wave to bits. We just saw Sofia Milanovic pretty much dominating in her heat. So,
And
we'll see
the
how
reason
things
why
progress.
the reason why those girls didn't actually go for that wave is that it's only waist to shoulder high, and the waves today out the back are clearly overhead. So they don't want to use their priority on a wave that, you know, potentially doesn't give them the scoring opportunity that they need. The caliber of surfing is so high that you'd have to do something out of the ordinary to even get in that 5 to 6 range. So the girls are sitting pretty close to each other, way out the top of the wave to catch those big sets.
So the women are having the same time frame, 20-minute heats. Top 2 waves advance. Top 2 surfers move through into the next round. Bottom 2 surfers or 1 surfer will head to the repechage round. Scary place to be because that round gets filled with incredibly talented surfers who are even that much more hungry, knowing that that's their last opportunity to continue on in this event. So for the rest of the week, we're going to be showing you some of the best surfing on the planet. Of course, looking for 5 men to fill those last remaining Olympic spots and 7 women.
You want to know how many people are in this event? 51 national teams, 256 athletes, and we have a record 121 women competing in this event. So is it easy to make it into the Olympics? No.
No.
Are you going to have to surf out of your skin and many
Yes.
times to get there? Yes, you are. And it's good. The cool thing about El Salvador, the venue itself, obviously the people, the support from the government, but usually when we go to a high quality wave, you think of events having a 2-week window to cherry pick 3 or 4 days. Here you can actually go, you know what, we're going to make the event be end of May, beginning of June, because we know that the waves 99% of the time pump. So we can go ahead and say we're going to run it for a full week, and you're going to have guaranteed waves. Where can you do that?
Not many places. Not many places in the world are as consistent as El Salvador. Well, here's your update for the women's division. Right now is Heat 11. You've got Paige Alms representing Canada, Emilia Pelazari representing Argentina, Ana Sofia Anderson from Denmark, and Rosani Alvarez from Venezuela. So, you know, both men's and women's fields are truly international. Usually, you know, again, you look back at a lot of events around the world and you're getting representation from 5, 6, 7, 8 nations.
Absolutely.
Well, this one, 51, record breaking. Just a little bit of history in the making here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And we'll be doing this all week long. No shortage of waves, no shortage of surfing for you. If this doesn't get you motivated to get out there and catch some waves for yourself, just keep watching and it will.
Yeah, or motivated to come to El Salvador on vacation. I feel like it was kind of in the shadows of Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Mexico over the last couple of decades. But now, with everything President Bukele has done and everything the government has done for surfing, we're going to see more and more people coming down here.
This is Emilia Pelazari from Argentina. Nice backhand surfing. And the difference at this wave, as you can clearly see, so many chances for these surfers to throw big turns. So we saw, what, 4 or 5 turns right there, and that was really only halfway through. So our women are really enjoying some just great high performance waves.
You know what? I have a feeling, I'm not quite sure. I'll have to double check with this, but I have a feeling that looked like Anat Lelior from Israel on that ride. I think we'll be able to see, judging from who catches these next few rides out the back. Beautiful looking wave out the back, Chris.
Oh my gosh, this has an 8 written all over it. Having a hard paddle for it, can't get it. And that's one of those waves that will have people jumping on the internet and booking their ticket to El Salvador. You might want to wait about a week, because we do have 1,000 surfers here right now. Literally 150 plus of the world's best. You might just want to wait a week or so before you come down.
Agreed.
But when you do, just know full well, you know, logistics and all that at some places around the world that have great waves can be a little difficult here. I mean, you land at the airport, in 20 minutes, you're at Surf City, and you've got 3, 4, 5, 6 amazing waves right at your disposal.
Yeah, so as far as logistics goes, you make it down to La Bocana and you can walk to a world-class wave. So all you need is a good pair of sandals, because walking on those rocks midday.
Yeah, you're going to need sunblock.
No grass.
You're going to need a mask for the time being.
You are.
And a high-performance shortboard, and you're in business. Here we go, checking back in with the men. Vasco Ibero in the lead from Portugal. Asane Bengue from Senegal. Maximiliano Cross and Lucas Madrid, Chile and Uruguay were representing. And we're getting right back to it. Surfer in white, Maximiliano Cross, Team Chile. And they always bring a solid hitting team. Manuel Selman, as we know, an incredible surfer. And it seems like surfers from Chile are kind of immediately in that 2 to 20 club. They can ride waves from 2 to 20 feet.
Absolutely.
This is our surfer representing Team Senegal. Sane. Bengue. Doing well, like navigating this wave that's had a lot of changes since he's taken off. Big finish, goes for the air, comes down with it. That was an incredible finish. As we see now, surfer in blue, Lucas Madrid on his backhand. So powerful, precise in his turns. Right there, able to react and kind of recover from a subtle mistake. But he could have a big finish here. Nice snap. But can we just go back for a minute and celebrate Asani Bengue throwing one of the best airs we've seen of the day, representing Team Senegal?
At least during our heats, it has been the best air that has been completed. So that is incredible for Team Senegal. I'm sure everyone is super stoked. He is currently in second position, looking to replace a 3.4. Safe to say he probably did that with that ride.
I'm thinking he's going to do it. We'll leave that up to the judges. They definitely have something to think about.
Oh, as Maxi Cross turns the tables on Senegal and Uruguay, El Duende, living in Rapa Nui.
This is one of those heats where, you know, the standout is pretty obvious with Vasco Ibero, his competitive lineage, and obviously the way he surfs. Here's a 3-wave replay, starting off with Vasco Ibero.
There we go, clean surfing, big hooks on the outside, and then connects with the lip. Surfing that same right that his fellow teammate Federico Moraes was surfing. As we see Asan. This was a very tricky section. He actually ditches the fins on that. It had a lot of warble in it. There was a bit of backwash. Tricky wave to surf. Stays with it though and reads this section really, really well. You can see him up and above the lip. Perfectly positioned above his surfboard. Doesn't over-rotate. Lucas Madrid's answer back. The wave was a little bit smaller, Chris, but he does a different type of more traditional surfing, connecting, nice top-to-bottom surfing. You have to be really critical, slightly off timing, but that has to do more with the wave. You can see how the wave has nice power, even in the flat sections, to let him ride all the way through. Almost goes 12 o'clock on that last section. So we will see what the judges decide. Will they give the nod to Lucas Madrid or to Asan Bengue?
Either way, bang the drum. Senegal surf team coming through clutch with that performance from Asane Benge. I love to see this, you know, just good sportsmanship, talking about the action that just went down in Heat 10. That's going to be it. We're going to move on through Heat 11. Most likely Vasco Ribeiro unofficially getting the win there, his power surfing. Team Senegal holds their breath, waiting to see the scores that have come through. This little tactic right here, you see Asane riding his board in, fins first, keeping them out of the water.
It's okay if you get a little scratch on the bottom of your board,
yeah.
but it's not okay if you lose a fin.
Definitely not. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action coming up next. Germany, Israel, Turkey, Afghanistan, all competing here at the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games, live from Surf City, El Salvador. You're watching Heat 11, the men's division. We just watched Asane Benge from Team Senegal blasting a big air for a big finish in a highly competitive heat. We'll be waiting for official results to come through there as we look forward to Heat 11. Yet another heavily stacked international field hitting the lineup here at La Bocana. Waiting for the reaction here. As we wait for that score to drop, we'll introduce you to Heat 11. Dylan Groen representing Germany, Dr. Yanni Klein from Israel, Yassine Pehlivan from Turkey, and Afrodan Amu from Afghanistan. This is a heat you will only see in an ISA event. I love it. Got the chance to hang out with some of the surfers in this heat. Afrodan in particular, I mean, this guy is awesome. I mean, he is working on a project to teach refugees how to surf, use the healing power of surfing to overcome traumas of war and just have that little moment of escape. So this guy is another incredible ambassador for surfing. And if you have the chance to do karaoke with Afrodan, I would say take it. The guy's an absolute legend. You go back to the top lineup, Dylan Groen and Yanni Klein. They have the most competitive experience. Dr. Yanni Klein wowed us in Japan.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard much of him, but when I saw him surf, I mean, this guy is an elite level surfer. We're going to start off surfer in red, Dylan Groen.
So this is Dylan's first wave. This gentleman representing Germany, but lives in Portugal. Really clean, solid surfing. Tall individual, so clean compression, extension of his legs. He's able to generate a lot of speed. Usually favors those bigger kind of faces. Like the way how he linked it all the way to the inside. Quick hit, and then somehow bravely stays on his board, opting to leave a fin there as we see blue up and riding.
Live action. Afrodan Amu representing Afghanistan. There are river waves in Afghanistan. Other than that, you're going to have to do some traveling if you want to surf. There's Team Turkey flying the flag, represented in the lineup by Yassine Pehlivan.
Yeah, Yassine Pehlivan, such an incredible surfer. He's been surfing for 6 years in the Black Sea. his local beach. It's Babali, as we see Afri, just a quick in and out. And going back to Yasin Pehlivan, you'd think that the Black Sea doesn't really have many waves or consistency, but he claims that there's at least 250 to 300 days a year.
That's a good average.
That's a great average. As we see, nice wave out the back, Chris. It looks like surfers are kind of continue to get caught out of position, but now wide up and riding.
This is Yanni Klein, Team Israel. So far, they've been represented well. Eitan Osborne got a heat win. Yanni Klein, stylish, smooth, powerful surfer. We could call him Dr. Style.
Dr. Style.
I mean, I don't know if that nickname's going to stick, but Dr. Yanni Klein is an absolute ripper. If he wasn't a doctor, I could see him making a push on the QS. And there you have it, a great view of Surf City, El Salvador. A good example of what you're walking over to get out of the water. Cobblestone rocks right there, kind of reminiscent of Lower Trestles feel, Rincon.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see this view because that's just what the surfers are seeing. They see the structure on the right-hand side. They see the colors, first and second, yellow and red. So that gives them an idea of priority, who can catch the next wave. And then underneath that, you see how much time is left on a heat. But going back to what you were saying regarding the rocks, they are very, very warm right now. It is local time, 11:35 a.m. So you're talking about logistics and how to get to surf spot. Usually it involves cars. Here you just need a good pair of sandals because walking barefoot, I don't care how thick your callus is, those rocks are hot.
Well, with that, let's go down to the hot rocks. We've got Jody Nelson with our representative from Team Senegal, Asane Bengue.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, I'm with Hassan and Iman at Team Senegal.
Yeah.
And Iman's going to help me with the translation a little bit, but Iman's also competing here at the World Surfing Games. I just wanted to ask Hassan, what his experience felt like in his first heat of the World Surfing Games.
Comment tu l'as senti dans ton premier heat et qu'est-ce que ça t'a rapporté l'expérience?
Ah mais bien, je sens très bien et c'est
really
juste
good,
pas
you
assez
say.
beaucoup de bonnes vagues.
He had some really good waves.
Ça va, on sert.
He's feeling like he really enjoyed it and he did his
C'est
best.
cool quoi, c'est cool. Donc si c'est pas cool, je prends un deuxième mais ça va,
pas quoi?
on sert. Voilà.
C'est pas quoi?
Donc je dis c'est cool quoi, c'était bien.
Okay, it's cool and he enjoyed it.
And what does it mean to be here? What does it mean to him to be here representing Senegal, his country,
Qu'est-ce que
your
ça
country?
représente pour toi d'être ici et de représenter le Sénégal? Qu'est-ce que ça représente pour toi d'être ici et de représenter le Sénégal?
Mais c'était cool, c'est pas mal. Donc très content de pas, tu vois.
It's awesome, he's very
Voilà.
happy.
Donc j'ai pas vu beaucoup parler, tu vois. Donc j'ai un peu stressé, mais ça va.
He was a bit nervous, but he's really happy to do it.
Et merci beaucoup.
And thank you very much.
And Iman, we're going to see you surfing in your first heats coming up.
It was actually this morning.
It was this morning. And
Yeah,
how
yeah.
did your first heat go, World Surfing Games?
What?
How did your first heat
Oh,
go?
well, it was really nice. I really liked it. I missed a lot of waves, but I'm still like second, so it's fine.
I saw you out here free surfing yesterday, and you caught a million waves. I was really impressed with your surfing. What are your thoughts on El Salvador?
Oh, I love it. I mean, I love the food here and the waves. They're like super nice. They're like powerful. So sometimes it's a bit like I struggle to like be at the right place at the right moment because sometimes like there is a set coming up and it's like not on the right. I'm not placed at the right moment. So now I know, and for my next round, I'm gonna do better for sure.
And are you guys on social media at all so people at home can click on you and follow your stories?
Yeah, you got Instagram. Yeah, you can follow him. His name is Hassan Beng.
Hassan Beng.
On Insta,
Yeah.
on Instagram, and same for me. I also have it. I don't post a lot of things, but you can still go and check.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, you guys, for representing Team Senegal. We can't wait to continue watching you in this event.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Guys.
No, thank you, Team Senegal. We love having Team Senegal represented here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And as you can clearly see, that team is improving every single year. Put them in contention for the upcoming Paris Olympics, Calais.
Absolutely, and it's also cool to see that, the first few times they came, they didn't have a complete team. Now the girls are getting involved as well, so not only are the men improving, but they're actually branching out, and there's more women competing in Senegal, which is really cool to see.
So Asain has done well for his team. As We get back into the lineup 10 minutes, 17 seconds ago. Yanni Klein got a 4.5 and a 3.43. We've seen the judges keeping things right in that middle zone, and that leaves the door open for big surfing. And if you have some, opportunities to throw multiple maneuvers, we have seen scores up in the 7 range, but we want to see some 8s and 9s. We know the waves are there. It's all about one of these surfers just breaking through that door. I would say in this heat, Yanni Klein, Dylan Gruen have the most potential, but don't count out this young surfer right here, Afrodun Amu, representing Team Afghanistan. He is an ambassador for his country, and he's doing as much as he possibly can, to help inspire and get the youth of Afghanistan.
Wow, that wave that Dylan caught looked like he was going to go for something big, either a big air or potentially even a stall into a barrel. But going back to Afrodun Amu, it's incredible how much he has improved. And I'm surprised he's catching, those waves easily. He hurt his elbow a little bit, and he actually got a big cut on his foot, helping a longboarder that had lost his board because his leash broke a few days ago. So it's cool to see that, knowing that he had to compete in this event, he still went and helped these guys out.
Well, I noticed on Instagram that he broke 3 leashes or something down here, so I brought him an extra leash, and I just got it to him in time right before I literally threw it to him on the beach. But he is just one of those guys that you can't help cheer for, and you can't help but love what you're seeing right here. This is Surf City, El Salvador, from the air. A lush, tropical landscape, plenty warm. Wherever you're at in the world, if you're feeling a little chilly, come down to El Salvador, and trust me when I say you will be greeted with incredible tropical water, tropical air. Bring sunblock. I learned the hard way first day. So
yeah, you were
the sun's capable of here.
So brave, Chris Cote, deciding to paddle out midday, 45 minutes. I don't need a rash guard.
Pale skin, yeah, not a great idea. But as we look back into the lineup, Surf City, El Salvador, offering up a great canvas for Yanni Klein, representing Team Israel. The doctor is in session. Bam, big finish there for Yanni Klein. He's born in Tel Aviv, surfs all over the world. His main break, his favorite home spot is called Drone. He's on a Sharp Eye 77. He is a sponsored surfer, but his day job is a doctor. So, he does the doctor thing to support his surfing.
Look at this attack. Beautiful first turn right in the hook. This second session was way trickier, and somehow he decides to go vertical again. I thought it was going to go more the floater route, but I think that's going to be a really big score. The judges really like commitment. They really like to see something dynamic on that inside section, and he did just that.
Great style, too. Style is not a word that you'll see in the judging criteria, but flow is. So you kind of can replace, interchange style and flow. Yanni Klein has a lot of both. As we see now, Dylan Gruen, representing Team Germany. He's got a great style as well. A beautiful top turn there. A little bumpy on the face of this wave.
Yeah, that was tricky, but the board looked really good. He's on a Sharp Eye 77 model.
Got a lot of Sharp Eyes in this event.
A lot, and a lot are opting to surf that 77 model. So we'll have to have a look at those boards and see what it is that makes them so special for this particular wave, because some surfers are actually surfing step-ups. Jonathan Gonzalez, who did really well in his previous heat this morning, he had a round pin board. I got a chance to chat to him, and he said he's using a board that he would usually ride when it's got a little bit of size back at home. Home for him is the Canary Islands, Tenerife. That carries a lot of water. So he's riding a board that he would ride there when it's solid. He's riding it here on day 1 of competition. So that gives you an idea how strong these waves are.
Yeah, and this is a size wave in a day where board selection is kind of going to be tricky, because you're kind of right there in the middle of your shortboard and your step up. And I think a lot of these surfers have been studying the lineup all day long, kind of probably just trying to decide between boards. Most of them probably brought 3 shortboards, right? Some of them probably brought a little bit of a step up. So being prepared is a crucial part of surfing. So hopefully the team's coaches came to their aid. If they're having trouble deciding, sometimes it just takes that one extra opinion, that one voice to help you out.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned the extra opinion, because you may think you're surfing well, but it's totally different what it looks like from the beach. That's a whole different story, and that's where the coaches come in.
We got 5 minutes, 25 seconds to go. Yanni Klein well into the lead, representing Team Israel. He's got a 6.23 and a 4.5, so that is a solid score. The trend that we're seeing on the day so far, if you get yourself up into the double digits, you're most likely in one of those top 2 advancing spots. For the third and fourth place surfers, they will go to the repecharge round. That'll be their second chance, and if they keep surfing through heats in the repecharge, they can earn their way back to the main podium where we are now. Remember, these are your opening heats of the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games. We will bring you a full day of women's competition tomorrow. They are currently surfing just to the north of us at El Sunzal. Beautiful right-hand point break. And every time out of the corner of my eye, I just see spray flying from El Sunzal. So the women are absolutely ripping just to the north. Dylan Groin in second, 4.67 and 3.40. Afrodin Amu representing Team Afghanistan. It's a 2-person team this year for Team Afghanistan. Afrodin in the past 2 years at the ISA World Surfing Games has been the sole representative.
Yeah, he comes down by himself.
But he's got a teammate this year.
It's incredible to see, like we said, every country getting better, involving more of their female athletes. And if you guys are curious as to how high the level of surfing is here today, Jonathan Gonzalez, Johnny Corzo, Jeremy Flores, Julian Wilson, Giorgio Gomez, Shun Murakami, Carlos Munoz coming up, Italo Ferreira coming up in Heat 13. We have Rio Waida, Anthony Fillingham. I mean, the list just goes on. Every single one of these heats, you said that usually if you get, into the double digits, like a couple
10,
fives,
11, yeah.
you make it through these heat. That really depends on the actual heat you're surfing. You get Noah Mar, Ollie Hartkop, Cesar Amador. You might need, to go to the 12 or 13 two-wave combination score. So I think these surfers really have that in mind. I don't think they're actually thinking, as long as I get a little one, they want to surf as best as they can.
They want 210s.
That'd be great.
That's the dream.
I hope we can see actually an excellent score by the end of the day.
We will. We will, I guarantee you that. We might see it in the next heat, because in the next heat, we've got a high-powered rookie on the WSL Championship Tour, Matthew McGilvray, representing Team South Africa. And we're going to see the debut of the Ukraine in the ISA World Surfing Games. It's Roslav Dombrovic competing. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Yanni Klein in the lead. Dylan Groin second. Haven't seen much of Yasin Halevan from Turkey, but he's got big goals, big dreams. This is just the beginning for Yasin. His goal, and I love to hear this from him, he's 21 years old. His main goal, not to come and win ISA World Games, he just wants to help the future of surfing in his home country of Turkey. He wants to help the youth. So in 4 years from now, when Turkey has a full team and they're competing in the ISA World Surfing Games, we can thank Yasin for helping spread the word and the love of surfing in Turkey.
That's incredible to have that kind of insight at such a young age. Usually, when you're 21, you're just thinking about like winning heats and it's all about me, me, me. But he is clearly an inspiration to all Turkish surfers. As we see a beautiful wave coming through, yellow and red splitting the peak.
Split peak, that was Yasin real quick. Dylan on the right. And look at the teamwork right there. I mean, that's a warm spot to be standing for 20 minutes. Trust me. But of course, you got to support your team. Loving what Team Turkey's doing right now. Set coming through. Yanni Klein out the back. He's in second priority, but he's alone on this peak. Doesn't go on the first wave. It's pretty shifty out there. The peak seems to be moving back and forth up and down the beach. Now we see Yasin. A nice turn for our surfer representing Team Turkey. Solid wave. Full credit to Yasin Halevan. And here's Dr. Yanni Klein. Super consistent, powerful, smooth style. I see big things in Yanni Klein's future in this event.
I think he's in really good physical shape too, because usually in a 20-minute heat with this much current moving all over the place, surfing starts to become a little bit slower, but he almost seems to have more energy than he did on the first few rides. Obviously, confidence is building. He's in first place. Literally, he would have to just, you know, make a big mistake like an interference to not make this heat. And I feel like when you have that kind of a heat where you're in the lead most of the time, you can actually just kind of let loose and try and push your equipment a little bit harder, as we see yellow up and riding.
Last looks at Yassine, who with that last wave, the 167, jumps into the third spot. Afredan Ahmoud drops to fourth, but both of those surfers will have a second opportunity to get themselves back in the mix here on the main podium. Unofficially, the winner of that last heat is going to be Yoni Klein. Dylan Groen will move through in second. La Bocana providing plenty of opportunity for the surfers and plenty of opportunity for you out there watching. We'll be back with more action. This is the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games, live from Surf City in El Salvador. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. We're loving what we're seeing, and that show will continue. Matt McGilvray representing South Africa, Tom Bosma from the Netherlands, Jefferson Toscon from Colombia, and Laroslav Dombrowski representing Ukraine. For the first time, the Ukrainians competing here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Can't wait to see what they got for us.
No, it's incredible to think that they surf usually in the Black Sea, and Ukraine hadn't previously competed in the ISA. We have no idea, and many people had no idea that they even surfed over there. But I'm telling you, surfing has and is reaching all these dark corners of the planet, and wherever there is a surfable wave to be had, there will be a surfer on it.
One of my favorite aspects of the ISA World Surfing Games and the ISA in general, you go down this list and I tell you, you have an ally wherever you are in the world. Look at the names. Are you planning on going to Turkey? Are you planning on going to Ukraine? Well, write a name down, hit them up on Instagram. You know, that's your ticket in. And for growing nations in the surf world, like Turkey, like the Ukraine, I'm sure they would welcome a visit from a traveling surfer. Full credit to the Turkish surf team, represented well in that last heat by Yassine Pelivan. And I can't wait to see more from Team Turkey as we move on through. We are currently in Heat 12. And your first surfer up now is Tom Bosma from the Netherlands. You have some history with surfing in the Netherlands.
Yeah,
right?
As we see Tom kind of milking it. Similar conditions right there, looking at that wave. Beautiful click on the inside. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to stay on. Tom comes from The Hague, surfs a wave called Scheveningen, and that wave is very, very tricky. The main break that a lot of people surf in is between two jetties, and like Shannon was saying previously, a lot of wind swell, but they do get some really fun conditions. Sometimes when that wind backs off a little bit, you get those few hours of offshore or glassy conditions. And there are surf schools there. There are surf shops. People are really involved in surfing in the Netherlands, and it's cool to see.
And I think we're all very excited for this global pandemic to be over with so we can get back on the road and visit some of these countries that we're watching. Here's your surfer in red representing South Africa, current championship tour rookie, Matthew McGillivray. This guy did big things in the Australian leg of the CT. We've seen him competing here at ISA World Surf Games in both men's and juniors. I mean, you put him on your list of title threats in the next few years. He's that good.
Oh, absolutely. This 24-year-old, like you said, did a lot of damage on the CT. He made it via the QS, ranked 4th in order to make it into the big leagues. And he's a powerful, very strong, tall surfer. And you see that in that last ride, how he was able to actually hang on and ride out clean. He knows that there's not a lot of scoring opportunities. Many of these heats are won with just one score, a very small backup. So he's just trying to make sure that his first 2 rides allow him and give him that opportunity to get some bigger scores. One thing that I was really surprised to read in his bio is that he enjoys certain hobbies such as base jumping.
Okay.
Yeah, so not everyone has the guts.
A thrill seeker.
Absolutely.
I thought you were going to say basket weaving, but base jumping kind of fits more. All right, surfing right now in yellow for Team Colombia. Colombia, that's Jefferson Tascon. Colombia, another region of the world, not as much traveled to for surfing as some places, but as we know, Colombia on its day can be amazing.
Yeah, there's waves on the Pacific side, places like Nuki. There's waves on the Caribbean side. Beautiful park by the name of Tayrona. They have a really interesting, fun little wedgie left-hander. Has quite a bit of consistency.
You're speaking my language here. A fun wedgie left-hander.
There you go.
14:20 to go. McGillivray in the lead right now with a 4.07 and a .50. I would say all those scores will be wiped off the face of the earth if a good set comes his way. And it looks like it did. Here we go. McGillivray on his backhand. Watch for something big. There it was. Good snap to start this wave. Nice patience. Kind of waiting for that wave to come to him instead of forcing the issue. 2 big turns right there, looking to get rid of a .50, did that and some, maybe even replacing that 4.07.
Just the confidence. The wave was a small inside wave, but he didn't back out at all. He pushed so hard, he almost stalled his board too much, comes off the bottom again, and belts it a second time. Tail free on that second maneuver. So we talk about not needing excellent waves to get excellent scores. This is a wave that mere mortals would surf and get maybe a 2 or a 3. He's taking it up into that mid-range, I believe. There it is.
Cracks through 5.33, so the judges loving the power, the flow, the speed, and the finesse to really fit those turns in. McGillivray in the lead. 13 minutes to go.
Their speed is so important, Chris.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like it'll make your maneuvers look better. You'll actually throw more spray. You don't necessarily need to be a surfer with a big build to get that spray up in the air. If you have that perfect timing and that speed to your surfing, you're going to displace water. And I feel like when one competes, you almost tend to surf a little bit slower. You get a little bit more nervous. But if you're feeling confident, like Matt McGillivray is, your surfing looks so much better because you're going that much faster.
Well, his teammate, Jordy Smith, most likely competing in the Olympics. So now for Matthew McGillivray, this is one of those situations that we've been talking about, a win and you're in. And I know it's early. I know it's only day 1 of a week-long competition with hundreds of surfers, but I'm putting Matthew McGillivray's name on that list of potential victors at the end of this week. Agree or disagree, Kelly?
I agree. I do. Judging by how he surfed, the confidence that he has, the way the board looks under his feet, and here we go.
Surfer in blue. This is your first representation from Team Ukraine. Larislav Dombrowski. Nice stylish goofy footer as we let our surfers get back into position. Let's go down to the beach. Jody Nelson on the call.
Thank you very much, Chris. Down here with Yanni of Team Israel. Yanni, You know, you are an amazing surfer, but you also went to school. You're educated, you're a doctor. For people watching at home who think like, oh, you're a professional surfer, that's all you can do. How were you able to accomplish being a doctor and a sponsored surfer? And how important is that for people to know that it's possible?
So it's a hard thing to mix because both of the professions are very demanding. When I was doing most of my education, I surfed less, you know, but I still got to go on trips and on vacations. And now that I'm done, I work in a private clinic and I have my own schedule, so I have time to surf. Yeah.
And with everything going on in your home country of Israel, how much does it mean to you to be here representing your country in the sport of surfing?
Regardless to what's been happening, it's very important to me to represent my country. I feel like it's a great honor. And honestly, I think that the politics should stay aside for this side of, you know, sportsmanship and athleticism. And you see, I've been in my heat with a guy from Turkey and Afghanistan, and we're all surfing together and throwing shakas to each other in the heat and respecting each other. And that's what I think most the general public are like us, you know? That's what we should show more.
And lastly, I know you have some special fans at home watching. Who'd you like to say hi to?
Yeah. Hi, Teva. Hi, Kaya.
Who are they?
My kids. Yeah, my small kids.
How old
Hope
are
you're
they?
watching. They're 3 and 2.5.
Awesome.
Hi, Katie. Thanks, everybody, for supporting me. I'll see you guys soon.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Good luck in the next round, guys. We'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thank you. Thank you.
A better world through surfing. That right there is exactly the example that we want to set here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Yanni Cruz, just throwing it out there, world peace through surfing. Why not? It's achievable. Congratulations to Yanni Cruz.
Yanni Klein.
Yanni Klein on an incredibly well-surfed heat. The doctor is in form. The doctor is in form. We can say that from here on out because we know how consistent he is.
Wow, wow.
Be careful, Matthew. That right there was a great example of how shallow it gets. Water sucks off those rocks on the inside.
That's incredible bravery to just stay on that board
Yes.
through those little cobblestones. Anytime I see a little boiling rock in front of me, I'm jumping off. But Matthew feels confident enough that he knows his wave well enough to actually say, there's at least 7 inches there.
Well, his home break has a really treacherous paddle in and out at Jeffreys Bay, so he's used to it.
He's used to it. As we see a replay, this young man currently in first position in this heat. You see the wave there just kind of backed off a little bit. Not as dynamic if you consider the turns that he did on the previous ride, but he rode it all the way to the inside and finishes it off strong. So that's really, really important for him.
As we see out the back, lots happening in this heat. Jefferson Tascon representing Colombia. Nice turn right there. Great style, staying right in the power pocket. Nice deep, low center of gravity through that bottom turn. Couple turns in, looking good on this wave.
Nice.
You know, can't say it enough. The judges do love spray. They love control. They love to see surfing right on the edge of out of control.
And he improved on that ride. The first turn only was the setup for what he did towards the end. As we see Tom Boelsma from the Netherlands, Scheveningen, shining through. Just a quick in and out for him.
A solid effort there, trying to get rid of a 2.67 is his low score. So we're seeing a lot of improvement from the beginning to the mid portion of this heat. McGillivray in the lead, but not by as much as we expected. A 5.33 and a 4.63. He really hasn't had the opportunity to open right up. So given a good wave to work with, McGillivray will provide the fireworks and will get a score in the excellent range. That much we can pretty much guarantee. But again, it's up to the ocean.
Absolutely. And Jefferson Tascon, I would say, got the better of the exchange. He chose a wave that was a little bit more open, that actually grew. Like we said, his first turn was just a setup, and every turn after that just got better. And I feel like you see the confidence build in a surfer. I feel like that first turn kind of helps you set up for what you're going to do towards the end of the wave. And if you finish off stronger than you started with, usually that means better scores.
6 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Time check, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. 6 minutes
Next heat, getting ready.
Ooh.
Oh,
change of
you
hair.
You may recognize this young surfer paddling out. That is Italo Ferreira representing Team Brazil, going up against two surfers from Ireland. Again, a heat you will only see at the ISA World Surfing Games. We got Rory and Oisin paddling out for their Team Ireland. They get to surf against reigning WSL World Champion, an ISA, just a champion in general.
Champion.
Italo Ferreira. The Italo show is about to begin in about 6 minutes. We know you're going to stay tuned for that.
What makes him so special? What makes him so likable, in your opinion?
Well, performance alone. He does the biggest, best airs of anyone in the world currently.
How about speed?
He goes pretty much faster than everybody. His energy in and out of the water is infectious. He does it all with a smile on his face. I mean, a tenacious competitor, but a guy who does it, in the right way. You see him out there. He shows good sportsmanship. He will get angry if he loses. We've seen that before too, and that's fine. We like to see that kind of passion. But Italo Ferreira is, right now, I would say, him and Gabriel Medina, the two favorites for the WSL title right now, and put him as your favorite to win the ISA World Surfing Games. Put him as your favorite to win anything he enters. We see Matthew McGillivray right now on his backhand.
I really love the change in speed. There was like a beautiful kind of transition turn there where he didn't push hard. He actually held his rail a little bit longer and then positioned his front foot further back on the board so he could pivot beautifully off the top and made it a little bit more vertical than he would have had he just kind of rushed through that second maneuver. So I feel like that is a read, and that is a type of surfing that doesn't happen overnight.
Well, we got 4 minutes, 25 seconds to go. Having a look right now, it's going to be surfer in blue.
Yaroslav up and riding.
Nice speed line for Dombrowski. Again, we want to welcome Team Ukraine, first-time competitors here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Luckily got out of that wave just in time to dodge that giant rock that's already taken out a few of our competitors. We saw Eitan Osborne just dodge disaster, jumping off his board, nearly impaling himself on that rock. So as fun as this wave is, there are danger elements. Those rocks are not your friend. But as you see out the back, this wave is really, a high-performance surfer's dream. Here goes Jefferson Tascon representing Team Colombia.
He's surfing better. That last wave just really boosted his confidence. You can see his rails are now, pushing water better. He's going faster. He looks more in control. So really solid surfing.
3 minutes to go.
Not enough to move to second, but now blue, attention.
Check in on our surfer from Colombia, 30 years old, Tascon. His home break is in Costa Rica, Pavones, but he is from Cali, Colombia. He has his own surfboard brand with his brother, or Jefferson Tascon. His brother is Anderson Tascon. So the Tascon brothers doing big things for Team Colombia. And I think one sentiment that you'll hear from all of our surfers in the draw, they are so happy to be competing again. It's been nearly a year, unless you were on the championship tour, you didn't get a lot of opportunities to compete. So all of our surfers thankful for all the hard work that the ISA has done to make this event even possible. And all of that gets pushed out of your mind when you put the jersey on and paddle out. We've seen the performance levels already. And Matthew McGillivray showing us why he is among the elite in the world.
That wave right there was the highest scoring wave for him. Look at that beautiful turn. So you can see how this wave obviously backs off way more than the previous one. He's still really smart about what he does on the wave. This young man right here, though, this is the wave that really, this is the wave afterwards, I believe, that boosted his confidence. Pushing a lot of water. Another black surfboard, so it's interesting to see these guys opting for those dark surfboards.
It looks cool to me.
It
I mean,
looks cool.
not cool. Maybe that's the wrong word. It looks hot. But so far, looking good. Team Colombia. And you know what I love, again, about the ISA World Surfing Games is the surprises that we see. You know, this is where a surfer that you've never heard of makes a name for themselves on the global stage.
And he or she could become your favorite surfer.
That's true. And an Olympian for the first time ever. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. Matthew McGillivray fighting for an Olympic spot. Will he be one of the 5 surfers on the men's side of the draw to punch their ticket to Tokyo, Kale? What are his chances?
His chances are solid. Obviously, the top 4 make it to the final, but the top 5 surfers in this event will actually make it on into the Olympics. That being said, it also depends on the tour, the Pan American Games. There's a lot of moving pieces. You can't just say, okay, he or she wins this event, they're automatically qualified. For example, for the U.S. team, they already have surfers qualified for the Olympics. They brought in a team of younger surfers that will actually make it really hard for other countries to make it into that final. That being said, these young surfers can't make it into the Olympics, as we see White up and riding.
Tom Boelsma from the Netherlands, great opening turn, needs a 4.54 to get himself into the top 2 to take out Jefferson Tascon. Good start to this wave. It kind of died out through the inside section. I think you have to make it pretty convincing right now. The judges are watching everything, and they're keeping the scale right in the middle as McGillivray right here finishing strong. Didn't need that wave, but that was just for the fans. Could replace his low score. Great heat right there for Matthew. And we would like to welcome Team Ukraine to their first ever ISA World Surfing Games. We'll see more from that team later on in the draw. Congrats to Jefferson Tascon, Team Colombia coming through. I love what I saw from Jefferson.
And if you were thinking of maybe taking a little breather, don't. The Italo show's about to start.
So much action to come. You said it. The Italo show is on. Going to welcome Shannon and Brad back into the booth. We know you're not going anywhere. Plenty more action to come for the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Música Pop 98.9. Compartir Pop. 98.9. Pop. Eres ama compartir impresionante. Escucha Pop 98.9.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And here we go, your 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games in full effect. What have we done so far? 12 heats of surfing action, and does not disappoint because it gets better and better as we go throughout the day here. Brad J, joined by Shannon Hughes, and it's the Italo show that's coming up, and I know a lot of us are pretty excited about that.
Well, Italo up against the Irishman. We've got Rory Toy and Oyson Campbell in the lineup as well, so the two countrymen facing off to the Brazilian. What an exciting stage we have set before us.
So if you're, Rory and you're Oyson at this point, and you're seeing that, okay, we got to go Italo, You're probably a little nervous at this point because everything's been about him. And you look at what Italo's done first at the ISA World Surfing Games from 2019. He's the defending champ, back at it again. 8 WSL wins, 2019 WSL champ. The guy's pretty much done it all, and now you got to go up against him.
Oh, it's absolutely insane. But they're in it together, and they'll do their best to take him down. It'll be exciting to see what Italo has on offer for us. And it looks like that wind has peaked up just a little bit from the last few heats that we called, Brad.
Got that little bit of a, what we call kind of the cheese wind kind of picks up on it. It looks like Italo going to get at it right off the bat. Here we go. Didn't waste any time. 1.5 minutes into this one. Look at that. Full rotation all the way around. Wraps around. Left plenty of speed on the inside. Smacks it. Breaks the tail loose. Boom. Right there. Italo has spoken on his first wave here today. Wow.
Well, the game is on. Italo Ferreira is in the house. He is not here to bow out of a heat early. He wants to win an ISA World Surfing Games title once again and really prepared for that gold medal opportunity.
Talk about this, Shannon.
Wow, so flying down the line, setting up this first opening maneuver, gets that board fully out of the air into rotation, and then puts on a really solid finish, like flails those fins out the back as well. So a 2-turn combination that is going to have the judges so excited. You can see him set it up here. Can already tell that he's eyeing it up for an air. Lets that tail loose, full rotation all the way around. Maintains enough speed to hit this last section with so much power.
And you look at the rotation still, you talk about the full rotation being 360 degrees. That's like almost a 270 out of him, and then kind of reverts it back around for the rest of the way, getting the full spin, getting the full rotation, and coming away with that wave. So
I'm going to be relying on you for all that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, I'm looking rotations here. Okay, here's Oyston on this one on the backhand. Nice, good one-wave turn for him right there, and not able to just drop back in on the wave. So that's not going to do much, but Italo's wave is going to be absolutely massive. Going to the air, we haven't seen too much of that yet, but we've seen it now, and I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of it.
Well, there it is, an 8-point ride-in for first wave of Italo Ferreira, and well-deserved.
Biggest score of the day, I think, right now.
As far as I've seen, that is the only excellent that we've got through on the scoreboard.
Wasted no time. Here's Roy Tuohy from Ireland. Two surfers from Ireland in this one. That's always a tough situation because if you're going against Italo, first of all, so you're playing kind of for that second spot. So you know that one of your countrymen is you're gonna either be knocking him out, or do you try and get him to play maybe the interference and get somebody to kind of stop Italo for getting waves? But it's going to be tough all the way through. He's got his work cut out for him, but we saw that. Look, 8.0. We haven't seen those. Italo wastes no time. First wave of the day for him, and boom. And not even the best conditions either, too, as well.
Absolutely. Just great to see him come out firing. First wave of the heat for him. We've got a 0.5 on the scoreboard for Rory and a 1.0 on the scoreboard for Oisin as well. So those two looking to stay active and busy as we see another set rolling through the horizon now.
Yeah, and I don't want to make it look like it's just the Italo show only. Obviously, Oisin and Rory can do some damage. They're professional surfers. This is what they do for a living, but you still are looking at a guy who's the defending champion from 2019, a WSL champion. I mean, that's got to weigh a little bit. I mean, he's even got 8 wins. So you got to think about that going, all right, how do you get that out of your head when you're going against somebody like that?
Yeah, it's really at that stage for these two Irishmen, it's just about sticking to their own game. Stay focused on what they need to get done. They need 2 waves, 2 good waves. Connect it through, get complete maneuvers, don't fall, and do what they can to keep up to him, but also battle in maybe for that second position. Out in the lineup of those 2 Irishmen, Brad, we've got the national champion, the current Irish national champion is Rory, and he's been a great competitor for a long time. He's 28 years old, up against slightly younger, the 26-year-old Oisin, who is just so stoked for his biggest surfing achievement of qualifying for the Irish national team.
And there you go. Now they're competing against the big time. Now this is when you see all the competitors who they've competed in their own home countries, for the few years, but they haven't had to go against some top-notch competitors like, Italo. So you kind of, the good way is it can range what you need to do to try and compete with somebody on that level.
I mean, that's such a great way to look at it. Of course, we're looking at those underdog stories throughout the ISA World Surfing Games, where we're so hopeful for some of those less familiar names to make it through the draw. But for surfers like Rory and Oisin to be able to match against Italo Ferreira, when in their lives would they have been able to surf a heat against him?
Yes.
This is just incredible.
Kind of surreal, I guess.
Kind of surreal. I mean, it's such a moment for them, as well as seeing what they're up against and what they could progress to.
And also with Italo thinking about it, he's already qualified. So he's already earned himself. He's punched a ticket to Tokyo, so he'll be going there. So I got to think there's no pressure on him at all, I would think, because you're already set to go in to Tokyo. So what are you going for right here? You're still trying to finish at the top because those Brazilians are hungry competitors no matter what.
Competitor, that's the thing. He is the most competitive guy in the lineup. We've been watching the state of Olympic surfing that the ISA has been producing over the last, few months, putting out these stories. And Italo, in his interview, he said he's so competitive that he cannot help but compete against any kid he sees in a free surf in the lineup. So
Hey,
there we go.
Well, we'll see more of the surfing action. Let's check in with Jody Nelson, standing by with the winner of our last heat. Jody?
Thank you very much, Brad. Yeah, down here with Team Ukraine, you guys are competing here at the ISAs for the first time ever. Introduce your team for us. You just advanced out of that last heat, and or you just surfed in that last heat. But yeah, tell us what it's like to be here.
That's Vasily Kordych. This is Temerberg. So for us, it's the first time. We are really excited to introduce Ukraine on a World Surf Arena. We like to participate in the heats. Really enjoying, glad to see all the surfers that we know from TV, from other contests, to share the water with them. Super exciting.
And Anastasia, you had a heat this morning. Talk to us a little bit about your experience here at the World Surfing Games.
Yeah, it was a bit nervous from the beginning. There was really big sets coming, and we didn't all of the participants didn't manage it to be outside. So the first one was
challenging.
A bit challenging, but then I catch the first wave and ride it almost to the end of the really close to the shore. And then I couldn't get back really quickly. It's pretty tricky and really long wave. So the next wave I catched maybe like 10 seconds before the end of the heat, but I catched it, and actually for us it's first time for Ukraine to participate and to achieve at least 2 waves in the heat. It was one of the main goals, and I'm happy I could make it. So yeah, I'm really happy with my result.
And talk to us a little bit about the team camaraderie. What's the vibe like amongst this team?
Oh, the vibe, we are just excited to be here. So it's amazing for Ukraine to be the participation in an event like this. So the vibe is amazing. So the El Salvador is amazing. The whole ISA team is amazing. So the other guys is just like, yeah. We are so excited about it. So,
awesome. Yeah. Well, you guys, thank you so much for coming and joining us for a quick little interview here. And we're going to be cheering you guys on. I know everybody at home is going to be cheering you guys on. And thanks for coming. Thanks for showing up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Guys, back to you.
Bye.
Big thanks to Team Ukraine, their surf team. Welcome to the ISA. Awesome to have them on board with us. Another nation being represented. And the more nations represented is a good thing.
Oh, it's just amazing to think 51 nations here with everything that's been going on in the world over the last, 15 months or so.
Yeah.
We've been able to rejoin as the surfing community, as the family here in the ocean, down on the shoreline, as we see Italo Ferreira just gouging that rail.
Yeah, look at that. Just right in there. You see both hands get in the water, brings himself back around. Look at him kind of stalling on that, holding that back in. Look, even that, the rotation right there on barely even a wave, and he still can rotate that around and bust an air out.
Just lightning fast surfing from Italo. As I was mentioning to you, Brad, before we threw to that wonderful interview with Team Ukraine, Italo mentioned in his State of Olympic Surfing interview that he's so competitive he can't help but compete against the free surfing Grom in the lineup. No matter the age, a 5-year-old learning to surf, a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old, he's going all competition out all the time.
And that's what it takes. When you have that competitive edge to be as good as what Italo's all about, that is how you do it. And the man, you got to give him a lot of credit. And look at it, even on a wave that wasn't one of the biggest waves, he went to work big time on this one.
Wow. I mean, look at the use of that rail. So much composure and then so much speed right here on the inside.
There's nothing even there.
Exactly. He's just making something out of nothing. I mean, the wave really stood up well on that inside section, though. We can see that it's getting more rolly as that tide drops out. But look at the speed.
Look how he puts both hands in. When he cuts that back, he puts both hands in the water on that front side layback. That's so rad.
So much pressure as he's coming down from those first 2 turns, and then just throws a little flare in. Why not? You know?
Yeah, just a little one. Revert out of that. There we go. Next up in white, Rory Tuohy. He's going to carve out the bottom, bring it back to the sweet spot on this one. Work back into this little inside section. Good, nice little turn. Can he keep it going? Yes, he does. He needed something, and he got it. There you go. Team Ireland representing right now.
Well, what a great wave to open up for Rory. His favorite surf break is the esky right. So for him to be going left, looking sharp in competition. I like the look of that board under his feet. It's got a little bit of extra length. It's really smoothed out his style.
Yeah, you can tell that too. Not affected. Looks like they're talking a little bit out there. Oysen and Italo having a little bit of words. So number 1 right now, Italo with priority. And you got number 2 priority, Oysen, in that number 2 spot right now with 8 minutes and some odd seconds left. Italo with a 14.43. Look what Italo's done with just 2 waves, wasting no time. 8.0, 6.43. Some big scores. Well, we're not seeing scores that big today. Italo's showing you, yeah, I'll put up big scores no matter what.
And we love it. That's what we're going to see as we come down to the ticket end of competition. As we make it through, you know, however many rounds we have to get to that gold medal, to get up to the medals podium. We're going to see a lot of those big scores coming through, and it's going to be that battle now for those underdog stories like Rory, like Oisin, so many other competitors who are just so excited to represent their nations here while being hungry competitors themselves. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was listening exactly the same.
So we've heard the world's best say that you have to have that self-belief that you can win to make it to the top, right, to win a world title. I believe that each of these competitors that are in these events, they've got so much heart and so much courage to be competing. They're so hungry to win that they have that confidence and that self-belief to know it could carry them through.
And we're in uncharted territory. I mean, look, surfing is making its way to the Olympic Games. So this is a very special moment, and people haven't been, surfers have not been in this position in this side of the big world stage. Yes, you've been competing on the WSL, competing on the ISA, but we're talking Olympic competition now, and this is where you really see that country pride in all the surfers.
Absolutely. I mean, what an honor to be able to stand at the Olympics and represent your nation. Of course, we know the key elements for qualification. We'll have 20 men and 20 women represented. A maximum of 2 surfers per gender per National Olympic Committee, which means only 2 men from Brazil, only 2 men from the U.S., only 2 women from Brazil, only 2 women from the U.S. So there's a few spots that are already filled up on that side of things where nations are not able to re-qualify another surfer for their nation. But we've got a lot of nations that don't have a team yet, that don't have a representative, and there's a lot of opportunity.
You got to start somewhere, don't you?
Absolutely.
There you go. Now we see a little something on the out back here. Here's Italo looking at this one. He's already got a 14.43 combo with 2 waves. Now he's in the inside section. Watch him go to work here. He's going to set this thing up. You know a big one's coming there. He's going to let that fly, spins it back around. Full rotation on that, gets it around. He's going to hop into this next section, see if he can get something going. Where most surfers you probably would have seen kick out there. Not Italo. He's going to work this to the inside. Look at that. He throws a board varial and then a switch board varial after that with another frontside air. He's just playing with things right now.
Oh man, he's having so much fun. He must feel so relaxed and so free, right? He's got Olympic qualification.
You're in, yeah.
He's in. He's there. He's now here to just have some fun and some waves under his belt, and it's clearly paying off for him.
Take a look. Talk to me about the replay here. Let's talk about this.
So look at that first little check turn, setting up for this inside section, and he goes massive. Look at how high that tail went. Like the height on the tail alone was absolutely ridiculous. The nose higher than the lip of that wave. That is critical surfing.
Like he hops into this. Here comes the board varial. There it is. And then spins it back around. So double board varials. The board's going switched. He spins it back to regular. Like, and there wasn't even much of a wave. You figured the wave was over by that point.
I mean, obviously there's some potential out there if this is what he's bringing, but still, look at that natural talent coming through. And like you said, just fights through this inside section where no one else, a longboard couldn't make that section on a normal day.
Normally you'd kick out at this point, but then here it is.
A stand-up paddler hardly. Goes for that little kick on the inside, goes for another air, big tail wash.
So basically you would call it, he went with back-to-back shove-its on that wave. Very good skateboard style trick that you see. You see a lot of sub-surfers doing the shove-its nowadays. So, and not much of a wave. So just once again, absolutely insane surfing at Italo. You knew that he was going to put on a show.
Wow. I mean, I don't even know what else to say. It's just like I mean, there's no scoring potential really at the end of this wave, right?
Yeah.
He's already
Nothing,
got his
right?
scoring potential on that big air.
Pop shove
This
it.
stuff it's really not going to factor in. But the fact that he's able to pull that off in the shallows.
And then a frontside air at the end, too. Like,
Yeah.
he gets the air at the end, too. So, and the funny thing is, because he pop shove it, so once you do the 180 degree, now you're standing backwards on your board. So he needed to get his board back to his regular stand, so he shoves it again. So another 180 shove it. So back-to-back 180 shove it, sets it back up, then gets another air. Like, he's just toying with it.
He's just playing with it.
I feel like that 6-4-3, feel like he could beat that with that wave right there.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff from Italo Ferreira. So scores to come through. It looks like he got a 6.17 for that last wave. So big score for that big first air. Obviously not much of a score coming in for those final few maneuvers.
Yeah, they're not going to, because they know the capacity and what the judges know what the wave can do and know what the caliber of the tricks you can do. So doing something, just keeping it going, solid stuff, but it's not going to get the big points on the inside that did. There we go, back up on this one. He's going to cut back. I love the frontside cutbacks where he just puts both hands in the water and just brings it back around.
He's spending some time in Hawaii. He's got a little style going on.
Oh, definitely. Style for miles. With 2 minutes and 40 some odd seconds to go, Rory would need a massive combo, like almost 15 points to get up there. Here's another look at the replay here, Italo.
So big carve back into the foam, sets himself up on the inside. You can see that tall stance as he just kicks out. And now the question is going to be, is it Rory or is it Oisin who's going to be able to advance through for Team Ireland? Of course, one of them will be going into the repechage round, so not actual elimination today. For those of you listening in, it is a double elimination event, so there will be a repechage round. But the goal for these men is to stay in that top round, to keep advancing through, and to have that opportunity if they lose out later on in those tougher heats, to have that comeback.
Oh, it's still going to get into an insider run. See what he's got here. He's going to drive it down the line. He's setting up for an air section. Oh, look at that. Lay back with his back on the wave. He's just having fun now. I mean, you're already in the games. You've already had 3 amazing waves. Nobody can take you out. So what do? Just have fun.
Just have fun. You may as well catch as many waves as you want to. He doesn't need priority. He's allowing those 2 to sit deeper to get those better waves. And he's just picking everything else off that he can underneath them. As we take another look at that one. Look at the drop wallet. Man, both hands dragging. And he'll get himself right back into the lineup. How much speed did he attack this with?
Oh, I just love the way he puts that back, slaps his back right there, and lets his board try and get back under the feet. That one didn't work out the best he wanted to. But there you go. Looking at it right now, you got Roy Toy from Ireland in that number 2 spot in white with a minute to go. And then you got Oisin Campbell in that number 3 spot. He needs a 3:13 in yellow to make something happen. So Italo back in it on this one. He's going to let that one fly. Perfect landing, perfect rotation all the way through. You might as well come in, son. Wow. What?
I love that he just was smiling straight after. Like, he's having so much fun out there. This is just, it's an incredible moment, even to witness a surfer like Italo as we take a look at this. Look at that high line startup, so much speed, and straight into it. Love the grab rail, full rotation, lands in the flat.
I mean, that's a frontside 540 in skateboarding, but that's a full rotation in surfing right there. 100%.
It's such an honor to be able to call championship tour athletes at the ISA World Surfing Games. It's been an amazing thing to see them show up to represent for their home countries and to be able to see the standard of surfing raised so much higher for World Surfing Games.
Exactly. There's time's going to run out. There you go. That's going to do it. So Italo will take the heat. Roy Toy will end up in that 2nd spot, and then Oisin Campbell is going to have to battle back because he'll end up in 3rd. It's unfortunate when you have 2 countrymen in a 3-person heat that have to go against each other, but that's just the way the draw happens.
Absolutely. Well, a great showing from Team Ireland, and we'll be seeing Italo with a first win under his belt.
Well, the high-flying Italo Ferreira showing you what he's capable of and doing it all day long. Wow, amazing stuff right there. We got more surfing action coming up. We're going to get into heat number 14 on the way. It's your 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Stay with us. It's getting crazy out here.
In 3rd, yellow.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And welcome out to two epic world-class surf spots, La Bocana and El Sunzal. Of course, site of your 2021 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Yesterday, opening ceremonies. Today, day number one of all the surfing action. And man, it is definitely not disappointing. The next heat getting ready to go in a big way. Carlos Munoz, Costa Rica in red. Luke Gillen, Great Britain in white. Christopher Haller from Denmark. He'll be in the yellow and in blue. Elton Sanchez from Nicaragua will represent. So here we go.
What an exciting field of men back out in the lineup again. Got a variety of ages. We got a lot of men that want to pour back into their local surfing communities as well. So it's going to be great to see what they bring to the table. We got competitors like Carlos Muniz, who's been around for a while. He's a father. He's got 2 young children at home and a beautiful wife. He's from Esterios Oeste in Costa Rica. And he's been on this competitive scene for a long time. He's had some great results on the qualifying series, and there he is, up and riding.
Oh, just like that. You talk about him. Here he is, Carlos Munoz, doing his thing here to start it off. He's going to get a couple little smacks on that one. Not going to be a high-scoring wave, but a good way to get started. I mean, I always feel like get 2 waves under your belt and then replace those 2 waves with better waves.
Absolutely. Well, that's the thing, right? We know that in competition, it's 20 minutes on the clock for these heats at the ISA World Surfing Games. We've got top 2 waves that are going to be counting. So take off on a ton of waves. Your top 2 waves are what actually counts to move you through.
And it sounds easier than it actually is. And if you have days where you have 15 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes between sets, you really got to pick your waves correctly. But out here, it looks like we're stacking them up on the horizon right now. We'll see if anyone's in position for this, but some of these sets, the tide is absolutely maxed out about 40 minutes ago. So now the tide's going to start pushing. We might see a little bit more action as we look at, I think that surfer in blue, that's going to be Elton Sanchez from Nicaragua on this one. Elton's going to cut back, snap it back off the white water. It's another one, just kind of letting that face build up so you get one big maneuver there. So a nice little up and down right there for Elton Sanchez to start it out. That should be a decent little score. Carlos Munoz checked in with a 2.5 on his. I think Elton's might eclipse that. We'll see what the judges say on that one.
Yeah, that was a nice wave for Elton Sanchez. He looked comfortable. You could see that he was just really finding a nice line throughout that whole wave. It'll be great to see him get on a few more as we see Luke Dillon.
Yeah, Luke Dillon on the backhand. Nice little spray off the top on his first turn. And then just kind of digs that rail in at the top of that. And the wave kind of got fat right there for him and didn't give him much to work with. So one good turn, and that was it for Luke Dillon from Great Britain. And Luke Dillon, of course, coming from Newquay, England at 26 years old. A little different water temperature, I think, than England than out here in El Salvador.
Absolutely. Slightly colder, maybe not as much sunshine as what we're experiencing down here in El Salvador. Newquay's got a great community of local surfers, and it's great to have Team Great Britain represented.
Here's Haller, Christopher Haller from Denmark on this one. Good turn on that first little turn, not much after that. You really got to, wave selection is important out here. Some of them will come through, some will give you a corner to be able to work with and get some open face, get 2 or 3 turns on, and then some of them will shut down and give you 1 turn. You got to pick them in with the tide coming in. I think we're starting to see a little bit of push, because this tide, remember, comes up 7 feet in 6 hours. That's a big increase.
Wow. And as that tide pushes all the way up, we're going to start seeing it almost like reach that break wall. Like, it's going to fill in so much. There's going to be deep water. All the rocks are going to be covered over.
I feel it gives even better A-frames when you see that tide get just a little higher. This looks like Elton Sanchez again on one. 2 cut. He's setting up for another hit here at the end. And gets that one, and that'll do it for Elton Sanchez. Keep him busy out there, 4.0, and even another little hit at the end. That's Christopher Haller up and down on one as we look back to the outside. Luke Dillon in white and Carlos Munoz in red.
I like what I'm seeing from Elton Sanchez. He's got that 4.0 as his best score so far. He's
still waiting, right?
Yeah, he's still waiting now for his next wave to drop in. So they're just debating it at the moment, the judges' tower. And he's got great style. He's surfing with speed. He's got composure. We see him get into the right waves. He'll really be able to unleash.
And we talked about it earlier, the Duke Stream, Duke Hanamoko, when he won a gold medal in swimming back in 1912 at the Sweden-Stockholm Games. He told the king of Sweden at that point, King Gustavo, he said, and he told the IOC at the same time, the International Olympic Committee, of his wish to see surfing in the Olympics. And when Duke says something, you got to kind of trust the guy. You know, I think he has 8 Olympic medals, and Duke, of course, not alive, but you know he's smiling down from up in the heavens above, seeing surfing, making it to the Olympics. Duke's dream is being definitely fulfilled.
It's just amazing to see the way that, you know, the surf world has come around that dream and supported it and put in so many years of effort. It's unimaginable to think of all of the steps that would have had to be put in place to actually get surfing to that stage, to grow it as a sport that's big enough to, you know, be in that conversation. And now it's there, and we are going to be able to witness some incredible history coming up at Tokyo 2020.
And you also got to, you know, give it up for Fernando Aguirre and the work that he has done, his tireless work that Fernando, the president of the ISA, has put in to make this happen, to make this a reality, and it's becoming a reality, and it's coming your way. Brad J. and Shannon Hughes with the call in here. Just a lot of fun being able to call this action with you, Shannon. You've traveled around the world to so many places. What do you think of El Salvador so far?
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it. This is my first time here. The weather's incredible. It's a little hot, but we're getting used to it. The water's just amazing. And I'm like shocked at, I knew the quality of surfing was going to be high here in El Salvador. I mean, we hear the stories. We know that surfers come from all over the world.
Yeah.
But to know the consistency that we haven't really had an onshore day, much more than like a light feathering wind, and the surf just continues to pulse, and it's getting better throughout the entire forecast. It's really exciting.
Today is kind of the smallest days, but after being here 4 weeks, I figured out the hashtag is overhead every day. Because I feel like every day I've been surfing here, there's always good waves, and there's always something to learn. And you look at, you know, from different countries you're from, you get flat spells. They don't really get flat spells here because they have such an open ocean that does not block them from swells facing to the southern direction.
That's such a good, you know, point of insight. So many other areas, I'm thinking of California, you got some of those little island chains, Catalina, Channel Islands, they block that swell that comes through. And so certain swell directions that you just don't get at certain beaches. But to know that El Salvador's just got that open coastline, ready to suck in any swell, it's almost a little scary to think of how big it could be getting here over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I had one of the locals I was talking to was told me it was going to get smaller. And this was a day that was already, I think Punta Roca was about 12 feet faces. And the local goes, it's going to get smaller tomorrow. And I'm thinking, okay, well, it's going to be like 4 feet. So it'll be like 11. It's like, that's not smaller. That's still pretty gnarly right there. But
fun.
Places like Elizonte, Punta Roca out here, so many good surf spots. El Sunzal, and here's Christopher Haller from Denmark. He's got a 2.53 and a 1.5, trying to get rid of the 1.5. Nice good turn there. Nice aggressive turn for Christopher. Here he goes. Another turn here into the inside. Puts it back up on the whitewater. Foam climb there for him. And Christopher Haller from Denmark is going to get rid of that 1.5. And he's already in second. And that's what he needs to do. Keep staying close. Don't let Elton Sanchez run away with this. Try and stay close to him. Stay in that number 2 spot or try to get to the number 1 spot. Here's the replay.
All right, drives off the bottom, nice and patient, into a big wrap back into the pocket, and starts to find that more critical section. I like that little bit of a release of the fins on that second turn, and the foam climb as he comes through to the inside. Great surfing from our Netherlands competitor.
Haller.
And Carlos Muniz snapping on his backhand as he comes through to the inside.
The Costa Rican. Third the Quick Pro back in 2012, so he knows what it's like to get up on those podiums. So he's been up there. There's Elton Sanchez, the 4.0 and the 3.5.
The best score so far.
Haller looking for a 3.8 to get up at the top spot, and Munoz looking for a 3.7 to get up at the top two.
Christopher Haller from Denmark. He is used to surfing in a lot more wetsuit than he's currently in. As we take a look at this replay from Carlos Muniz's big, huge rack back into the foam as it stands up here. So goes in powerful on that finishing section, gets a little bit of a foam climb, and he'll kick out. Christopher Haller is used to surfing in a 654 wetsuit. I didn't even know that existed.
No, they do. Yeah.
7mm gloves and booties to pair with really inconsistent conditions. He says it can be quite difficult to surf in Denmark.
You know, and similar on the west coast of the United States, being up in, I spent a lot of time up in Washington State, and you wore 654s and we wore 7mm booties. 7mm gloves a little thick. I think we were wearing 5mm gloves up there, but yeah, you pull your wetsuit off at the end of the day and you are dry inside your wetsuit. Like you could surf for 2 hours and you do not get water inside your wetsuit.
They're just so thick. So much neoprene to protect you. Well, it's a little bit different for Christopher out here today. Luke Dillon as well, coming out of Great Britain. He'll be feeling a little bit warmer in the lineup today. And talking about Great Britain, Brad, we know that there has been some changes to our typical surfing represent your nation or maybe the island that you come from, right? We know a lot of surfers would represent Hawaii rather than the United States.
Sure.
For Great Britain, they're now a team together for the Olympics. Can you help us to understand a little bit about that National Olympic Committee conversation?
Well, for first of all, so you see people representing countries that they necessarily were not born there, they necessarily do not live there, but let's say their mom is born there or mom was raised there. So they're able to compete for different teams, even though some competitors don't go to these countries all the time, but the fact that they have the lineage from their family members, whether it be a grandfather, a grandmother, a mom, or a dad, all of a sudden gives you an opportunity to surf for that nation. And so if you're, let's say, you're born in the USA and you have a mom that's from Greece or something like that, but yet maybe you are going to have a hard time making the U.S. team or something like that, well, it gives opportunities for you to represent the country that your parents are from or your mom's from or your dad's from. So it gives more opportunity. And we've seen this in snowboarding, and we'll be seeing this in skateboarding as well as it makes its debut in the Olympics as well. But it gives opportunities. And we've even seen it back in the NBA where someone's grandparent was from Germany and they can play for Team German and represent in the Olympics. So I just think it gives more opportunities for surfers to surf and represent different countries.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's such a great opportunity, and we're seeing that from so many of these surfers, and we're doing our best to just gather those stories and find out maybe where someone grew up and where they learned how to surf compared to where they're representing, but then also to learn about the culture of surfing in those home nations for them.
And that's the cool thing, that they go back there. Like I look at Giorgio and Izzy Gomez from representing Colombia. They don't live in Colombia, but one of their parents is full Colombian. So for them, they're able to represent Colombia, and they go there, and they're treated quite nicely because they're representing that country. So they get kind of an open ticket to go have a good time and see what the country's all about and be part of it. Because once again, it's part of your blood. You've grown up that. It's in you.
So much to talk about when it comes to Olympic conversation. Carlos Muniz kicked off on the inside. Carlos from Costa Rica, he's chasing that score to get an advancing position, Brad, and he has got to be hungry to stay in this top round.
And you and I talk about, too, remember, it's the top 5 men that aren't already qualified will get to represent in their country if their country doesn't already have a full list of, surfers that are already in. So that's got to look like up and down right there for yellow. That was Christian Haller right there to start things out on that wave. As we look back to the outside, who do we got? Looks like white Luke Dillon. Nice good turn. Super good flow on that turn. Both those, look, keeping the speed together. 3 good turns. Rebounds off the white water, gets it back inside, a 4th turn for him, and then kicks out. So some solid stuff. He needed a good wave. He got something with some turns in it. Wasn't the biggest wave, but you managed to get 4 tricks in there.
That first turn was just amazing, though. So smooth, great extension, threw so much spray. He's really looking, as he's getting a little bit older into his mid-20s, to start pouring into the surf community in England, where he grew up. As we take a look at this replay from Costa Rican Carlos Muniz, kids and wife watching back home, goes straight up into the lip.
Hit.
Really vertical, a little flatter on that second turn, and then he'll finish off on the inside. And then answering back was our surfer in white, Luke Dillon. Look at that first opening turn. Really smooth. Gets a little bit of a bump in that second turn. So the wave kind of, you know, took away from that flow, but he's able to regain it as he comes through to the inside.
And just, you know what? It's whatever you have to work with. Just work with what you got. Nice little turn right there on the inside. Not going to give him 2 turns. Cutbacks on that. Brings it back around. Snaps a little one off the top there. And a nice one throwing some water on that. And he'll paddle back out. That is Luke Dillon. So Elton Sanchez right now on the top with a 4 and a 3.5.
And taking another look at this one from Luke Dillon. So he just had that one on his backhand, now to his forehand. Big wrap back in the pocket after that opening. Little snap under the lip. And strings 2 together on the inside. So great progressive surfing, pushing the limits on each of those turns. And he'll be representing Great Britain, although he's from England. So that's one of those conversations around national Olympic committees as we continue talking about qualification. So a country has to have a national Olympic committee in order to be represented at the Olympics.
Yes.
Now, in the conversation of Great Britain, we've got England, Wales, and Scotland that will not have their own individual teams represented because they do not have national Olympic committees, but they are grouped together as Great Britain overall.
Oh, look at Carlos going to work here on a nice one. He's going to, in the inside, smacks it back off. A little late on that one, still getting that board back down. Yeah, and you got to think with time that should change. You would think that Scotland is going to get their own, you know, their own national situation at some point, right? I mean, especially the more years that you see surfing in the Olympics, and like with surfing being the Olympics for Tokyo, and then surfing being in the Olympics for France, and then LA after that. So
yeah, there's definitely a possibility as we take another look here at Carlos Muniz. So flying down the line, finds that high line, connects with the lip for his opening maneuver.
What about a lip bash floater? And then hits that thing a little bit late, but still manages to put it back down.
Yeah, so that second kind of section of the wave, not super critical, but this opening maneuver is just really well read.
Yeah,
super smooth.
Kind of a lipper floater combo right there.
And he got a lot of projection out of it as well, so he's able to maintain that speed coming off the lip to then make it around that closeout section to finish off.
That's like a guy who definitely knows the wave and has been surfing it a lot. You can tell that Carlos is very comfortable with it. Well, look at this. Luke Dillon has catapulted himself to the top spot with a combo score 9.7. So a 5.17 and a 4.53 is where we found him at. And you look at all these scores. Remember, Italo had an 8.0. And so you're seeing the highest scores in this heat at a 5.17, which is a very respectable score throughout all the heats today. But it just shows how on fire Italo was from a couple of heats ago.
Absolutely. Well, Luke Dillon, he'll be feeling good to put himself right up into the top, right into the lead for Great Britain, representing England, Scotland, and Wales. We also have Team France is representing Tahiti as well. So France and Tahiti are together because Tahiti does not have a national Olympic committee. Same as Reunion Island, that falls underneath France.
But in France's case, you already have Jeremy Flores and Michael Borges that are already going to be representing. So on the guys total, you're done with, you got 2 guys already.
Exactly.
And then if you go on to the women's side of it, you have Joanne Defay, who's also in there. So there's only one spot really available that France could get. Now it'd be on the women's side. Speaking of women, we're going to be calling the action tomorrow. The women will change locations and they'll be here, right?
So excited. Yeah. I love watching surfing. But as a female that surfs, I love watching women surfing. And I'm so excited to be able to call the action. They'll be out here at La Bocana tomorrow. The men will move down to El Sunzal.
And here we go. Elton Sanchez with time on the clock, trying to climb out. Needs a 4.30. Nice layback snap. Can he stay in? No, he cannot. And he needed a 4.3. Now it's Holler's time. He needs a 4.63. Can he get something going? Under the lip, but digs the nose and goes down. I don't think that wave, even if he doesn't go down right there, I don't think that wave had enough of an open face for him to get a 4.63 in there.
Yeah, you're really looking for a wave that's going to open up for that critical section. That's going to be super important today. We're seeing scores not highly rewarded. I think above those 4s and 5s often because those first two maneuvers seem to be in a really flat section, and then it starts to bull up on the inside where it actually gets critical, and that's something that the judges will be paying close attention to.
Yeah, but they definitely, the judges definitely want to see you do the most critical maneuvers on the biggest sets. Is obviously going to get you the best points no matter what. So that'll wrap it up on this one. Luke Dillon will take the top spot right there, and red is going to be Carlos Munoz in that second spot. So that's it right there. We've seen heat number 14 finishing things up. Take a look at some of the highlights from that heat. Some great surfing action, and it continues to get even better throughout the entire day. We're going to keep things going. Stay with us because more coming up. We're going to get locked and loaded. Heat number 15 on the way. 2021 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Yeah.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Absolute epic day as usual. I'll tell you what, sunshine and good waves. That's what Surf City is all about. Your 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. And we're taking place here. 2 epic spots. And here's our booth. This is where we are. This is our home for the next few days right here on La Bocana. And La Bocana is where we're calling the action today. El Sunzal. The ladies are competing over at El Sunzal today. Tomorrow they will switch locations. The men will be over at El Sunzal. The ladies will be over here on La Bocana, and I can't wait to see that go down. But we got a pretty solid heat here. Rio Ada from Indonesia, Leandro Osuna from Argentina, Sigados from Greece, and Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela, all to battle this one out right now.
Wow, what a tough battle. Rio Ada has got to be one of the top picks coming into this event. He's not qualified for the Olympics yet, but he is just an outstanding competitor from Indonesia, has been leading in the Asian ranks for years. He's really someone to keep our eyes on throughout this entire competition.
And he just missed it, didn't he, last year? He just missed earning that spot. So does that make him more hungry?
I think so. I think when you get that close and you miss it, then it's like, all right, you know you have exactly what it takes. Everyone should believe that they have that, but then to actually push through and get so close to it.
So he's got unfinished work, right?
He's got unfinished work. He's hungry. He's been at home. He's been able to surf heaps. He lives in Indonesia, and he surfs world-class waves in Bali every day. I mean, the kid has been groomed. He's 21 years old now. I can't call him a kid anymore. When I first started calling heats for Rio, he was just a little grom, but he is now a man and charging, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him go all the way.
Yeah, you and I talked kind of off subject a little bit, and I feel you feel that he's got a very good chance, don't you?
Yeah, I think Rio's one of those guys that we could see make it through to an Olympic gold.
Well, here we go. Rio up and riding on this one. On the backhand, nice, fluid, smooth back turn on that one. Then he goes right up there, breaks the fin loose. Oh, but can't come back down in that. That had the makings of pretty good waves. The wave on the inside didn't really cooperate for him, but yeah, you could tell he's hungry. Now you got Perry Siganos from Greece on this one. He's off the bottom. Nice good turn there. Throws a little bit of spray. Straight up into that one. Nice hack there. And he's going to press the eject button there. A couple of turns and he's done.
Now Perry has an interesting story. Representing Greece, but born and raised in New Jersey. Not quite the accent you would expect coming out of someone from Greece. As we take another look at first wave for Rio. Great opening turn. So dynamic. And readjust that back foot even.
Look, breaks it loose, but there's no wave to bring him back in.
If that wave had held up, it would have been great for him.
Perry.
And then Perry. Great two-turn combination. He'll dive out over the foam.
Did you think he could have hit that? Did a little foam climb at the end maybe? For a little
Maybe. Was it worth it? I don't know. As we see our surfer in blue up and riding.
That's Francisco Belleron right there. Nicely done. 2 good turns for him. He's going to put that one in the score banks. So great day here. You can see we got a little bit of onshore come on. Now you see the wind changing just a little bit right now. The tide's definitely on the push. 11:45 was low. We are 12:58, so 1 o'clock right now. This tide continues to go about 1.25 foot. Every hour it will climb all the way till 5:53. So by the time we finish those last heats, we're going to have a completely different surf spot here between the 3 and the 4 o'clock hour.
It's pretty wild as a competitor, you know, especially those that are down here supporting a teammate that maybe has an early heat and you're in the last heat of the day, but you're on the same team, so you want to show that national support. To see the conditions change so drastically over the course of a day and think, oh, you show up in the morning, right, this is what I'm getting ready for, kind of mentally psych up for it. They really got to pay attention the whole day.
You really do. And that's like we have red on that one. That's Rio. He's going to get out of that one quick. As we look to the outside, it looks like we have Leandro Osuna now looking for his first wave here. Nice, good, smooth carve. Wants to get back to the energy of the wave. Another good turn off the top here. Throwing some spray. Going to hit that nice and late, straight up and down. Good, solid, clean stuff. Leandro Osuna, a 2-time ISA World Surfing Game champ from 2014 and 2016.
And there we go with that replay, driving off the bottom for our Venezuelan. Love that re-entry on the finish. Went massive for Francisco. And Rio, again, just comes unstuck off the tail. And then Leandro, Lele. Wow, what a beautiful opening carve. Love that big open face. Drags the hand behind. Nice little snap and re-entry under the foam. He looks in form. Yeah. That was excellent surfing.
And you know, you see his stance over his board. He was so solid over that he was not falling on that at all. I mean, you look at him too, you know, 2-time ISA World Surfing Game champ. You don't get to that level winning it twice, you know, without being skilled in conditions that he knows how to pretty much ride anything. So the Argentinian Leandro Osuna doing his thing. And Francisco Belleron to the top spot. He's got a 4.5. Rio in that second spot. We have not seen Leandro's score come in yet, so that could change it up because he just needs a 4 to get him into that top 2. About 13 minutes and 30 seconds in this one left.
Talking about big accomplishments, Francisco Belleron, his biggest achievement was being the Pan American champion. And he's had a 4th place finish at the World Surfing Games back in 2016, so he's had some great results as well.
So don't sleep on him.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason, he just got bumped out of the lead as we see Rio up and riding.
Oh, that was a clean one off the top for Rio. A little under lip cut back right now, back into the energy. He's going to set that thing back up. Bouncing back off the whitewater. Does he have something else to do? Yeah, look at that hack. And even to slide one more in there. Nicely done, Rio. He's coming out swinging. He had a little trouble on those first couple waves, but he's finding his flow here with 12 minutes and 40 seconds.
I think that's it. That flow has been found, that last wave. Those last couple turns looking so sharp from the Indonesian. This heat is just a great one. I mean, we've had so many good waves that we've been able to watch so far as we take another look at this one from Rio. Lets that tail loose, maintains so much control though, getting nice and low on that bottom turn and then full extension on those top turns. That board is like a hot knife through butter as he comes through to the inside and he's just throwing spray up to the heavens.
He knows what he needs to do, get a good wave, get a bunch of turns in it, and here's another look at it from a different angle.
Wow. Look at the steepness of that wave too. It's starting to stand up a little steeper than what we saw. Like it's still slopey, but it's got that critical section, which is why he is able to really capitalize on it all the way through. Some of those waves earlier this morning before that tide change were still very slopey out the top.
Yeah, and even taking a look out back, you're starting to see a big change in the tide already right now. This is blue right here, Francisco Belleron, not much to work with on that one for him. But yeah, just looking back and saying that we saw probably about 50 yards of the beach was all rock, and now that's already starting to get covered up here just a couple hours after that low.
That's true. We had some sand exposed before.
Yeah, here's Rio back at it again. 2 good hacks, sets it up on the inside, boom, brings it back around, then redirects it, but doesn't get back into that. Oh, he brought that thing all the way around, tail slid that around, and then tried to just muscle it back in. But look at what he's done so far. He's in the top spot. So he's got just under a 7 with a 6.83. Is that what he has?
6.83 for his high score, and a 4.2 has just dropped in to increase that heat total. Put him into a pretty solid lead. Right now, everyone would be chasing something around a 6, 7.
Here's Osuna now. Kind of a late hit there, but puts it right up vertical on that. Then a little foam climb on that one, trying to let this thing build up. He's going to cut back, just smash it back off the white water and let that build into the inside section, and then he realized there's not much more he could do than that. So just staying busy out there.
That was a solid size wave. Those rights are really starting to stand up as well.
I feel like when we see that pickup, when you see that tide coming, and you get that high tide push, and I feel like it gets more wedgier, I think, as the tide comes in. I mean, then when it gets too far in, then it gets a little fat again, but I feel like that middle tide, like around that 3 to 4 foot push, is like right, like the money spot right there.
Middle tide is always the way.
Yeah.
Mid tide seems to work, especially if it's that pushing tide. Taking another look at this one from Rio. Smaller wave on the inside, finds that critical section. Man, he's just surfing so sharp. Obviously doesn't finish off that last maneuver, but is going for something different. As we see Leandro Usana drives into the foam. That wave starts to fatten out though, so those rights having a nice critical section to start off with, but still look at the speed and control he's able to manage in that flatter section. Still get some great maneuvers strung together.
As we look at Bellerin here on the inside. Bellerin, a nice few good turns for him as he's been a milk fist even more so. Look at that. Oh, kind of breaks that tail loose, but then kind of loses footing with that back foot. Looks like his back foot just kind of slipped off. But that should be a decent wave score for him. He's already in that second spot, so he just 6.54 is what he needs to take over. I don't think he's going to challenge Rio, but he'll solidify his spot in that second place.
Well, I've noticed that Francisco just keeps going right. He took off on a left early, and he's just going right. It's because his favorite wave is J-Bay.
Yeah, there you go. Well, then that makes all the sense. And now he's got some work to do because he just got knocked down to third. Leandro now has moved up, the Argentinian, to that number 2 spot.
Okay, well, we do have a score to drop in, though, for Francisco
We do.
Bellerin.
Is it better than a 401? If it is, he's going to push Leandro back down.
It's going to be close. It's great surfing. This is a really good heat. It's super consistent. We absolutely love seeing this for the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Here at La Bocana, women are down at El Sunzal today. Rio is up and riding.
Yeah, he saw that. Saw the writing on the wall. Saw that thing closing off. Said, nope, I'm out. And so Leandro is in that number 2 spot. And so we're still waiting for a score for Francisco to drop. Leandro up and out on that. So does Francisco's score come in? He needs a 401 to move up into that top 2. So that's what he's looking for. It's going to be pretty close on that last wave. Here is Perry Signos from Greece, needing a 5.93. And that wave's not going to cooperate with him on that.
Perry Siganos, a dual citizen of the United States and Greece. He grew up in New Jersey. He's 24 years old. And he spent the last 5 years living in Florida. So a little bit warmer water, some different ocean conditions to that cold water chasing that we know of our New Jersey competitors.
There you go. Francisco Bellerin has done it. He has moved up a 4.5, put him in number 2. So Osuna now bumped down to the number 3 spot, needing a 501 to get up in the top 2. And he's got about 7 minutes on the clock to make that happen.
Wow.
You're telling me a lot about Rio earlier in the day, and I really feel like you are correct on this because look at how his surfing has been. 6.83
What
to
can I say?
4.2.
We knew it was coming.
Yeah, you knew it was coming.
We just had to set him up for it, you know?
Nostradamus here in the booth right now.
He's just been putting so much time in, and he's had you know, all the opportunity to surf this year at home in Bali. He's been surfing at Karamas all the time. He's really just got things dialed. He's a super focused surfer, too, from a young age, who wasn't one of the ones that went out and went wild while he was on surf trips. He actually stays focused, goes to bed early, eats healthy, works out. He stays really in the zone when he needs to, and it's really paid off as he's grown into this competitive space as a young adult.
Well, with priority right now, currently in third, Leandro Osuna from Argentina. He's up and riding in this with 6 minutes to go. Good fluid turn there. Straight up, breaks the fins loose on that, comes back down. It's a 2-maneuver wave, so it's not a big wave for him to get a 5:01 on. So I don't think that's going to challenge that, but he'll still have time. It's not over. 5 minutes and 55 seconds to go here. But that he did have priority. Let's take another look at it right here. Smooth setup. Right. Solid.
2-turn combination, a little more difficult. Got a little bit stuck up on that last turn, so that first turn nice and dynamic, and then really goes critical.
That's a full backside disaster right there.
Does he ride out of it? What do we call that on the finish?
He kind of, I mean, to me, that's a contest make, but that's not, I'm not a judge at that point because it looks like he had control and he was riding away.
Scores coming through. We'll see where it goes.
But I mean, that is, when you see how he broke that loose, all 3 fins out on top, center punches the top of that lip. And now we look to Yellow right here. There's Perry. He's going to jump up and float that section, kind of make it back into here. Good second turn there. He's got time for another one. Throws that one up. Oh, that would have been a really good way. That's something he needed right there.
Yeah, he set it up really well, and then just at the end couldn't keep it under control, which is unfortunate. He was definitely, needing that to put a decent score on the board. We're still waiting for that last score of Leandro Osuna to come in and see what the judges deem. Was it a complete finishing maneuver? Was it incomplete? And where will it sit him
to me,
situation?
It looked like he had control at the end, and he just bailed off to get back out. That's what it looked like on this end, but that's entirely up to the judges at this point what they find. But it looked like he was complete confident on the way back down in there.
Well, scores through. Last of Leandro, a 3.97. So
not enough.
It moves into his top 2 waves, but he's still sitting in that 3rd position, chasing a score to jump into an advancing spot.
That's hate to have to work hard on the double elimination. I mean, especially when you're a 2-time ISA, World Surfing Games champ who's won it twice, 2014, won it in 2016. So that he knows what it takes to be on top of the podium because he's been there twice.
Absolutely. He was the athlete's representative as we see Rio rolling into a nice one.
So Rio, little bump on the face, and he navigates through that section. Cut back right there. He's going to set that back up nice and vertical. He had to show fins on that. Back up again, hits it again. Mr. Toad's wild ride here. Another one, rebounds that off the white water. 4 solid maneuvers there. And I mean, that's just solidifying what he's done all day long.
And a strong paddle from the Venezuelan, drives off the bottom into that first turn, finally going on his backhand.
Knowing that that's what he's going to need to do. Is it going to give him enough? He's going to have a little lip here to work with. Another good turn there. So a 3-maneuver wave so far. And maybe one more. There he goes. Just for good measure to drop it back up in there. And Francisco. Taking a look at what's happened so far. Take a look at some of these waves by Rio. What?
Such a nice starting turn. Answering straight back. Francisco on his forehand, chasing those rights for the majority of the heat and laying it down into that 5-point range. Leandro answering back on his backhand. This has been a really tough heat, very equally matched. Everyone surfing phenomenally. Rio being the standout so far. He built his way through, started out a little bit slow and sloppy and just redeemed himself wave after wave.
Well, when you have a wave-filled heat, too, that kind of helps a little bit. In this heat, seemed like there was a lot of waves. And the first waves, like you said, a little bit off at first, but, he said, I got this. And he did exactly what he needed to do. And time winding down, he's still in that top spot. So here we go. Usuna looking for a 5:01 to get up at the top two. Signos looking for a 6:77. That's going to be a tough task to get up in that top two with that score.
Leandro's sitting with priority, so this is really important where priority comes into call, right? Leandro's in third position, surfer in white from Argentina, sitting with first priority, chasing a 5:01. For those of you listening, that means that Leandro has the pick of the lineup. Whatever wave comes through that he wants, he gets.
And see what he's doing? He's staying very cleose to Perry Signos right now. He's like, okay, you're not going to get too far away from me, because you got Perry with second priority and Leandro with first priority. So Leandro doesn't want to let him get out of range and let him get something underneath him. That would be a mistake that you don't want to happen here.
Well, Rio has increased his heat total. He's sitting in the lead, so he's safe. But for Francisco, this is a tricky one. Leandro is chasing a 5.73 to take that advancing position, and Perry is chasing
so they've
a
moved
7.5.
They've moved apart from each other now. And there does not look like much on the outback to change anything here. This is when you're frustrated at that point, just trying to get that wave that you want. So you can see first priority, Usuna in white, second priority, Signos in yellow. You see them basically to the left of the screen. They're pretty close together. There's a little bit of a bump now trying to come through. Will there be enough time?
Those are decent sized requirements for Leandro and Perry at this stage. A 7.5 is very difficult to get.
Yeah.
A 5.73 is actually a really tough ask.
Look at the time. 5, 4, 3,
2, 1.
So Leandro on that one, looks like that will be after time for him.
We'll wrap up our heat number 15.
And would that have, he was trying to get a 5.73. And that wave wouldn't have done that for him anyways, even if he was up before that thing, before the buzzer went off.
Wow. Right down to the buzzer.
Yeah.
That keeps the excitement going.
It always does.
It was so close. I mean, a half second sooner he would have been up and riding.
Well, you definitely got to get up to Rio. He's done his thing, needed to do what he wanted to do. Came out there, stumbled a little bit, but then put together two good combo waves. Take another look at what he's done. Here it is. You know, just look at that. Look at the fan off that.
Look at that bottom turn.
Oh, another good turn. Just so solid. All right, well, more coming up. We're going to get Heat 16 stacked and racked. It's on the way. More surf in action. 2021 Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. Stay with us.
Música pop 98.9. Compartir pop. 98.9. Pop. Eres ama compartir impresionante. Escucha. Pop 98.9.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Regresó el sol, las olas y el surf. Y regresaron con Golden y Golden Extra, las cervezas más refrescantes de El Salvador. Filtradas en frío, perfectas para refrescarte en todo momento. Disfruta de lo mejor del Mundial de Surf con lo más refrescante de El Salvador. Golden, cerveza oficial del Mundial de Surf.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
The 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, 51 national teams, over 256 athletes, and a record 120 women, 47% of the field, all competing out here. It's time for heat number 16 to take to the water, Brad J. And Shannon Hughes with you with the call. And this one, another stacked heat. I feel like every heat that we say that, it's a stacked heat.
Every single heat out here this year for the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games will be stacked. Take us through the lineup.
Well, we're looking at Anthony Fillingham from Costa Rica, who's going to be representing in this one. Looks like John Mark Token in there, Grayson Grant, and Christian Padilla, the Dominican Republic. Well, there is our lineup right now.
Heat number 16 of the day. So we're running through heat 24, and we'll be back with more action tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow we're going to swap it up. Men and women will change venues. Women will be coming here to La Bocona, which means we'll get to broadcast women surfing all day. Men will move down to El Sunzal. They'll have a great right-hand point on offer. And it's as good as it is to change it up just so that our viewers and the family members of all the women surfing today will be able to get to see them surf tomorrow.
Yeah.
It also gives our surfers a bit of a test of changing locations, going from the A-frame, trestles like peak, a little heavy out front here, to the point break of El Sunzal.
And that's the wave that put El Salvador originally on the map, was El Sunzal.
Okay.
That was their main #1 surfing spot, because back then longboards were being ridden, so people were riding that. It was back in the 70s, 60s, and 70s.
As we see live action with our surfer in red.
So is this, what do we got, Anthony Fillingham here?
Ooh, big re-entry on the finish.
The Costa Rican here to start things out, 27 years old. And now in yellow, Grayson Grant, doing it out of Sweden. A long draw out. Look at that big cutty right there. Look at that, it's going to set back up, but not able to get back into it. That's just the wave knowledge. The tide's coming in now, so it's a different wave that you've been watching break for the last 2 hours. We talk about the tide push, a 7-foot tide push in 6 hours. So when you're moving over a foot an hour, that's a lot of water moving in.
That is a lot of paddling. We did hear one of the women from Ukraine, Anastasia, mention in her interview before that some of the women were struggling with that paddle, with how much energy there is in the ocean just to be able to make it all the way out to backline during their heats. And I'm sure the men have been having a similar challenge out here.
Fillingham now up on this one. Cuts back into the white water, trying to see if it can build up for him, give him something. He exits out the back. He'll get back out and look to see if he can get a better scoring wave than that.
Second score in now for yellow, 1.17.
Anthony Fillingham from Costa Rica loves exploring the world. Obviously would have been stuck at home for a while lately and would be really excited to go. He says literally favorite surf break everywhere I go. That's the kind of person you want to be around.
That's the kind of person you want to take on a surf trip. He's not going to go,
Absolutely.
oh, I don't want to surf here. I want to surf somewhere else. That guy will just be fired up to surf any spot that you want to go.
That is a true frother.
What? I see waves. Let's go get it.
Oh, there's a wave? Okay, I'm on it. I'm on it. Doesn't matter what it is. But then at the same time has has the skills to surf at this level and
Yeah.
to compete and represent his national Olympic committee to represent his nation here.
Because you
and,
know,
surf at some of the world's best.
It's always that thing when you take something, when you're going surfing with someone, and you know that person's always not going to be happy at the spot. And they say, no, let's surf somewhere else. You're like, let's go out here. No, let's go somewhere else. Just frustrating. Here we go. Tokong on this one. The rail grab off the bottom. You can see that wave getting kind of fat, slopey lip, slopey face to it. He's going to work it to the inside here, just staying close to the white water, keeping to the heartbeat of that wave. Now you start seeing a little bit of a wave here. Boom, going to hit that thing solid at the end. So some good turns and a nice finish right there for Jean-Marc Tokong.
Now, Jean-Marc is an insane competitor. He has won the QS at Cloud9 2 times.
Favorite spot, by the way.
No wonder. I wonder why. Some good memories there, possibly, maybe not.
Yeah.
As we take another look at this last one from our surfer in red, Anthony Fillingham from Costa Rica. And he drives into this big backhand re-entry. So nice couple of turns connected together. And then answering back in yellow.
Grayson Grant right here.
Wow, look at that turn.
That was a good turn, but just kept him. He hung up at the top a little bit too long.
Anthony answering back. Smaller wave on the inside. Great style and composure, and he'll kick out on the inside. So just those 2 turns strung together, and then our surfer in white, Jean-Marc from the Philippines. Fantastic competitor. And is just waiting for this wave to now start standing up. This is where that critical section comes in and is so important, Brad, as he hits that finish. Makes it look so easy.
And
that was heavy.
Yeah, that was a heavy slap off the top of that thing, that's for sure.
We'll have some more scores to work out. We'll give you an update.
All right, here we go. Christian Padilla now, Dominican Republic, up on that on the left, and Grayson Grant up on the right. So Padilla looking solid here. One more hit to go. There it is. And he'll come down off that one. Before we get to some more surfing action, let's check in with Jody Nelson, who's standing by and down in the mix. Jody.
Thank you very much, Brad. And Rio Waida. Still good, yeah?
It's so good, yeah.
You just won your first heat there against some really heavy hitters. Talk us through that heat and, you know, how you're feeling having a jersey on for the first time in a while.
Yeah, first thing, you know, I haven't competed for a year. So my first 2 waves was, I got really nervous. My body was still so hot and I felt 2 waves. And then after I felt 2 waves, I had to calm down, breathe, and then, yeah, luckily there's many waves, so I got two good waves, 2 sets, and then I just calm my step by step one, and yeah, to stop to make it.
Well, this is the first time I've seen you in person since November, but I saw you in the athlete area kind of getting, you were in the zone, like kind of meditating, I think. I'm not sure. What was your pre-heat kind of ritual in there? What were you doing in there when I saw you just sitting there with your eyes closed?
Just, you know, I just think about what I did for a year, you know. I was missing competition, but at the same time I was focused on myself, you know, keep improving my surfing during the pandemic, you know, and then, yeah, just keep breathing and keep my body calm, and then hope just waves come.
And I know there's surfing going on, but they can do picture-in-picture while we're talking, but what's your goal this week?
I'm not. Of course, my goal is to make the final and to qualify to Olympic. But during the heat, step by step, you know, one by one. I'm not gonna think about the future, who I'm gonna against, and you know, everyone's surfing good here. I know when I was in Miyazaki for ISA, there's some good surfers, but I think they were not good on the small waves. But this time, because the waves really good, everyone's showing their best surfing, and then yeah, I know my surfing also good, so. And yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Rio. We can't wait to watch you take down some more giants. We're going to call you the Giant Killer. I'm sure everybody at home in Indonesia is cheering you on. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rio.
Thank you.
So good, yeah. Back to you guys.
Indo represent right there with Rio. You know what? I like what he said there. It's just one heat at a time. I'm not going to worry about who I'm going against. I'm going to go one heat at a time. I'm not thinking about the future. I'm going one heat at a time. You know what? That's a pretty smart guy right there. I like way above his age on knowing exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, he's someone that, I mean, just hearing, you know, him explain where his mindset was before even paddling out, the mindfulness that he has and that presence to just be in the moment, to kind of reflect over the last year is an incredible place to be without it bringing you the jitters of paddling out. But to be just present in that moment, we saw that from Rio, and be able to capitalize to get those first waves away and then really come alive.
Well, filling him up on this one, he's already got a 5.93 and a 4.07. Hasn't been the top spot with 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Good turn right there, throwing lots of water. To come off straight up and down on that one. Nice vertical hit there for him. And then he'll get over that little white water. But Anthony Fillingham's been solid, 5.93. That might even beat his 4.07, that wave right there.
All right, some solid surfing from Anthony. And he's got a long paddle back out. Like we said, he likes to surf anywhere that he can possibly go. His passion in life is just the love of surfing and exploring the world. He is La Pura Vida. He's from Costa Rica, and that's, I feel like he just embodies what the Costa Rican spirit is all about.
Just ready to charge at a moment's notice in any place you want to charge to. But I also like, you know, Rio saying that, you know, to come back out of it, look, he had the 2 stumbles early in that heat, and to be able to calm the nerves and wash that away and then come out swinging and win the entire heat, you know, that just shows the competitiveness that he is capable of, and he's doing that, showing us firsthand out here today.
And that, you know, that setup preheat of getting into that kind of presence of just resting and, you know, what he has to do to be able to reset that and reset his mindset when he's in the water. Sets himself up beforehand, paddles out, gets flustered, fails on his first couple waves, then resets. Look at that takeoff. That wave is bigger than anything we've seen today, 100%.
Definitely a set right there for Jean-Marc going from the Philippines. Another good turn right there. A big airdrop, though. Really great to be able to see that replay as he rebounds off the white water, letting that thing get back up. One of the bigger waves we've seen. Oh, it could have been the exclamation point on that run, but on that wave. But you got to take a look at that drop when we see the replay of this, because that was thick.
That was psycho.
And you look, like we kept saying, like you're getting more of an A-frame, you're getting that tide push, you're getting just those a little bit more, just a little more face to work with.
It's like we're seeing what this place is capable of. Anthony with some speed wobbles at the start, goes in and connects with the lip, and then starts to turn it on as this wave stands up for him on the inside. He'll now drive off the bottom.
Bam, straight
Love
up.
the way that he opens up that back arm and really gets that extension through from his shoulders down into his hips. And then the drop in from Jean-Marc. Look at that wave spit right there. He could have maybe pulled into the barrel just slightly. Drives in off the top. And we've got a solid couple of carves. Like you said, that bit of a wedge starting to come alive. He read that wave really well.
And just the exclamation point to that would have been solid. Look at the dropper there. So you see, that's an airdrop right there. Now he just couldn't get back in. This is where that little spit you saw. There, just a little bit of. If he could have got, you know, maybe pig dogged and sat down that thing, maybe he gets into that.
If he had somehow kept a high line in the takeoff.
Oh, but still, that wave was
yeah.
actually throwing. And that goes back to that push, that high tide push, that little wedge peaks that it's starting to get to.
Yeah, that was a very challenging takeoff.
I've seen days out here where it's so big that the inside is showing these wedge peaks on high tide that are just, you know, watching the pros just go to work on it on a daily basis for the last few weeks has been so fun to watch.
Well, we're going to take a look across to the women's podium down at El Sunzal. There's been some great surf. We can see it out of our window, which is kind of sweet. And
we do have a good little view.
At a couple of waves. I mean, it's been firing all day. Great to see the ladies in the lineup.
It's such a different wave. To be able to surf this wave or La Bocana, you completely have to adjust. And what these surfers have done that I've witnessed them doing in the last few weeks here is they have to spend time at both places. And not only spend time at both waves, they have to spend time at both waves in different tides. A low tide over here, then a high tide over there. Then you need to do the low tide over Bacana and a high tide over Bacana. A bigger day at Bacana, a smaller day at El Sunzal. You have so much more that you have to do and get ready for to be able to be prepared to be able to surf 2 different spots.
Well, there we go. Pauline Adot, we know her name well, out of France, up and riding on that first wave in white. Noah Clapp behind her from Germany in red. Yep. So nice big open face carve to start off with. She'll drive off the bottom once again. So that wave seeming a little bit softer than what we're seeing on the other side here at La Bocana, but so rippable as they kick off towards this inside section. But then again, yeah, doesn't quite stand up there.
That's the hook area. Once that little hook area you get by there, that's where it gets into that fat section where you can see that Clapp is paddling back out. That's a different spot. I mean, that's just a different wave to it. Trying to sit as far over to the right has always been what I like to do when I get out there, but it doesn't always work to your advantage. The lower the tides go, sometimes it's just hard to be able to make that connection. But it's a fun wave, and we'll get to see that wave in full force coming up. Here we go. This is yellow right here. This is Grayson Grant.
Grayson Grant representing Sweden, but actually from Encinitas, California, born and raised. He's 15 years old. Cote's giving the fist bump on the side of the booth here. So excited to have a familiar face down here in El Salvador. And we can see that California style coming out in Grayson surfing. Absolutely. I mean, just charging. For a youngster like that, to then find his, through heritage, to be able to represent for Sweden. It's an excellent opportunity for someone coming out of a thriving place like California for surfing to still have that open shot to get himself into the Olympics.
And taking a look at the recap so far, the heat recap, what we've seen thus far, as we're taking a look at Jean-Marc Tacon. That was one of the best waves that we've seen, and then it was just, that was one of his early waves in the heat. Really, really hit that with authority at the end.
Anthony sitting in the lead from Costa Rica, and he's had a commanding lead throughout the majority of the heat. Nice 2-turn combination. Take a look at another one here. So really keeping those knees bent, but nice extension in each of those turns. And he'll kick out through the inside. Jean-Marc having a look.
Well, he's going to go for this one. Here he is, taking a runner on his forehand now. Straight up in there, nice little layback snap right there. Good cutty right there, throwing lots of spray, keeping it going down line, straight up in there, and lands that thing, kind of like a floater combo. If their hands in the air, the claim, you know he felt that one. And that's one of the better rights that we've seen stand up.
That was a really good looking right as we take a look at Christian Palita from the Dominican Republic. Nice little snap under the lip, just goes down in the foam. And he has been just such a great presence to have around this year at the 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Dominic wants everyone to know that if they are around, they can visit. Sorry, Christian from Dominican Republic. They're welcome to come visit him anytime at home.
Anytime?
He's keen to show every surfer around the surf of the Dominican Republic.
He's opened up his house. I like it. Grayson Grant in priority right now in yellow, also in that 4 spot, needing a 5.94 to get up in the top 2. Christian Padilla in that number 3 spot for the Dominican Republic. He needs a 3.94 to get up in the top 2. Jean-Marc going in that 2nd spot. A 7.97 would give him the lead. And Anthony Fillingham has got a 6.50 and a 6.47. So Fillingham has been quite consistent in red for Costa Rica in this heat with 1:50 to go.
This has been a tight one. I love that we've got 3 6s on the scoreboard, 2 5s. That's one of the higher kind of average heat scores throwing through. To be able to see multiple scores above that 5-point range is really positive and maybe speaks to the changing conditions that we have on offer throughout the afternoon.
And that goes back to what I was saying about you have to surf all these waves in all the conditions to be able to get used to them at high tide, get low tide. So if you're going to surf La Bocana, you need to surf it at high and low and different swell size too to really be comfortable, whatever it's going to do for the 8 days that you're out here. And the same goes for El Sunzal too as well. You want to surf it in all conditions. High tide, low tide, size, smaller. because when you've got to switch between two spots, it's a little different. You got to prepare for two different waves.
Absolutely. There's a lot to deal with for our competitors this week in El Salvador, and they're rising to the occasion. Grayson Grant just digs the rail in. Unfortunately, unable to get anything above that 3.73 on the scoreboard.
Well, now it's going to be up to Padilla, who has second priority. So right now, Fillingham has the main priority. So you can see the two sitting somewhat near each other, but with 38 seconds to go, doesn't look like there's much out there. And Padilla would need a really good wave. So he knows just going on an inside wave when you need a 6.18, that's not going to do it.
This has been an extremely consistent heat. The last few heats, the waves have turned on. We're seeing a lot ridden. Priorities really coming into play. There we can see a paddle from our heat leader, Anthony Fillingham, with priority over Christian Padilla. So priority number one.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, because priority was belonged to Fillingham right there. So
as far as we are aware, Anthony Fillingham had priority on that wave. Christian Padilla was in second priority.
it's almost like he thought he had priority at that point.
Absolutely. He would have been very confused in that situation.
Yeah, because
unfortunately,
the hands were in the air. Like he was thinking that Anthony was the one.
Well, if it is the case that Anthony had priority, which is what we had showing on our screens, then we will be seeing an interference call against Christian Padilla, which is so unfortunate because he definitely thought he was in the right of way. Both of the men in the lineup did.
Yeah. Well, that's how a show is important. You really got to pay attention to the beach announcers and listen to what they're calling when you need information. You definitely got to make sure you have the correct information. Well, we're going to get things going for heat number 17. We got Chris Cote and Kelly Carranza going to be taking things back over as we look at some of the highlights from this one right here. Well, it's all happening right here and right now. It's your 2021 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. More heavy surfing action right after this. Stay with us.
Low battery.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City here in El Salvador. So far, so good. Some incredible heats behind us and more in front of us. Chris Cote here with Kelly Carranza. And it just seems like every heat has an incredible storyline attached. And you know the heat we're about to watch, we'll have more of that to come. Great to see surfers in that last heat. We had a lot of opportunity. And it was awesome to see Italo Ferreira go out there and do Italo things, lighting up the beach. The energy has been incredible down here, Kelly.
Yeah, you called it the Italo show, and I couldn't agree with you more. I should say he caught one of those waves through that heat where he really didn't have to surf it all the way to the inside, but he did. He jumped and hopped, made the section, the little chop hop for fun. He's a showman. He likes to please the crowd.
All right, so here we go. We are in our
from
heat number
the Italo
17.
show a few heats back, we just saw some great surfing. Jean-Marc Tocong and Anthony Fillingham getting through.
Giving you a little bit of an update there, it was an interference blue on red.
Blue on red, so it didn't affect the outcome of the top two. The third and fourth place surfers will get another chance via the rapid charge round. These are 20-minute heats. Top two scores will be your heat total. And looking down the line at this heat, well, yet again, it's stacked. Hiroto Ohara, Michael Zog, and Jean Gonzalez. Japan, Switzerland, Panama representing. Hiroto Ohara, of course, he's a household name, and he is a surfing superstar with the entire country of Japan, having his back, hoping for the best. He's trying to basically return to his home country of Japan with that stamp in his passport that says, you, Hiroto Ohara, are in the Olympics.
Imagine what that does to a surfer, what it does to your career, what it does to just your overall day-to-day life. You become a household name, you become famous.
I would love to see Hiroto's face on a Wheaties box after the Olympics. And it could happen. We know how good he is. Well, Michael Zog, this guy is a powerhouse. Dynamic duo, him and his brother Sven competing for Team Switzerland. And if you're sitting in the lineup next to one of the Zog brothers, you know, give them some space. These are big guys, and they throw a lot of water when given the chance. Looking forward to seeing what Michael's got for us.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people rooting for him. Roger and Heidi, his girlfriend Alyssa in Canada as well. I think this young man has a really bright future. He's a very, very powerful surfer. He's one of those surfers that comes to mind when you think of Ramzi Bouchiam, Michel Perez, you know, guys that look like athletes, surfers that look like Olympians. He is in extremely good shape, and that really helps when you think of this powerful wave of La Bocana, where you actually have to hold that rail as you're doing a bottom turn. Even more so now with the conditions changing, you can really see how the surface of the water has changed quite a bit.
Well, we got a perennial favorite. This guy is beloved by the ISA community at large. Tell me more about Jean Gonzalez.
Well, Oli, as they like to call him, he's from Santa Catalina, Panama. He's a very lovely human being. He's super cool. My name is Kale Carranza, alongside Chris Cote. How is everyone? Panama is very similar to El Salvador in regards to the water temperature, the temperature of the air as well. So he's really comfortable surfing in these conditions. Very different to surfers that come from, for example, Ireland, where they have to adapt from booties to no booties. Oli is really comfortable in these waves. He really likes a big, strong right-hander, which is what he usually surfs at home. But he's really good in smaller beach break conditions as well. I got a chance to see him surf at a few ALS competitions. And he's pretty radical in his approach. He's not only a rail surfer, but he can go to the air and do some pretty good moves.
Very excited to see what he's got. Well, if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games. We're live from Surf City here in beautiful El Salvador. The flags are flying on the beach. The vibe is up. And from what we've seen so far, this event is living up to its tag as the most important event in ISA history. Of course, we're looking to fill 5 Olympic spots for men, 7 for women.
That
we've
being
got
said,
a long time and a lot of surfers yet to get through.
It was 4 and 6, but because 2 Japanese surfers, male and female, made it to the Olympics or got the Olympic slot, not necessarily having to use it as a Japan host country, all of a sudden we have 1 more space available for the men and for the women's.
And here we go, our first look at surfer in white, Michael Zog representing Switzerland. Looking for one of these big power turns, and bam, you got it. A huge backside snap for Zog. Another one following through, throwing tons of spray. Gets a third. That wave is the gift that keeps on giving. A 4th searing combination of turns from Michael Zog. That has to be up in that excellent range.
So good.
Everything the judges are looking for: speed, power, flow. And after kind of a wild start to this wave, I can't believe it panned out like that.
If it doesn't go into the excellent range, I would have to say that it's courtesy of that really flat section on the outside. But right here, squaring right up, we talked about how strong this guy is, and look at how much water gets pushed. That neck beard too, looking so good under his feet. This young man, starting off with a wave like that as a competitor, that just boosts your confidence, Chris. It feels so good. You apply the pressure onto everyone, and I feel like you have that, even like a psychological lead, not only on points. If you look at obviously having a good score towards the beginning of the heat, you want to have those scores above everyone else. But if psychologically you feel better than everyone else, like more solid, more confident, it's hard to kind of buck you off that horse.
Yeah, you could tell when he was paddling back out, he was feeling it. His arms kind of, his shoulders dropped a little bit. He loosened up. And now he's got the luxury of backing up what we think is going to be a big opening score. And we've seen surfers, if you have, you know, we saw it with Italo, and we see it with him all the time. But if you start off your heat from the jump with something above a 6, you're going to be feeling that flow. And that's what we're going to see from Michael, no doubt. Well, here you go, surfer in yellow. This is Jean-Oli Gonzalez. Big, beyond vertical snap. Not anything else available after that big turn, but I love the critical approach from Oli. And here we go, Hiroto Ohara, extremely speedy surfer. Right there, nearly recovering from a mistake. Just pushed a little too hard, kind of overpowered that turn.
I feel like he would have been able to ride out, but it wouldn't have been very clean. So I feel like that would have affected his score. He did that in a split decision, Chris. As we see Oli's wave on his backhand, low, dynamic. You can see how loose he got on that one, and here, beyond vert. So nice to see someone kind of change it up so much. Especially going backside, I feel like you only have a few options as you're coming off the bottom. Hiroto pushes, clean carve, always looking where he wants to hit the lip. Right there, it just kind of plays a little bit with him. He was going to come down and surf that wave, but he saw Oli paddling out, and split decision for him to say, you know what, I don't want a 4. I'd much rather be out the back with priority to catch the better wave of the heat.
Yeah, that's just competitive knowledge. Hiroto Ohara won the Vans US Open of Surfing a few years back in a huge way. Put his name on the international map, and he has stayed there. Has been close to qualification for the championship tour. Has done really well in ISA competition. And the scores he has right now will no doubt be erased if he gets more opportunities. 2.6 in his first wave. Michael Zog for that opening ride, he got a 6. So kind of right where we thought it would go. The turns were really nicely done, very precise, not super critical.
If he would have been able,
why it didn't go to the excellent.
If he would have been able to do something big out the back, remember he nursed the first probably half of the ride. He just kind of did little cutbacks and waited for the wave. Nothing he could have done differently. But if it would have given him a big section on the outside, then we would have seen some excellent scores. And I think that's the right thing to do as a judge. You don't want to give those big scores too soon. You got to give some space for better competition.
And they're looking for maneuvers to be done in the critical section of the wave. And while the turns technically were perfect, the section wasn't as dangerous, we'll say, as the wave that Gonzalez got. His second turn was kind of in a wild-looking, white-watery section. He went beyond vert. That's why he got a 4.5 after 2 turns, whereas Zog got a 6 from 4 turns. You know, the judges, they want to be wowed. They're surfers. They're surf fans just like us. So if you do something that excites them, the numbers follow. So far, judging has been spot on, and the surfing has been nice and clean. Only 1 interference on the day, at least over here on the men's podium. So priority is working nicely. Plenty of waves for our surfers. 10 minutes to go here in this heat. Michael Zog's in the lead.
On paper, you would have thought, just based on experience, international recognition, that Hiroto Ohara would be, you know, ahead in this heat. Michael Zog, though, not a lot of people know how strong of a surfer this guy is. Jean-Oli Gonzalez, same thing. People know in Latin America how good of a surfer he is, but this is the big stage. This is where these guys can actually let the world know how good of surfers they are.
Hiroto Ohara wants to answer back, and here we go. Could have a good right-hander to work with. Nice bottom turn. Kind of carving snap combination there. I love Hiroto's style. Just really solid on his feet, even with a really tough kind of transition to work with there. Fought through it, got a couple turns off. Not going to be a huge score. Here's Michael Zog again. His backhand has been looking so sharp in this heat. And as I say that, the commentator curse, he goes down through the mid portion of that wave.
I think the mistake there was wave selection. not surfing, but just he wants to push the surfboard. He wants to wow the judges. But that wave had a little bit of soup in it. It was a little bit wonky. It was getting really close to the rocks, as you can see. And that lip line kind of dances and flirts with you. It doesn't allow you to connect easily with it. This ride, on the other hand, didn't look like that good of a wave when he first took off. But it gave him two incredible sections right away. He was able to connect a third time here with a floater climb, but then you see it kind of runs away from it, and he opts to jump off before getting too close to those rocks. There's a different angle of that ride. Incredible camera work. You can see just how different it looks. This is more of the angle that the judges are seeing. That being said, if they missed something or they were focusing on another surfer, they can always go back to the replay. So that's really cool.
Hiroto gets back in the lineup. Priority will reset itself. Michael Zog in the lead, backs up his 6 with a 2.33. Waiting for that last score from Hiroto Ohara. Hiroto, born in Chiba, Japan. His favorite break is lower trestles. And you saw the wave he just served. This wave definitely has a lower feel to it, especially the right. You know, same bottom, same kind of angle of the beach. So for surfers who feel comfortable at lower trestles, this wave probably feels pretty similar.
Yeah, I feel like, especially when the surfers have told me about this wave when it's smaller, they kind of compare it to trestles a little bit. But I'm not quite sure if we'll see it too small this week. I feel like it is going to be kind of in the head-high overhead over range, at least throughout the course of the competition.
Double, triple overhead, possibly.
It might get that big.
Well, since we have such an international field, we've been getting reports from around the world. Apparently, Chile, just 2 days ago, was 20 feet. So that swell is most likely pushing its way up towards us. We're going to see El Tunco and El Sunzal potentially maxing out. And I'm excited to see that. Here we go, Hiroto Ohara. He's in third priority. He needs to give way. Gonzalez now utilizes his priority, goes vertical up the lip there. Like that wingspan, kind of using his upper body to just whip himself through those bottom turns. Nice combination there. He really is using the most critical part of this wave, and the judges are going to react in kind to that last wave for Gonzalez.
The interesting thing about his surfing is as he draws that bottom turn, he doesn't do it too agitatedly. He actually spends quite a bit of time on the bottom reading the lip line so he can actually come out of the bottom turn with more speed. So that's something that's really cool that you cannot really do in a wave that doesn't have that push, that power. But when you have a wave that carries a lot of water, that swell pushing with a lot of force, you have that luxury of staying down at the bottom for quite a while.
Michael Zog powering through some lumps, gets one turn out the back. Here's where he's done his work on previous waves. Waiting to see what happens. And maybe waited a little bit too long. This wave's been pretty weird from all the way out the back. Opts to finish. He's got 6 minutes, 24 seconds. You would think maybe if he looks back at that wave in doing his homework, he would have wished he would have just pulled out right from the jump. But as we've seen before, these waves sometimes can be unpredictable.
Yeah.
A dud on the outside can be a gem through the inside.
Yeah, but you know what? I feel like that was a smart decision because he needed to replace a 2.33. He might do that and apply the pressure onto Oli Gonzalez. The thing about this heat is you give Hiroto Ohara just one good section and he's going to get some big scores, almost going to the excellent in his last ride.
5:42, Hiroto Ohara comes through with a 7-point ride. Erases his low score and he's back at it. Setting things up. This wave looks like it could work nicely for Hiroto through the inside. Building. He's got the speed.
Huge.
Straight up into the closeout section. So kind of two setup turns out the back with one finishing maneuver.
But the way he set them up, there was no hesitation off the bottom. There wasn't a double pump bottom turn. It was as if he knew what he was going to draw off the bottom as he did that carve off the top. Now, on the other hand, Oli, see that low bottom turn, pushes, gets a little bit of a release. I'm not sure that he's going to get that big of a score off of that one. Michael Zhao, we were talking about this wave. This is the wave, Chris, that you thought he maybe should have kicked out of. I believe right,
Right there.
there. It just goes completely flat, but you don't know what the inside section might do. It might give you just that extra 0.5 to help him replace that 2.33.
It looked like, and I would have done the same thing. That wave looked like it was forming up to a nice ramp on the inside. So you're right. Maybe sticking with it.
Look at this. Carve, low off the bottom, and he knew he had to explore it off the top. Air drops, kind of becomes one with the lip as he was coming down on that. So difficulty, yes, way higher.
4 minutes
You
and
see a
50
surfer in white
seconds.
waving his
We're gonna let
hands.
that last score red come in.
Asking
I'll
our
give you
beach
an update of the
commentary
situation
crew
and give you a rundown of
for
all of your scores.
an
Right now,
update.
first priority yellow, second
These
priority
surfers have to
is
heavily
white.
rely
We have
on
4 minutes remaining.
what's being told to them. Hiroto Ohara in the lead.
So if you remember correctly, Michael Zaug needed a 2.33. He replaced it. Why? Because he actually rode that wave, that extra distance. He got that 3.23 that he needed to replace that 2.33. John doesn't better his situation. He's still in third position. So the pressure is on Oli Gonzalez from Panama. The good news is he has priority. He can take off on anything.
He's got 3 minutes to go. He's kind of been at the mercy of the waves. He's chosen only allowing 2 turns. So they were great turns, but Hiroto and Michael Zog are getting waves that are allowing 3 full turns. So Gonzalez maybe out in the lineup looking for a set wave. Got a paddle right there that could have been a priority mistake. And it is. He drops a third priority. So our priority judge is on it.
That is something that I wish we could apply into normal free surfs. When someone paddles for a wave, they automatically lose their turn. Technically, that is what happens.
The gentleman's rule?
The gentleman's rule, but it's not really enforced in beaches around the world when you're just having a free surf. Here it is.
So Gonzalez is a multi-time Panamanian champion.
Time called 2 minutes
He's
and
been
45
surfing in
seconds
contests since
remaining.
13 years old.
Yep.
Once again, first priority with white, second priority with red,
The
and
difference
third
here
priority
with
is with
the priority
yellow.
system in play is
And just a reminder for
if you
all of our
make an
surfers,
effort to
for
catch
the
a wave,
next
the
heat,
priority
we need you to
judges
stay
will
on the
deem
right
that
side of that white
your
buoy.
use of priority. That basically kind of
Just to avoid
alleviates
any confusion
blocking,
with our
it
priority
alleviates
judge
kind
and
of the
our
fake
judges.
outs,
Thank
you
very
know,
much
which that
for
happens
your
in free surfing as
cooperation.
well.
2
You think
minutes and
somebody's
15
going and they
seconds
don't.
remaining.
So
We'll
right
give
there,
you guys a heads
Gonzalez
up. We can start
kind of
moving
a
on over right now.
If
Current
he would have
situation
paddled,
overall,
bit of a
Team
mistake,
Japan
I'd say.
red.
Yeah, it's definitely
big
a
mistake.
Yeah. As we go into the heat recap, this was the big score for the Swiss man. Beautiful surfing, incredible inside section. John, Oli Gonzalez, had that wave given him just one more section, it would have gone into that 6 or 7 point range. Hiroto started off really slow, didn't really catch anything that was worth anything until that wave came in. John Gonzalez connects with the lip the second time, and right here, unfortunately, just that turn, I feel like left, as we would say, a little bit of meat on the bone. There was more to be made, more to be have done on that wave. Now, because he just kind of drifted that tail and didn't completely connect, he got a 4-point ride. If he would have been able to maybe go to the air or push with a little bit more power, it could have gone up into that 5 range, which is all he needed.
Well, if you're in the repecharge round and you see Gonzalez's name come across,
you're not stoked.
Yeah, you're in for it, because not only is he such an incredible surfer, but now he's going potentially into the repecharge round with a little bit of anger. And if you combine those two, you got a wrecking ball coming through those elimination rounds at the repecharge area. 40 seconds left. Hiroto Ohara with a 7 and a 6.37, a convincing lead. Michael Zog with priority. He's going to exercise it. Here we go. Michael Zog representing Team Switzerland. Sets it up on the outside. Nicely placed turn on a kind of an odd section. Trying to race down the line. Hunting something. Will he get it? Solid finish. He likes it. That was just good, clean surfing from Michael Zog right there. Hiroto Ohara had a paddle. 10 seconds left. Will that give Gonzalez an opportunity?
I'm sorry to say,
does not.
It does not. So a huge advancement for Team Switzerland in the name of Michael Zaug, and great surfing from Hiroto Ohara.
And That was one of those heats where really tough to pick the favorite because they're all different. They all are so talented. Michael Zog right there, you know, his wave selection, spot on. His placement on his turns was perfect. Got 2 big scores, but Hiroto Ohara, you know, convincing victory there, 7 and a 6 plus. So Gonzalez will go to the repecharge round where we know he will do a lot of damage. We've got a lot of surfing to come. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games live from El Salvador. We'll be right back.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
ISA creating a better world through surfing. And so far, the surfing has just gotten better and better with every year we do the ISA World Surfing Games. And this year, no different. Conditions looking super fun. Tide has switched. It's coming up now, this little push. We'll see what it does for the waves. We saw in that last heat, plenty of waves. An opportunity for our surfers. It was Hiroto Ohara with a 7+ and a 6+ getting the win. Michael Zog, Team Switzerland, getting second and heading to that scary elimination repecharge round. Only Gonzalez, Team Panama.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. And I think now we can focus our attention, Chris, onto the heat that's at hand right now. Look at this. Miguel Blanco from Portugal, Eduardo Papa from Pescara, Italy, Brian Perez, the local from El Salvador, and Tommy Gibney, the 2 surfers from the British Virgin Islands, and he is one of them. This heat, especially because of the fact that we have a local favorite, Brian Perez, it is going to be very, very interesting. I am sure everyone, Marcelo Castellanos, everyone watching in Puro Surf, is extremely excited to watch the next 20 minutes go down. He is one of the best surfers that Latin America has. He is an El Salvadorian hopeful, and he could very easily be in the Olympics. What does he have to do? Make this heat first.
Win it, and you're in it, Brian. No pressure. You know, the president was here yesterday watching. No pressure. But for him, you know, we know how good he is. A natural phenomenon. Brian Perez will be surfing in yellow. Miguel Blanco representing Portugal. And it's going to be the local, Brian Perez.
Ooh.
A lot of bump. Priority settled. And
there's a lot of bump. There's a lot of bump in the ocean. That wave was the first wave of the heat. Clearly not as clean as this one right here, as we see. Tommy Gibney paddling for that one. He misses it, so he's going to be out of priority, and Brian takes off again.
Perez now showing us what he's got. Great style. He's got a beautiful wind-up. When he comes out of that bottom turn, whips it up into the lip. I mean, this guy is born and bred to shred these waves. I mean, he surfs
born and bred to shred. I like it.
He was born and bred to shred. He surfs a wave just up the road with the Roca. Yep, similar rocky point like we're looking at here. And your surfer representing Team Portugal in red, Miguel Blanco. Portugal always fields a strong team. You got Frederico Moraes, Vasco Ibero, and Miguel Blanco. Team Portugal looking solid for a top 10 finish, at least.
They're an incredible surfing nation. Their waves really resemble these powerful waves that El Salvador has. They're pretty much riding similar boards than what they would ride at home. They're surfers that can go and surf waves that are 2 feet or 20 feet. Here we go. White, just a quick in and out. That seemed to be Eduardo Papa. Now, going back to Miguel Blanco, really interesting how this young man is in Team Portugal. He's one of the best. He's an environmentalist. You should check out his YouTube series that's coming out called Impact if you want to see what this young man is up to, as we see Tommy up and riding.
Tommy Gibney representing the U.S. Virgin Islands along with John Ghazi. Tommy is kind of a global surfer. Lived in Hawaii. He's lived all over the place. Had a chance to surf with him yesterday out here, and you know, you could tell the stoke was infectious. He's so happy to be flying the flag of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and they've usually historically only been represented by one surfer in John Ghazi, so it's great now John Ghazi has a teammate in Tommy Gibney. So we'll see how deep they go into the competition here. Scores coming through. Blanco gets the first draw with a 4.83. Perez with a 4. Gibney with a 1.5, and Eduardo Papa just an up and down with a 0.37. Eduardo Papa, 20 years old, from Pescara, Italy. Surfs the Adriatic Sea, and if you've never been to Italy, there are waves. Obviously, the best food in the planet is right there. The views that you have while surfing there, incredible. An underrated surf destination. Italy is truly a remarkable country, and we're always excited to see Team Italy, especially with Leonardo Fioravanti.
Yeah, and I was going to say, because of surfers like Leonardo Fioravanti for Italy, because of Sofia Mulanovic for Peru, because of Brian Perez for El Salvador, these surfing nations are starting to be very, very attractive for a lot of people. A lot of people starting to put their eyes on the country and go, well, how can these guys and gals be such good surfers? There has to be really good waves. And with that, more attention, there's more infrastructure, especially in the case of El Salvador. You see how much the government has done for surfing. We talked about the website, elsalvador.travel. You can find a perfect left, rights. If you're a beginner, you click on beginner. It shows you all the waves that you should surf in El Salvador. If you're an expert surfer, it gives you even more options, because then you can surf any and all the waves. So thank you to Surf City El Salvador, the Ministry of Tourism, Corsatur, the president, everyone that's done such an amazing job at creating what, in my opinion, is the Bali of Central America.
I like it. It does feel kind of a Bali vibe, the main drag here with all the shops and restaurants. Here we go. This is your surfer in yellow, Brian Perez. This guy has no doubt surfed this wave at every tide, every wind condition. I mean, you can tell he's looking very comfortable. It is going to be a little bit more challenging for our surfers with the tide like this. I mean, as you can clearly see, the wave's a little tougher to read. Oh, Eduardo Papa up and down. That was looking like it was going to be an incredible floater, but he falls. So back to Brian Perez. With the tide pushing in, condenses this peak. You know, earlier we saw really a lot further out, a little bit glassier condition, longer waves. So still seeing surfers kind of focused on the lefts. Kali, how do you think the conditions are going to change with the tide pushing like it is?
Well, first off, the wave is going to get way closer to the shore. As we see Brian's wave, he's an incredibly intelligent competitor. Marcelo Castellanos, his coach, tells me he's been extremely focused, working really, really hard. It's not about talent anymore. It's about being focused, using that talent, using every hour of the day to get better at surfing. Eduardo Papa came in 5th at the European Juniors. Unfortunately for here, from this angle, you can see his back foot actually slipped off the pad, and that's when he knew he had to give up. So the exchange goes to Brian Perez, who, you know, a few years ago was riding kind of 5'11", 6'0", but he is a big kid, now using 6'2", 6'3", even 6'4", chemistry surfboards, his preferred weapon of choice under his feet. And he says that with him understanding his height and his weight and how that affects a surfboard, him actually going on to surf bigger boards has made him surf only better. You know, not only can you drive off the bottom a little bit better, but also in airs you have a little bit more space to land on. So it's really important to be in tune with what many people would call equipment. Chris Cote will call it a surfboard.
A piece of art.
A piece of art.
Well, make sure your shaper knows how to surf. The guys at Chemistry do. And you can tell with the boards. Looking great for Brian. Here goes Tommy Gibney. Had an end section to work with. Call that about a 50-50 make right there. Did get a snap. He's staying busy, which is important because a lot of these waves you take off on and you really don't know how they're going to end up.
Absolutely.
Except for Brian Perez. He pretty much knows how every wave is going to start and finish. He's born and bred right here in El Salvador on these multiple points. This is one of 40 point breaks in the region.
Yeah, there are so many. Here we go.
Miguel Blanco on his backhand. Smaller wave, but a clean face to work with. Couple of setup turns there. Foamy finish. Nicely done. Not an easy wave to surf, and Blanco putting it together.
This is a surfer that's going to be extremely dangerous if you take him over to Tunzal, the perfect right-hander. Even he said that the wave looks a little bit like Ribeira d'Ilhas, a wave that they surf in Portugal. This young man, 2 foot to not 20 to 40 feet. He surfs Nazaré, he surfs the cave, and obviously he does very well in small wave surf too. That's why he is alongside Federico Moraes and alongside Vasco Ribeiro for the best 3 surfers that Portugal sent to El Salvador.
Yeah, and Portugal's women's team, incredible as well, led by Teresa Bonvalat, who just won a QS in Portugal. So you know they're coming out swinging, and the scores are telling that story. A 4.83 and a 3.97 for Blanco. Perez right now sitting on a 4.67 and a 4. You know, we always kind of look for that first surfer to break through to the other side and get themselves in that 6, 7, 8 range. It's still anyone's game.
I think it will happen. I think what has happened for our current leaders right now is they've caught waves that are relatively small or really, really choppy. Miguel Blanco's last ride was half the size of the sets, if that. Brian Perez's rides have been really choppy in the face, so they don't allow for them to actually engage that rail off the bottom and connect with one lip. They're connecting with like a staircase of lips, as we see here.
Eduardo Papa representing Team Italy. I really like the way Eduardo surfs. His he had a pretty big fall on his first wave, so it looks like he's shaking that off and maybe taking a note from what Miguel and Brian has done. Solid wave there. You know, it was a little bit smaller, but with the tide coming in and condensing everything, it appears that the medium-sized waves, like you just said, Kale, those are the ones that have been providing the cleaner face to work with. A big lumpy wave out the back is not going to do you any favors, but a nice little insider like this, that's where these scores are coming from.
Absolutely. Miguel opted for the float on that second maneuver, and here connects with the lip in a different way. So we talk about how important it is to draw different lines. Variation is key, and on your backhand, sometimes it feels like you don't have as many options as you would going front hand. Eduardo Papa, you can see here, way more bump on that wave than Miguel's wave. He still is smart enough to kind of stay close to the whitewater. You can see he never really goes too far out, except for that last section that was coming at him. Hopefully they deem that complete. It's been on everyone's radar what complete and incomplete is in the last few weeks.
Yeah, you're right. That's been a big debate in the lineup, online, in parking lots around the world. Stemming from a Tilo Ferreira call in a recent WSL event. You and I are on opposite sides of the fence in that conversation. That's what makes competitive surfing so fun is, you know, there's always a debate to be had. And it's a friendly debate because we're talking about surfing.
It's
always fun.
It should be
a friendly debate. If you don't want a friendly debate, you stay out of some comment boards. Anytime you want to debate Kale on his Instagram, feel free. This guy is a great, friendly, great conversation with him. 6 minutes to go, Blanco in the lead. Team Portugal looking strong. All of their surfers have gone through so far. Perez, representing El Salvador, has the weight of a nation on his back. You saw the previous view of the beach. While we don't have competitors here in the area, there are some restaurants and areas where locals and travelers alike are hanging out, you know, masked up with the protocols, of course, and they're no doubt cheering for Brian Perez. He has become such a great story coming into this event. You know, it's it's kind of I really like how he's kind of held himself, because when you have the whole world coming to your break, you know, the propensity to really get kind of puff your chest out and get defensive of your spot, you know, can come up. But for Perez, he's been super welcoming, and I know he's been sharing knowledge with some of the other surfers. Not too much knowledge, but I just really like the story of Brian Perez coming into this event. With 5 minutes to go, he's looking solid.
He even lent one of his boards to Lolo Bellorin from Venezuela after he broke a couple of his boards and was riding it for a couple of weeks. As we see here, Brian, this is the heat recap. He started off with this wave under priority. You can see how lumpy it was, but the big unit was able to keep his board on rail. Miguel Blanco got his best score on, I would say, below medium-sized wave. Really smart, connecting with the lip a few times, and a little bit of variation to his surfing, which is really key, I believe, especially going backhand. Really nice style.
Yeah, nice and clean. No you know, jerky movements between turns. That's comes into the flow element of our judging scale.
Very similar, his two waves, right? So that's why you see both waves come in at that 4-point mark. Eduardo Papa finally, after a difficult fall on a great-looking wave, was able to come back and connect with the lip a few times. So he's right back in it with that wave.
Just a few minutes remaining here in heat number 18. We've been flying through. 4 minutes to go. Priority is with Brian Perez. And if I'm in this heat, I'm sitting right next to Brian Perez because he knows his lineup better than anybody.
Wherever he goes is most likely where the wave will show up. Now, Brian is under extreme pressure. You know, the country, the president.
The president's calling him.
Like, hey, you better make that heat. No, I'm sure it's not like
Come
that.
on, Brian.
He knows how important it is and how cool it would be for him to represent El Salvador in the Olympic Games. He needs help. Marcelo Castellanos and Puro Surf help him. He does breathing classes, meditation. He swims. He does biomechanics. You know, he's extremely focused. Obviously, he does a lot of like skateboarding to get those shoulders opening up and knees bent and compression extension. But there's one key motto that Marcelo Castellano uses, and I'm going to say it in Spanish. It's diversión y destrucción. It means fun and destruction.
I like that.
You should have some fun while you're out there surfing, but you shouldn't forget to blast and destroy those lips.
There was a time in my life where I could have been described as fun and destructive in a different way. I'm glad to see Brian doing it in the lineup. Eduardo Papa now on his backside. Kind of a late snap there. Could have something good to work with on this inside. He does.
Nice.
Solid combination. Finish it. Can't quite hang on, but he did damage. 3 good turns out the back. Team Italy has his back. They got to be stoked on that last wave. He's trying to get a 4.77. There's Leonardo Fioravanti flying the Italian flag.
There's Giada Legati on the team, Emily Gussoni.
I like this wave.
He surfed it really well. That was a very difficult, super late tap on that first section, and it gave him the confidence to kind of get to the lip and push a lot of water. He got so confident that he pushed a little bit too hard on that last section and went down. But that's what you have to do. You have to make it a little bit more interesting for the judges, as we see local boy Perez up and riding.
Perez now on a medium-sized wave that's offering him a lot of opportunity there. He rides out cleanly into that shallow rock section. He's feeling it. He's trying to better a 4-point ride. He's done a lot of work, but all of his scores have kind of wound up in that mid-range. That wave right there looked pretty similar to his previous first 2 waves.
I would agree, yeah. It's more regarding wave choice, I would say. I think he sees that the waves have shape, but it's been unfortunate that they have just a little bit too much added texture. So it's so hard to actually get your board on rail when you have all these little lumps. It's almost like being on a boat and going through wakes that other boats have created rather than going through like a nice glassy lake.
Now tell us you wouldn't want to be hanging out at that beachside bar down here in Surf City, El Salvador, with the world slowly opening up even more.
I want Brian
That could
Perez.
be you.
I want Brian Perez to become a Sofia Milanovic of Peru, Leonardo Fioravanti of Italy. I think, you know, you think of Eduardo Papa and how much I'm sure Leonardo Fioravanti has been an inspiration to him to know that you don't necessarily have to be from Australia, US, you know, South Africa to be on the tour. You could be from Italy. You could be from the Ukraine, maybe.
Yeah, I think within the next 5 years, you're going to see the World Championship Tour and the ISA World Surfing Games expand even more in terms of that, you know, represented nations. Right there, Miguel Blanco goes over the handlebars. No harm, no foul. Unofficially getting the win with Brian Perez in second. Eduardo Papa in third. Tommy Gibney in fourth. Third and fourth place surfers will go to that dangerous rapid charge round. We say it's dangerous because that just adds to the hunger of the surfers trying to compete to save their surfing lives here in the ISA World Surfing Games. So a big result there for Team Portugal. All three of their surfers making it through. We'll have an update on the women surfing Ilsunzal shortly. But for now, we're going to stick to the main podium. Another stacked heat will be coming up next. I want to welcome everybody from around the world to the ISA 2021 World Surfing Games. Conditions have been changing all throughout the day, but still a lot of waves, a lot of potential out there. A little bit trickier now with the tide coming up. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Stick around, more surfing to come. We'll be right back.
Tus artistas favoritos en una sola frecuencia. 98.9. 98.9 FM. Oh.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. The ISA looking at providing a better world through surfing, and so far been spot on. 51 nations represented here. The largest ever female contingent with over 140 women representing their respective nations. We're right back at it. Deep international field continues through. Two surfers from Indonesia, a surfer from Greece, and a surfer from Venezuela representing here. And that looked like your surfer in blue, Rafael Pereira from Venezuela.
A big hit on that inside.
That was huge.
Nono Pereira. An incredible surfer alongside Lolo Bellorin.
I love when sets come through right from the jump. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza, and you are watching Heat 19 in the opening round of the men's division of the ISA World Surfing Games. This is your surfer in white, Oni Anwar. Team Indonesia always fields a strong contingent.
Yeah, Oni, an incredible surfer alongside Rio Waida and Ketut. So unfortunately, we have two Indonesian surfers, which tends to happen. You know, two Indonesian surfers in the heat together in the first round, and as this competition progresses, we'll see more and more surfers of the same nation competing against each other.
Friendly fire, potentially, unless they both get through. This, you know, and this could possibly be where we see some team tactics at play. See if that happens. Surfer in yellow. Just a quickie right there for Dimitri Papavasilou, representing Team Greece, 27 years old. His favorite break, pipeline. Quick up and out right there for Ketut,
I think one of my favorite breaks would be maybe Pipeline if it was back in the 60s. It's not that easy to catch a wave out there.
Dimitri is half American, half Greek. He grew up in the USA. He wants to represent Greece to bring more representation and inspiration to the Mediterranean.
Here we go. Nono Pereira with a big connection through the leap there.
Loved it.
Really aggressive. This surfer is incredibly good in the air, as we see Oni Anwar, super stylish, local from Lakey Peak. He's got Tipi Jabrik in his corner, coach for Team Indonesia. I'm sure everyone in Indonesia having a look at this heat. Big what up to Rizal Tanyung, Marlon Gerber, all the boys. So see a connection there with the lip for our surfer in yellow. That was Dimitri, grew up in Malibu, as we see Nono again up and riding.
Pereira on his backhand, streaking down the line. Nicely done, combination right there. Judges are looking for combination of major maneuvers. It sounds cliche, but that's exactly what we want to see. 4 big turns down the line. That's going to get you, you know, if they're good enough turns, up in the 5-6 range. Another look at Dimitri. I like the tactic of going out there and just catching every wave you can, because we've seen on the inside section some pretty good air opportunities, and so far we've only seen a couple of completed airs, and I think the judges are kind of ready and willing to throw out a big score for one big air.
And it's the kind of spot where there are actually a lot of waves that will allow you to get up and above that 6-point range. It's not like you see one set every 10 minutes and that's it. If you miss it, you're gone. Nono Pereira here on a very soupy, difficult wave is able to connect with the lip again. So great surfing for the Venezuelan. Dimitri, a little bit kind of an over rotation there, but was able to link again with the lip a couple times, almost running Oni over on that inside section. So great exchange, in my opinion. Smart surfing from them.
While our surfers get themselves back out in the lineup, let's go down to the beach with Jody Nelson.
Thank you, Chris. Down here with Brian Perez. Brian, describe to us what it's like being here in your home country, representing your country with everybody watching.
Yeah, for me it's so fun to be here. It's a blessing to have other people, other countries here in El Salvador. The waves are pumping, and yeah, first day of the event, and yeah, I can't wait to see how it's going, everything, and yeah, so talk to everybody here, and yeah, just enjoy it.
And describe what it's like to have the best surfers from all over the world come to your home country for the last Olympic qualifier to see surfing at Tokyo 2020.
Yeah, it's amazing. For me, it's a blessing to have these events here, and yeah, the good team, we have good wave, and it's warm wave every day. And yeah, so happy to have all the country here, and then I know it's a big event, and other people is surfing so good, and it's gonna be hard, but nothing is impossible.
And lastly, I know everybody's cheering you on, but what is your goal this week?
This week, just have fun, enjoy. I am home with all my friends, all the team support me, and my goal is just focus on my hit for hit, and see what happens, but more important, have fun.
All right, well, I know there's a lot of people cheering you on, so congratulations on that first heat win, and we can't wait to watch the next round.
I want to say
guys.
Thank you, gracias a todos que me están viendo de El Salvador, vamos con todo, un saludo a toda la gente, buena vibra, yeah, gracias.
Thank you, Brian.
Gracias.
Chris, back to you guys.
Brian Perez right there. Impossible not to be a fan. Great representative of El Salvador and of surfing. And here's the best part for El Salvadorian locals like Brian Perez. When you have the best surfers in the world come to your backyard, it's going to make you surf better. You're going to rise to that occasion, and you know he's feeding off what he's seeing each and every heat. And having guys like, you know, Julian Wilson, Federico Moraes, Italo Ferreira come to your home break is always going to make you better, because you're going to rise hopefully to their level. And I think Brian Perez is going to be a huge story to watch throughout this competition. Back at it here in this heat, we've got surfer in blue. This is Rafael Pereira, representing Venezuela and representing well. So far, he's been on some of the better waves we've seen. You know, he's been catching these kind of frothed up, white watery waves, but he's been making them work, and the scores are showing.
As we see Lolo Bellorin, also from Team Venezuela, cheering his compatriot out in the water. So Nono, he's You mentioned his wave selection, but he's got such a low center of gravity and such a strong surfer that he can kind of glide through those choppy sections.
Nice looking section for Dimitri Papavasalou representing Team Greece. That was his best wave yet. Did he hang on? Did he ride out long enough on that last turn, Kale?
I dare say no. I think the judges would have liked to have seen him go out in front past that whitewater section, and he did not, so I don't think he will get that last turn as a completion. That being said,
great wave.
That was a well-ridden wave, so just a little bit off.
Yeah, you never want to leave it up to the judges. You never want to leave that question in their mind. Control the wave from beginning to end. Here's some replays.
Here we go. Oni. So difficult, this wave. So much chop, and somehow still looks so stylish going through it. So that was a well-ridden, very difficult wave. As we see here, that seems to be Katut up and riding. This surfer blew minds at last year's, well, 2 years ago now, ISA Worlds, as we see Nono Pereira. He's been on the better rides, he's had better scores, and he has not missed a beat. Beautiful surfing there from Nono Pereira. Dimitri, nice, smooth, totally different kind of surfing compared to Nono. It's so refreshing and so stylish, very smooth. That last section right there, I wish he would have just hung on for a few more seconds.
Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. We are bringing you the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City here in El Salvador. Waves have been pumping all morning and will continue to do so throughout the rest of the week. Standouts have been the veterans. Power surfing has reigned supreme so far today, and I'm pretty sure you're going to see more of that as the week continues, as the waves get bigger and better as we progress.
Especially as the waves get bigger. So when the waves get a little bit smaller, we might be seeing some airs, we might see some over-the-lip surfing, but as it gets bigger and stronger, you're going to see surfers like Vasco Ribeiro, Michael Saug, Michel Perez maybe start to shine on through. Everyone wants a spot in the final. Everyone wants to get a spot at the first Olympics that surfing will be in. That's incredible to think of, Chris.
Yeah, that's right around the corner as well. Here we go, Dimitri Papavasalou representing Greece. He's just come off his best wave yet, a 3.53. Looks like he's kind of just keeping the pedal to the metal. Nice finish there. Get some air underneath his board. The judges like to see the bottom of your board. That means you're going above and beyond the lip. Katut Agus right now, sitting in fourth place, kind of surprisingly so, but here's the answer right now. Katut on his backhand. Beautiful, high-powered, high-speed snap right up into the lip. Full rail, backside turn, finishes nicely. That is definitely going to be E. Katut's best wave, like that three-turn combo.
Yeah. Katut, really comfortable surfing waves like these. It kind of looks like a bigger day at Kuta. He's from Halfway. He's a Halfway club. Tipi Yabrik saying that he is, in his opinion, one of the most underrated surfers in Indonesia. And we all know how many good surfers come from Indonesia. And to have a person like Tipi Yabrik say he's one of the best, that is massive. As we see here, he grabs his rail as he comes off the bottom, connects with the lip very nicely, stays low to his surfboard. You can see him eyeing that lip line. I love the way he actually extended and held that turn a little bit longer. Unfortunately, as he was coming off the bottom on that next turn, he saw the lip kind of crumbling down a little earlier. He tried to turn a little too soon, almost dug his rail, but was able, with speed, was able to kind of get it up and over into the lip again. So not a clean finish, but a well-ridden wave. I like how he's a little bit more active now. He was kind of taking his time.
Quick look right here for Pereira, Venezuela. That wave was just a little wild, so he gets up and out. Oni Anwar in the lead with a 6.73 and a 5.03. Katut jumps to third. He needs a 4 to get himself up into that advancing spot, ideally, of course, It's obvious that if you have two surfers representing the same country in that heat, you're going to want to work together. You're going to want to help each other through. You don't want to lose any surfers. You don't want to lose any surfers to the rapid charge round, because we know that rapid charge round is getting filled with talent. Right now we're watching the men surf at La Bocana. We have a secondary site with equally great waves, El Sunzal. That's where the women are competing now. We're going to switch things up tomorrow. So when you tune in tomorrow, you're going to be greeted all day with some of the best women surfing in the world. A record number of females competing at this year's ISA World Surfing Games, and they have been doing some incredible work up at El Sunzal. Look at this right-hand point break. I mean, that is an amazing setup. We're back to the action here at La Bocana. What does La Bocana translate to?
Well, La Boca is what we say when it's a river mouth. So La Bocana comes from the fact that we have a big kind of estuary river that dumps out directly in front of this wave. And what gives this wave a lot more shape than if you go, 30 or 40 meters north or south of the wave is that there's a lot of big cobblestones, as we see red.
Katut. He's looking to, I think he's surfing for a 4, so.
That was it.
I like the thought process there and blowing his tail on that second turn. Didn't quite work out. I think he will have time potentially for maybe one more wave. It's Team Indonesia flies their flag on the beach.
Yeah, that, I believe, would have been the score. He pushed a little bit harder, released the tail, but as he was coming out of it, that outside rail dug, and he wasn't able to come and ride out of that wave cleanly. So that's the stuff that he has to do. He has to be a little bit more explosive. He has to be a little bit more radical, because in the last few heats, Chris, we haven't really seen that many big scores as we see a big heat in the next few minutes about to start.
Costa Rica, Great Britain, Denmark, Nicaragua representing in the next heat. Well, you have a 51 nation field on day one. As we start to lose surfers in the rapid charge round, that field's going to be whittled down a little bit. So this gives us a great opportunity to learn more about some of the rising nations that we have here in surfing. I love that Denmark has come to compete. They've been in the last few ISA World Surfing Games.
Yep.
We have welcomed Ukraine as the newest nation competing here. They surfed earlier this morning, and we'll see more from Team Ukraine in the rapid charge round. These 20-minute heats are flying by. With this high tide, it's made it a little bit trickier to kind of be on the better side of wave selection. Still plenty of power left. That right there could be a priority situation. Our priority judges will be watching closely.
You can see there the current conditions for La Bocana, Surf City, El Salvador, 5 to 7 feet. Swell direction, south, south-southwest. That's what we usually get in this side of the world from, basically you could say from April all the way through November. The wind slightly onshore as we see Papa Vasilu up and riding.
Up and down. This could be, 3.5 minutes to go. Oh no, he was still going. And he goes to the air. Almost completing that frontside 360 air. Can't quite ride out. So Oni Anwar still in the lead, and now we're seeing a priority situation here. So in second priority, that was Katut, and basically we have priority judges that are telling the surfers in the water who has the right of way. If you're in that top priority spot, you get your choice of waves. Second priority gets the second choice of waves. So right there, and again, I'm leaving this up to the judges, but it would appear that surfer in red had priority and surfer in blue needed to give way. So here's a look at your priority. You can make it through heat with a priority interference, but you're going to lose your second best wave score. That makes it really tough.
I repeat, priority interference call, blue.
So it was a blue on red priority interference. That means the surfer in blue only gets one scoring wave towards their heat total at the end of the heat.
which translates into Blue being in 4th position now when he was in 2nd. So a mistake like that, as though it may seem small, in the grand scheme of things, it is massive. You just gave the 2 Indonesians the pass into the next round, and Rafael Pereira and Dimitri are going to have to fight it out in the repechage rounds.
Well, Kutut and Oni have no doubt competed a lot on the QS. Not sure. I know Pereira has had tons of experience in
Alice
events
tours.
in in and around Central and South America, but sometimes when you come through, and a lot of these surfers haven't competed in a year, maybe 2, due to the pandemic. So some things might be a little rusty. We'll have to see when they come in, what transpired out there. Only our 2nd priority of the event over here on the men's side, so still a nice clean day of surfing. But right there, you could just tell some confusion in the lineup. You really have to kind of pay attention to what's happening. You have visual and audio cues from the beach announcers. So we'll see what happens here. And meanwhile, Dimitri just kind of minding his own business, looking for a ramp. We know he's got some pop. See if he gets a section. He does. He goes to the air. And this one, he rides out of it. Nice work.
Ooh.
Dimitri Papavasalou representing Greece well with a nice frontside air.
Not quite sure if he's going to have enough time to catch one more wave, but it was a dynamic move on the inside. That being said, judges and the world itself are putting a lot of attention on airs nowadays, and how high was the air, how much rotation was involved, was there a grab that made it a little bit more technical. That was a standard Air 360 air, not a lot of height, so I'm not quite sure that score is going to go up into that 6.5 range, which is what he needs.
So as it stands now with 10 seconds to go, Oni Anwar and Kutut representing Team Indonesia will take those top 2 spots. Pereira and Dimitri Papavasalou will go 3 and 4. They'll go to the repechage rounds. And, for surfers going into those repechage rounds with a bit of a chip on their shoulder, watch out, because they can be very dangerous.
An unfortunate mistake for Rafael Pereira sends them to the repechage rounds. Wow. Things can change like that.
And they will. And they will continue to do so, as we've got so much more action for you. 2021 ISA World Surfing Games will continue. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action live from El Salvador. Stay tuned.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Música Pop 98.9. Compartir Pop. 98.9. Pop. Eres ama compartir impresionante. Pop 98.9.
There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. We're live from El Salvador. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. We've just seen Team Indonesia go 1 and 2. And the action heating up. The tide has filled up the area here at Bocana. Plenty of swell still on hand for us, and it looks like it's just getting bigger as the day progresses. Calais with 51 nations representing. We're seeing global superstars going up against brand new names we've never seen compete, and that is something you will see exclusively here at the ISA World Surfing Games. The surfing superpowers, you know, they've kind of stayed steady, made it through their heats, but we have seen some upsets. In that last heat, it was 2 Indonesians that got through, but we got a brand new heat on deck right now. This is heat 20, kicking off with the powerhouse Noemar McGonigal representing Costa Rica.
Incredible. I'm sure Jamie McGonigal is watching over from Pavones Riviera, as you see him claiming right there. Absolutely ripping. And you see the surfer in yellow. That is Oliver Hartkopp, hailing from cold Hawaii. Surfs a lot around the northern parts of Denmark and Klitmøller, but this kid travels quite a bit. But don't be fooled, fun waves in Denmark. So going back to that exchange, seems like Noemar gets the best of that. I believe he's riding a rookie 15. Surfboard under his feet. Here you go.
Here's your lineup. Noemar McGonigal, household name. We've seen him competing all over the world. Oliver Hartkopp from Denmark. Harry Cromwell from Great Britain. And Cesar Amador from Nicaragua. I mean, that is the 4 corners of the globe right there.
Absolutely.
It doesn't get much more international than that. Part of the reason we love ISA World Surfing Games. So one of the few places you can see a lot of surfers from, you know, some places you didn't know how to scene, like Denmark. Do you know much about the Denmark surf scene? I know Copenhagen is one of the coolest cities in the world.
I would say the best.
But what about the surf scene in Denmark?
I actually got the chance to visit Ollie Hartkopp and surf with him in the northern part of Denmark, a place called Vorupor, or spelt like that. I can't pronounce it because it is very difficult to pronounce Danish words. But it is a beautiful country. It has really fun waves, but it is very, very cold.
Close to the North Pole.
Very close to the North Pole.
Closer than El Salvador. We're about as on the equator as you can get. So for our surfers visiting from cold destinations, or colder parts of the world, I should say, the learning curve, you know, it's got to be obviously pleasant when you get in here and it feels like you're stepping into a warm bath when you enter the ocean. But it can be a bit of a shock just in terms of the feel. Obviously, if you're surfing in 5mm booties and a 6mm wetsuit, surfing in trunks has challenges. I think that's kind of the dream, though. You always want to be surfing in trunks.
It is, but then when you think of how warm the water is, that means the outside air temperature is very, very hot. So a lot of surfers, especially day one that we got here, Team Ireland was really having a hard time with the heat, and that makes a lot of sense. Ireland is relatively cold, very cloudy many times, and El Salvador hot, as we see Noemar McGonigal up and riding, clean surfing, just a big powerhouse hailing from southern Costa Rica. This was wave 1 for him. Incredible surfing. Tags at 1 last time.
The man is not afraid of rocks, obviously.
Not one bit. This kid surfs so well. On his backhand, he's got a world-class wave by the name of Pavones. And he's been to to El Salvador quite a few times. He's actually finaled here a couple of times.
Well, he's making a push now. An 8.33, one of the highest single wave scores of the day, Kale. And that really just came from pure, clean, powerful surfing. Out the back, Cesar Amador has priority. And here's our first look at your surfer from Nicaragua. Nice bottom turn. First impression is that his fundamentals are solid as he gets around a big foamy section. Waiting for this wave to form up through this inside. You see the boils popping up.
Yep.
This is going to have a sketchy inside section. Will he hit it? He does. Fins, be damned. No worries. He rides out. Just not quite completing that last move, but I did love the opening combo. Bottom turn straight up to that big top turn. It's going to be a decent score for Cesar.
That's so cool. He's part of a community by the name of Salinas de Nahualapa. He is a Popoyo local. I'm sure you've heard of that wave before, as we see red and white paddling. Red has priority.
Yeah, this is Noemar McGonigal. So he kind of took advantage of Harry Cromwell right there and basically held him off that wave, utilizing priority. Noemar.
Oh.
I mean,
going to town.
I it's safe to say he could possibly come in after that wave and still make it through this heat. He's not going to, because obviously there's a lot of meat left on the plate for Noemar McGonigal. But again, right there, a beautiful display, a powerful surfing. Noemar has come here to win, pretty clear with his intent on each and every wave that he's got. And again, Harry out the back, trying to get involved. And this is surfer Oliver Hudkop from Denmark, up and down.
Unfortunately came down. That was a good connection with the lip. Safe to say, Noemar gets the nod in that exchange. I'm sure his dad, Sean, he's actually here filming for Team Costa Rica. But how about this turn right there? The Popoyo local, that had a lot of difficulty in that bottom turn. He was able to ride on clean. Unfortunately here, the wave kind of backs off, and he knew he had to do something big and dynamic on the inside, but he didn't really want to risk a fin. I think it's too early in the heat, too early in the contest to lose a fin. Noemar though, look at this. After this climb is where things get really interesting. Connects with the lip beautifully, a lot of water. Bottom turns, and another vertical bash. So this was solid power surfing for the young Costa Rican who's been coming here since he was 15 years old. I'm sure his coach, Nick Horrocks, on the beach is stoked to see him surf so well in the first two waves that he catches. Look at that. The drone angle really allows you to see how much distance he's actually covering in this lineup, and how much the board goes actually behind the lip line. He likes that.
He is a feisty competitor. Love to see it. Super friendly on the beach, but you do not want to surf a heat against Noemar McGonigal anywhere in the world.
My goodness. Unfortunately there for Oliver Hardcup. He goes down, and here we see the Popoyo local up and riding once again.
I would say Popoyo, a very similar type of wave to this. You know, right and the left. We have been there in the past for ISA World Surfing Games, a great host country, Nicaragua. So he's going to be feeling very comfortable in the lineup. So as the judges react and send scores in, we're going to give them a minute as we go down to the beach. Jody Nelson is standing by.
Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, down here with Oni and Katut, and you guys took 1 and 2. We saw your fellow countryman Rio Waida take the win earlier. You know, talk to us a little bit about your team. What are the vibes with your team coming into this event?
Yeah, we kind of like had a Rio Waida start the ball rolling, and he won his first heat. And then our team kind of said, let's just have fun. And me and Katut, like, we're lucky to have the heat together and having the good wave, and kind of started really good. And then at the end, it's kind of slow it down. Which, yeah, was happy with both of us not in the repechage, so we're still in the main round. So stoked.
Nice. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this whole COVID microphone thing. It's instinctual for me to like put the microphone in front of people's faces, but we're all in this together, right? Cheer me on. You know, Katut, talk to us a little bit about just like your goal this week and what it's like to, well, yeah, just what your goal is this week.
So the goal for me for this week, just keep rolling on the main, even on the main. So I'm not going to repechage, just keep going on the main.
Now talk to us a little bit about your mentors, because I know Indonesia has some legends from Rizal to your coach here. Talk to us about who's on your team here on the ground in El Salvador.
Yeah, so glad to have a coach like pro surfer like Rizal Tanjung, like all the coach here, really TP and Omaria, Dylan, and the team manager Omegi is really good. You know, it's really solid. We have like respect to everyone, like talking about the waves every day. So that's a good session for everyone.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people at home cheering you guys on. You guys want to give us so good, yeah, or anything to anybody watching at home?
Yeah, maybe it's like midnight there or something right now. So I hope they can watch it replay or something. But we'll try our best to keep going and show everybody how fun we have it in El Salvador. And yeah, hopefully we do until the final. Hopefully, let's try. Let's try. Have fun. Let's do.
Awesome. Congratulations, you guys. We can't wait to keep cheering you on. Guys, back to you in the booth.
Cheers.
Balai Bagus, they are stoked. Indonesia representatives right there coming through in first and second place. The dream scenario for them with Rio making his heat earlier. All three Indonesians are through into the second round here in the men's draw. 8 minutes to go here. There's your surfer in white, Harry Cromwell. He is a father of 4 beautiful girls. Tilly, Millie, Goldie, and Honey are all watching, as well as his wife, Melissa. This guy's a great dude, commercial fisherman. Sometimes, he says, sometimes I even get to surf. You can imagine being a father of 4 and fishing for a living. Keeps him pretty busy. Oliver Hartkop now from Denmark. Nice strong finish for Oliver.
Okay, so a big exchange of waves there.
I love the stories of guys like Harry Cromwell who, you know, basically they just work day in, day out. They get the call up from the Surfing Federation to come compete. And, you know, for them, this has got to be a dream come true to be competing on this stage. Hope to see more from Harry as we see Noimar McGonigal, who's been providing us with some serious highlights. An 8.33 and an 8.07. A total of 16.40. Might have just added to that. Complete domination from McGonigal.
He is just feeling it on a whole different level. His board is working really well. He's picking off the right waves. He's connecting with the lip. He's using the power, those muscles that he has in his thighs to push all that water. Look at this. You know, he's always, as he's bottom turning, he's looking at that lip line. He knew he had to do something very exciting, and he did. Drone angle really allows us to see how hard he hit that lip. So much water, so much white water in these waves. Now going back to Oliver's last ride, this young man had quite a bit of a struggle trying to get boards. Obviously the COVID scenario not only affecting people around the world in regards to mobility, transportation, but surfboards. It's really hard to get surfboards. So thankfully his coach Paulo chafes for Pollen in Portugal, and they do paisels, they do all the different boards, and they got him 2 boards in 1 week.
Nice.
Whereas usually it takes 1 board, it takes us about 3 to 4 to 5 months to get.
So if you say, is my board done yet, you have to follow it up with, is my board done yet? I'm competing for Team Denmark in the ISA World Surfing Games. Maybe that will push your board to the top of the order.
Absolutely. That did for Oliver.
5:50 to go. Noimar McGonigal, I would say untouchable, but we've seen interferences in past heats. Anything's possible, so don't take your eyes off the screen for this heat. You're in for a big finish. See your surfers getting themselves back into the lineup. Tide is going to start dropping out. If it hasn't already, it probably will be within the next couple of hours, as tides do.
As we see, Ryan Callanan from Team Australia. Not a bad heat coming up.
Couple of names you might recognize. Gabriel Medina, Garage McDade came through huge last year at the ISA World Surfing Games representing Team Ireland. Can't wait to see that heat. I'm excited to see what Garage does with Gabriel, because he will not back down from anybody. You're in for a treat there. Cesar Amador currently in second place, the 6.33 and a 5.17. Oliver Hartkop from Denmark, 3.7 and a 3.33. Harry Cromwell representing Great Britain. Wales, to be precise, 3.77 and a 0.50.
Hasn't been really lucky with wave selection. I feel like he needs to catch those waves like Noimar has, those ones that open up and allow him to hit the lip 5 times. So he needs a big score, but as you know, big scores can easily be attained, as we see none other than Gabriel Medina paddling out.
Well, Gabriel Medina will be competing in the Olympics for Team Brazil. I mean, this we can pretty much assure you. Right now, he's battling for a world title on the WSL Championship Tour as well. This could be the biggest year of Gabriel Medina's life. Tell me who could potentially take the gold medal away from Gabriel Medina. Give me a list of names.
Okay. Itala Ferreira.
Okay.
Felipe Toledo.
All right. It's not a long list, is it?
An uninjured John.
I would tell you to keep going, but I don't think there's any more names. But we know that anything is possible on the Olympic stage. Be coming up just
well, isn't it
around
incredible?
the corner.
Isn't it incredible to think that, you know, the ISA events have been a stepping stone? You just saw Gabriel Medina. He won as a junior at an ISA in 2010. As we see Neumar.
Meanwhile, he's just hammering this place.
He is just going to town. This is the heat recap. He started off with this wave, got a solid 8 on the board, and then backs it up with another one. You can see how well he is riding these waves at La Bocana. You know, as he bottom turns, he's connecting with the lip. You can see there, before he even gets to the bottom, he's already eyeing the section or the next section that he's going to hit. And this young man is comfortable surfing beautiful left-handers. Think of Pavones as his home break. And what a belt he gave that wave. Just incredible how much power he's actually pushing. I mean, it's crazy to think that this wave, Cote, is not an easy wave to surf. You know, you actually have to match power with power, and it's those light-footed surfers that actually can go to the air. They can make sections that other heavier surfers couldn't make, but Neumar is matching this wave's power with his own.
Harry Cromwell representing Great Britain. 2-turn combo there. And right now he's sitting in 4th place, but I can pretty much guarantee you he's a better fisherman than everybody else in the water. He fishes off the rugged coast of Wales in Great Britain. Mentioned earlier, father of 4. So
sometimes
for his daughters watching, you got to be proud of Dad. He's been out there competing with some of the best of the best.
Absolutely.
A minute 44 to go. So now it becomes a battle for 2nd place. Oliver Hartkop still in contention, needs a 7-8. And Harry Cromwell, if he can get himself back out into the lineup with time to spare, he just needs a 7.73. It's a big number, but he's a great surfer. Anything is possible, and a big set is coming through, Kale.
Oliver Hartkop has priority. This young man has a bit of a shoulder injury, so he's had quite a bit of trouble paddling. Tell you what, though, when you need a score in the first heat of the ISA, you better make sure that shoulder works. Here we go, Oliver.
Will this be it? It will not. Needed a 7.8. That is a huge ask for a young surfer from Denmark, for any surfer from anywhere. So far, the biggest scores of the day are sitting right there with Neumar McGonigal, 8.33 and an 8.07. Only a handful of 8s today. I like where the judges have the scale. They're making you earn those excellent scores. As now we see 2nd place surfer Cesar Amador from Nicaragua, liking the bottom turn. That wave kind of fizzled in a strange way. He could have opportunity here on the inside. 35 seconds. Most likely to be making his way to the beach.
That is a great performance, though, for Cesar Amador, currently in 2nd position. I'm sure his son, Jeremy Jose, is stoked to see Dad. As you see, Team Costa Rica.
They're just cool as cucumbers hanging out there. They just watched Neumar dismantle this wave.
That was his sister on the right-hand side, Leilani McGonigal. Another incredible competitor. She herself will be trying to book a spot in the Olympics as well. That'll be a great duo to have.
Well, that was the Neumar show. Incredible performance. 16.40, one of the highest heat totals of the day. So Costa Rica, Pura Vida, moving through strongly on the strength of Neumar McGonigal. And our 2 surfers, one representing Denmark, one representing Great Britain, will go to the repechage round. Don't worry, girls. Your dad, Harry Cromwell, will have a 2nd opportunity, as will Oliver Hartkop, representing Team Denmark. Well, the big show continues. You're watching the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games live from El Salvador. So much more action to come. We're going to surf through the entire afternoon. The waves are just getting better, and the performances are rising. We just saw team rider Costa Rica take apart this lineup with brutality and power and precision, and more of that to come. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Música Pop 98.9. Compartir Pop. 98.9.
volví a probar.
Eres ama a compartir. Impresionante. Escucha. 98.9.
2021 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, and we are definitely not disappointing here in day number 1. 2 epic spots, world-class surf spots, La Bocana and El Sunzal. La Bocana taking center stage right now. And Brad J. Shannon Hughes really stoked about this one because we got someone who's kind of a big name in this next heat.
Wow, Gabriel Medina, what a way to begin. That was fantastic surfing, answering back. Oh, sorry, that's a surfer from the previous heat. Well, I can say one thing, Brad. The Brazilians are here to take home gold. After Italo's heat this morning, dropping a couple of 8s, Gabriel is answering straight back.
Well, yeah, I mean, and you know that's what he is all about. He is a very competitive man, and what he wants to do is come away with the win in this heat. He knows fellow countrymen already did his thing, like you said, and now it is time for him to do his thing. He's already started off quite well. So we look at White right there. Geroid McDade from Ireland taking a stab at that left-hander. So 3 in this heat. Gabriel Medina in red from Brazil. We got Geroid McDade from Ireland in white, and Igor Volkov from the Russian Surfing Federation in yellow.
Gabriel Medina with a quick in and out once again. And
can we get that
cheers
replay?
For Team Costa Rica. It's great to see that team camaraderie down on the shorelines. Everyone doing the need to stay COVID safe and to be able to support their teammates. And yes, can we please see the replay of Gabriel Medina's wave?
The thing is, I was talking, and everyone in the booth is screaming about what he was doing, and I'm looking down at my papers and like, did I just miss that whole thing? And I did. You can't even blink with Medina out in the lineup. That's for sure. So Geroid, he's going to come there on the forehand. Nice little smack. Kind of breaks those fins loose a little bit there. Another little smack on the inside. Not a big high-scoring wave, but, you know, going to work and getting 3 to 4 turns on it. There's 4 on that one. And then he's going to kick out there. And he knows he's got to get to work. We've already seen 2 of his countrymen go at it earlier, with one of them has to go to the repertoire. Here's the replay. Take a look.
Drives into that first turn, gains so much speed, and you can see what he's eyeing up down the line. How does he make it past that full closeout section?
That's like, is it done, right? Is it done?
Grace.
No. That's absolutely filthy. And I mean, he took a long way to get it. That's a good turn off the top, but then he has to really go to work and pump down the line to really get that section. You can see what he's looking at too. He's looking at that little piece right there, using that, boom, and he'd been eyeing that thing for probably 30 yards on that wave.
That was like ballet. Watch him make it around this section, and like you said, you know, we see him eyeing it up. He almost went to go hit that section, decides to wait, and then just nice and patient, fully rotates, lands really clean, gets a lot of height out of it. Small wave, so not able to get tons of it. Tons of height, but oh my gosh.
He was staring at that thing like a nice hot pupusa. Got big thanks to the crew for getting that one in. And I mean, I should have been watching, but we were in the middle of rejoining everything, and I missed that whole thing until the end. So big props to our crew getting the replays going on that. You can't blink, man. Goodness. You cannot blink. Gabriel Medina's in the water.
Well, there we go.
What did he get
Gabriel
for?
Medina.
What has he done so far scoring-wise?
He's got a 7.33 on the scoreboard as his opening ride, a 0.5 to follow that up.
Well, that's good, but Italo had the 8. So he's not going to be happy with that.
This is very true. The competitiveness between the Brazilian contingency. And it has to be fierce.
And you also look at Gabriel Medina and Italo. They are both already confirmed. They've already qualified. They've done that through the qualification standings of WSL for 2019. So they are definitely both going to represent Brazil. So it's all about no pressure on them. And I feel like Gabriel Medina without pressure on him is even more dangerous than Gabriel Medina with pressure on him, if that's possible.
Absolutely. Well, let's just take a look at Gabriel's year so far.
Yeah.
He's sitting at #1 on the World Surf League WCT rankings.
Fresh off a win?
Fresh off of a win at Rottnest Island. He's already got 2 wins in for the season. Out of 5 events, 2 wins in 2 seconds, so 4 finals. flying home from Australia, everyone that follows Medina on social media would have seen he couldn't even get into his first class seat because his trophies were taking up the seat, essentially, because he flew home with 3 huge trophies.
Gosh.
He's like absolutely crushing it on the championship tour, which is no surprise, but also well done for an amazing start to a crazy year of competitive surfing. And now he's here to represent Brazil for the Olympics. And it's great to see him come out firing.
And if you're Brazil and you're looking at, okay, you have Gabriel on the men's side and you have Italo on the men's side representing Brazil in the Olympics, how confident are you being Brazil, Team Brazil right now, sending those 2 guys to represent the men? And not just those 2 guys, we're talking about the women too as well. You know, you got Tatiana Weston-Webb out there, and Savannah Lima. Both of those ladies can definitely do things. Brazil is going to be so hard to beat when it comes to the Olympic Games. That is for sure.
Oh, it's just so exciting to see like a full field of that. Surfers that are at the absolute peak. I mean, sitting on the rankings at the moment anyways, Gabriel Medina's #1 on the WCT rankings for the World Surf League. Italo's at #2. So those 2 are battling out a world title at the moment. And they're sitting in those Olympic qualifying spots on the, coming into the ISA World Surfing Games. So I would say,
yeah, it's
there's not much more else to say.
And, well, when you heard what Kali and Chris Cote was saying, Kali, well, who do you think could beat him and give them a problem, or give Medina a problem? He said Italo, but then after that, the list is very short. It's a very small list. Gerard McDade from Ireland right there. Nice big smack off the top. He's got a 3.17 and a 1.0. So this should be a better score, obviously, than the 1.0. Look, very aggressive turn. Another good turn. So if you're Jeroy McDade and you're Igor Volkov for the Russian Surfing Federation, what you want to do here is you want to end up in second. Okay, you're not going to take Gabriel Medina down no matter what. Not when he's posting up this first score that he did. You know he's going to get another big one too.
And we'll have a look at this one again from Droid. Drives into that first turn, nice and vertical, goes for a roundhouse on the second one, and strings it all together really well. So 4 turns connected together, rides out really clean. He's a surfer coming out of Ireland who is a solid big wave charger.
And you can tell just the way he carries himself on the waves here that, he's confident in his turns off the bottom, off the top. He really has that package deal too as well. So you can expect good things out of him. Plus, hey, take the wetsuit off and put yourself in 87-degree water. That's not so bad either.
Be feeling really comfortable. Droid is a 4-time Irish national champion, which is an incredible amount of titles to hold to yourself.
And 24 years old too, to be able to have that many national titles. So here we go. So Gabriel Medina with priority right now, a 7.33. He's going to take a look here. So Medina into this one. He's going to work it down the line. And just look at how he just drops out of the sky. The guy has glue foot. It's like, how does his board stay attached to his feet? I mean, it's almost impossible the way you see he does.
That's just, I'm really excited for this heat. I mean, I think we're just going to see Gabby taking off on whatever wave looks good to him, as long as he's, sitting low under the priority of the other guys.
Well, and when you're sitting with a 7.33 early in the show, you're in the driver's seat.
Gets that tail super high. So what we're looking for with those airs is going to be height, speed, and projection, how far he can travel through the air, land on the other side of the wave, and of course the amount of rotation when he's actually in the air. For those tuning in who may be watching, family members of surfers that are new to the ISA World Surfing Game, new nations like Ukraine in the mix, family members that may not know much about the judging criteria, every maneuver has to be complete to be scored, right?
Yes.
So that last wave of Gabriel Medina, as incredible as it was, he didn't land it. It was incomplete. Therefore, the judges only gave him a 1.07 on the scoreboard. So for those tuning in that are unaware of how that works, Gabriel Medina must land and complete a maneuver standing on his feet.
Yeah, you got it right away.
Exactly.
You got it right away from it. But look at this. Jeroy McDade from Ireland is in the lead over Gabriel Medina. Take a picture of that right there, because how long that will stay up there like that could be a very short time if Gabriel gets another wave here soon. So now he's in. But McDade has put himself in a good position. He's in the lead, right, with a 5.33, a 3.17, and he's also got priority now with 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, here comes Medina. getting wave under priority. He was third priority, but still gets a wave, smacks it off the top twice. So that just shows you how dangerous he is. Like, you can have priority, but he'll go underneath, and he'll use every wave possible to do what he can do.
Exactly. Having a look at this one, smaller wave down the inside, little floater to start off with, goes in for a second. Mostly transitional maneuvers just to get from one place to another. It's going to go into his top 2 scores, though. A 3.6 is enough to move him up into lead over Gerard McKay.
That's why I said take a picture of it, because it wasn't going to last long. Okay.
Very short-lived.
So McDade had the lead for about 2 sips off a cup of coffee before Medina snagged that lead back, and even on a small wave, not in priority. That just shows how talented he is when it comes to surfing.
So our surfer in yellow has some work on his hands as we take a look at the beautiful contest site here at El Tunco.
Yeah, El Tunco,
Surf City.
The city right here, El Tunco. Boy, this city here, it absolutely pumps. You come down here on a weekend, be ready, because Saturday nights go absolutely off the hook here in El Tunco.
What a beautiful set of scenery we have. It's very tropical here in El Salvador, as I'm sure everyone listening in is aware anyways.
Well, yeah, COVID have slowed it down a little bit, but it is still, you know, it's off the hook. And we spent some time out here about a year and a half ago with the SUP tour out here. We came out here for the SUP World Championships, and, you know, just the amount of people showing up, the enthusiasm. And let's just get it straight. The El Salvadorian people, the surfers, are some of the most friendly people I've ever experienced in the water. You can paddle out to the peak out here to any one of these spots, and they will root you on, and they want you to get away. And I don't know of many places, like definitely from California, I don't see many places where someone's rooting you to take a set wave when you just paddled out. But these are the kind of people, the El Salvadorians, are like that. They're so welcoming and they're so friendly.
Well, you know who else wants you to get waves here?
Who?
The president.
The president.
We had President Nayib Bukele, who made an appearance at our opening ceremonies yesterday. It was such an honor to have him there. And in his speech, he was just welcoming people to the shores. He recognizes that El Salvador has so much potential as a surfing nation, and he really wanted to make it clear that all surfers are welcome here.
Well, he's definitely going about it the right way. You know, with the whole Surf City, the infrastructure they've been working on here, with their working on a 4-lane highway that'll actually can get to Punta Roca, can get to Cape 59, can get to El Zonte, and all those places a lot quicker. So for the tourism, you know, the tourism to come in here and enjoy. And like, we spent some time out here, you know, 4 weeks I've been here now. I was here 2 weeks, a year and a half ago. And it's been absolutely amazing being part of it and surfing this place and realizing that it truly is Surf City.
Oh, there's just so many good waves on offer. As we've been able to witness throughout day 1 of competition, the men here at Gabriel Medina now up and riding.
Look at that, on the nose. Like, he had both feet on the nose from that air and was still almost able to bring that around and revert out of that thing. Wow.
Wow. So he started out, I think he's just going to go for airs on every wave. Unless he sees some really good section to lay into, he's just going to channel those airs, especially on that inside section where it starts to get fast and shallow, which is pretty risky as well. I mean, that risk is going to come really into play. Look at the flow within his surfing. It's so beautiful just to watch that high line, drive around the section.
Here's the big one, yeah.
That opening wave, absolutely beautiful.
Look, that rotation is 100% 360 on the nose, full rotation on it. But you know what? We call that a 540 for snowboarding and skateboarding, but in surfing, it's a full rotation, and it is a legit full rotation.
Gabriel Medina and Gerard absolutely hammering away out there.
I think he just doesn't even have a game plan today. I think he's just surfing. It's almost like he's free surfing right now. Look, once again, he's in third priority, but what's he doing? He's getting another wave under priority.
This is how world champions win world titles. They just go out and surf. It's incredible. Throws it out there. That would have been amazing if he could have kept the toes stuck to the wax on that one. And with priority, our surfer from Ireland, the big wave charger, up and riding.
Yeah, McDade snaps off the top. Nice, good cutty right there. Redirects it back down the line here. Throws a little spray on Medina as he's paddling back out, saying, I got a little something too. There you go, Joy McDade in that number 2 spot, a 5.33 and a 3.17. So that might, I think that's going to replace his 3.17 right there.
Well, we know that he's really talented at chasing slabs and heavier stuff, but it's great to see him being a functional surfer in this sort of wave. It's a bit playful out there. It gets tricky on the inside. as we see Igor Volkov from the Russian Federation of Surfing. Little snap, and he'll ride out clean.
You know, and for a guy like Igor, look, you're happy to be in the competition. You get the heat sheet comes out, and you see your first heat. Who is in it is Gabriel Medina. That's got to be a little deflating. Like, oh, I can't wait to compete. Who did I draw on my heat? Oh, I'm going against Gabriel Medina. Okay.
He's had a pretty amazing run, Igor. So he is the two-time. Sorry, he has placed second at the Russian National Championships.
He's a youngster, right?
He's a young surfer. He's 20 years old. Started surfing in Portugal as a teenager when his parents sent him and his sister on a surf camp. So great bit of initiation from the parents there. It's paid off well, and he's now representing the Russian Surfing Federation at the World Surfing Games.
Here's Medina now, taking a look. All eyes on Medina. Look how fluid this off the top, snaps out second one. A 2-maneuver wave, but still solid no matter what. A 7.33 and a 3.6. Still, Italo with the highest wave score, I think, today was at 8.0. I don't think we've seen a bigger one than that. But, I mean, you bring a set in to Medina, I think you're going to see it.
Having a look at this last one of Geroid. Nice two-turn combo to start off with. Great wrap. A little bit more of an open face carve, and then goes really hard on the finish. This guy is a great surfer, and he's really giving Gabriel Medina a run for his money. I mean, he's got a 5.33 as his backup score. I mean, sorry, as his leading scores. And take another look at this one. And he's got another score that's dropping in now.
See that little spray he throws on Medina on the way back out.
That would feel good.
And then Medina, like, what can't he do?
Drives into that first turn. Two-turn combination, so silky smooth.
And how many people would have even gone on that wave? There wasn't even much of a wave there to look at, but Gabriel Medina finds something in anything. There you go. Looking at things right now, 7.33 to 3.6. You got McDade chasing with a 5.61. A 6.83 is what Igor needs. And McDade back at it again on this one. He's going to drive down the line, see if this thing builds up for him. Not going to do too much, so not going to improve on those scores. They'll keep the 5.33. The very consistent 4.6.
Yeah, that 4.6 was the last wave that's dropped in, so that did improve his situation. And now Igor Volkov is chasing an excellent score of an 8.26. So that last wave was a good bit of improvement on our Irishman's scoreboard because it put more pressure onto Igor. Igor sitting patient out the back, and Gabriel Medina now driving down the line again. Goes for the backflip.
Yep, and a proper extension is not able to bring that around. He's just flying all over the place.
He'd be so relaxed, though. It's pretty exciting to be able to watch a surfer. You know, he's of the best couple of surfers on the planet. Feel freed up in a heat to just start practicing different stuff.
Oh, the pop shove it. And a nice little pop shove it for him. That's a little, well, the board spins to 180 right there.
It's just free surfing for Gabriel Medina. What a moment. As we have another look at this one. Love that little hand drag to stall. Putting on a bit of a clinic for the rest of the field out here. Giving him a little bit of an air show.
So he's
hasn't landed too many things, but...
That's a pop 360 shove it. So he was trying to spin that board full 360.
I mean, imagine being another competitor showing up on the beach down here and just watching this happen in real life right now. It's amazing. Here he is again.
I'd be a little deflated on it. Like if it was me pulling up to it and I saw that's who I had to go against, I saw what was going on. So here we go. McDade back at it. Up and riding, trying to see if he can get a little section here. Maybe get in front of this one. He's working for it. Medina's going to take the leftovers on this one. Snaps it off the top. You saw fins on that one.
15 seconds.
That was an important wave for Geroid as he was chasing that 7.18. So if it had held open a little bit longer, you could have seen him attempt a couple good turns, but
yeah, because if he
nothing to offer.
You're right. If he pulls into that, let's say he stays in front of that, gets into that barrel, and be able to come out of that, yeah, that could have definitely.
Like a 7 for him, a 7's for sure possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Easily. Wow, that was exciting.
That was an exciting heat right there. Gabriel Medina is in the building once again, and coming straight from Australia. I don't think he's been here more than 5 or 6 days, straight off a plane. And you know how long that flight is. You dealt with it yourself, right? So he's going to come on in. Wow, that's a good heat. And Looking forward to more of that action right here. Welcome to day number 1. And we've seen some amazing stuff of our Brazilian surfers and pretty much all the surfers out here today.
Yeah, it's been a really incredible show. We're really thankful to be here with absolutely pumping surf.
I mean, once again, it's El Salvador, it's Surf City for a reason because the consistency of the waves here are absolutely ridiculous. Almost like Gabriel Medina surfing. Just lets her rip. Look how he just gets the feet back on, right on that traction pad, spins that around, brings the shoulders around with it, and rides away smooth as butter right there.
Experience the magic of high-speed broadband.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures. To make friends. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Amazing day of surfing going on here. 2 epic world-class surf spots. We're talking about La Bocana, El Sunzal at here at 2021 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We just saw the high-flying Gabriel Medina do his things that we look at him. Doesn't even look like he's even winded at all. Off the plane, off a wind, and out of the air. There you go. Gabriel Medina taking a big win on that first heat, and he's already secured himself a spot to Tokyo. So he's out here just competing, doing his thing. Same with Italo too as well. He's secured himself a spot. We saw him earlier. Italo had the highest scoring wave, and I think probably, look at Gabriel, he's probably had the 2nd highest scoring wave of the entire day today. So there you go. Next in the water, we look to Ortiz Aramburu from Spain in the red, Stanley Norman, Great Britain in white, Lucas Bay, Denmark in the yellow, and Jackson Ovando from Nicaragua in the blue. Round 1, heat 22. Hard to believe 22 heats so far there, Shannon.
It has been a busy day, but it feels like it's flying by. And that always seems to happen when the surf's pumping and you just got so much action. There's hardly anything else we can talk about because everyone keeps catching waves, which is really exciting.
And I think that's a bad problem to have when you're announcing surfing, is to have everybody catching so many waves that they don't have to hear the announcers talk as much.
It's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. This is another stacked heat. Aritz Aramburu, of course, former WSL Championship Tour competitor, has had, I believe, 3 seasons on the CT. And he's really excited to be back out here. He wants everyone to know thank you so much for watching and tuning in and supporting events like this with the ISA.
That's awesome. He's 35 years old, so he's the elder statesman in the crew here with Stanley Norman, 18, Lucas Bay, also an 18-year-old, and Jackson Ovando, 23 years old. So you can see now that they saw what came in for the other competitors, so they want a little something of that too as well.
Yeah, they would either be feeling, like you mentioned, very fired up or very deflated after that last performance from Gabriel Medina. Hopefully they're feeling some encouragement, you know, what's possible. What is possible out here?
Look what Gabriel can do. All right. But I feel like these are the better waves now. The high tide on the way at 5:53. It's a 7-foot high tide. So it's definitely been moving basically a little over a foot per hour since noon. So that's where we're at now. And so tide has been moving for 3.5 hours right now. So it's probably right around that 3.5.
You think Italo's giving Gabriel some coaching tips right
Yeah,
now?
what you needed to do here, Gabe, yeah.
This is why you didn't land those.
This one, he gets his face mask snapped in his face. There you go.
What a good team. I mean,
you can have fun with face masks. There you go. All right.
Gabriel, Italo, Felipe, top 3 surfers in the world. representing for Team Brazil, as we see our surfer in white, powerful backhand attack.
Stanley Norman, Great Britain. Stanley talked about 18 years old, British national champ.
Great results from the youngster, now representing, coming out of England, representing for Great Britain to try for that Olympic position. And that's a hard feat. I mean, there's a few different nations that are represented within Great Britain.
But you look at, all these nations right here, Great Britain, Spain, Denmark, Nicaragua, they're all fighting to get a position to be able to compete and punch a ticket to Tokyo. So none of these four are pre-qualified at all. So it becomes that much more important because there's a lot more on the line. You're Gabriel Medina, you already are representing. So you can just do what you need to do and have fun. But these guys, it's all about advancing on, because if you're not going to advance on, you got a lot of work to do in the repertoires. So look, Arit's going to go on this one. Aaron Buru now from Spain. On the back end, nice good fluid turn off that, throwing some spray on that. There's two. He's going to be nice and vertical on that third snap, so a 3-maneuver wave for him. And that could actually help challenge that 317 as we look to, that's white, Stanley Norman getting upside down on that one. Just that, got on that lip a little late and just kind of ejected him out.
Yeah, that was a really nice way for Aritz to get his campaign underway. First wave of the heat, as we take another look now from the powerful surfer. So connects two turns together, not super critical on their first two, and then it really stands up on that finishing section. So the judges will be liking that. So we have a bit of a different angle to have a look at that. Turn definitely looked better from that camera angle on this side of things, and then puts on a really strong finish.
And that's kind of the way the waves have been going too. You got kind of a little bit of a slow section sometimes off the start. You want that to build up, and if you're going to put that exclamation point on that wave, that's when you want to do it. When you get the most of the face, you get in that closeout section coming at you, and you just really want to hit the crap out of that thing.
Yeah, you really need to put that powerful finish on. Scores drop in.
They like it. 5, 6, 7. Judges definitely dug that. Reads Aaron Buru with 3 maneuvers, the last one being the best. And Stanley Norman in that second spot, needing a 2.51 to take over the top spot. Lucas Bay needing a wave. He is yet to catch one. And then the same with Jackson Obando. So you got yellow and blue both in search of their first wave.
Okay, now attention.
Strong paddle from all the competitors. I like that they're repositioning themselves in the lineup right now.
5.67.
Just paying attention to where these sets are starting to break. Like you've mentioned, it's just changing. That tide is changing so drastically that we're seeing the peak shift a little bit throughout the afternoon.
Yeah.
So everyone repositions. That wave shifted so far down that it's not even an option.
And just what, Kramer says, one of our head judges, what he says about this whole thing is the fact that surface will determine the primary takeoff spot. And the primary takeoff spot will switch throughout the day because of the tides. Think about it. We had a 0.07 low tide to a 7.02 high tide. So obviously, with those changes of the tides, the primary takeoff zone will change. And those who make the adjustment are going to be the ones on top.
Exactly. The ones that are really able to pay attention, to study the lineup. That's so important, and we see it through so many years of watching competitive surfing, is those surfers that show up early to their heats. They've got an hour to go before they actually pedal out. They're not rushing. Hopefully they set their alarm on time. And they're there with enough time to really just study the current conditions, rather than paying too much attention to what was happening hours before and then not coming back to the beach maybe for a while.
But one of the craziest things about it is being out here for the 4 weeks that I've been so far is La Bucana got maxed out so many days that people had to surf El Sunzal and not La Bucana. So a lot of the pros that are out here were forced to only surf Sunzal because it was closing out of La Bucana. So it was difficult to get it small. And finally, this is like the smallest surf we've really seen at La Bucana since I've seen it for the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, that's really interesting to hear, especially considering that we've got bigger forecasts coming. So on the beneficial side, it would have prepared these surfers for surfing big Sunzal.
Yeah.
At the same time,
Agreed.
It gave them the disadvantage of not getting prepped for really fun La Bucana.
100%. just got to make the adjustments. That's the whole plan out here, and that's what they're trying to do. And when it's one thing when you know a contest is going to be at a certain spot, and you're going to be there for a few weeks, and you warm up in that spot, you surf that spot, you're surfing with all the other pros, and you're getting used to it. But it's a whole nother thing when you throw in a second spot. So you've got to compete two different areas. As we look at right there, that was Ortiz or Aramburu doing his thing.
So comes unstuck on the finish, and it'll be a small score. It'll factor into his top 2 because he only has 2 waves so far. His opening ride was a 5.67. Stanley Norman sitting with a 3.17 as his high score, and we're going to take one more look at this. So drives into that first turn, connects really well on the first turn, and then this is where things go a little bit funny on the finish. So he's unable to pull off the second, gets a 3.6 for a single turn though. That's you connect that together with a couple more turns.
Yeah, I got to think that's over a 5 if he gets that last one in for sure.
So he'll be feeling comfortable at the moment still. Lucas Bay and Jackson Obando still sitting there without a wave caught yet. So at least from a competitor's mindset, Aritz is freed up. So is Stanley Norman. They both had a couple waves. Where the other 2 surfers are so patient now, do they continue waiting for the best wave?
No, you can't.
Do they just get busy?
At this point, I don't think you can do that because you're at 8 minutes and 50 seconds. You're already past the halfway point, and you have not got a wave. You still need 2 waves. So you're not always going to have priority. So you need to get busy right now, and that's maybe even get something on the small end to just put something in there so you have, and then maybe sit for the second. But if you sit with no waves right now and you're trying to sit for something, you're going to come up short and you're going to have 1 wave.
Well, we've got some great surfers in the lineup between those 2, though. Lucas Bay is representing Denmark, grew up in Denmark, but he actually spent so much time in Dubai that's where he learned how to surf as a kid.
That is crazy because he cites, I think, a spot in Dubai as one of his favorite surf spots, too, as well.
That's incredible.
And I've been to Dubai and actually seen some of their beach breaks and the wind swell that they get. They get some fun waves there. I mean, it's not big and it is wind swell. It's not like El Salvador by no means, but there are waves there, and that water is quite warm. I think almost 90 degrees is the water in Dubai.
That is unbearable to think about.
That's not refreshing.
That is not refreshing. But it's pretty amazing to know that there's enough of a surf culture in Dubai for kids growing up there to learn to surf there. It's not like traveling surfers that move there for work that decide to surf while they're there, as we see Aritz.
Yeah, Aritz. 1 good smack. He's going to get in front of the section. Enough for 1 more. Good second turn right there. He's going to work. Solid stuff there. A 3.6 and a 5.67. Maybe that takes the 3.6 out or a very similar wave score to that one.